So Crota, son of Oryx, also known as the God Knight or the Light Destroyer and the Eater of Hope, was an ancient and powerful Hive prince who wielded the Sword of Crota and killed countless guardians during the city's ill-fated campaign to reclaim the moon. Crota is the main antagonist in the Dark Below, in which the Hive seek to awaken him to lead their armies against humanity. After Oryx fought his way out of the deep, after being trapped within by his sisters Savathun and Xivu Arath, he decided that he needed children to carry on his lineage, and ensure his flow of tribute was always greater than that of his siblings. Crota was then born, and his father explained to him why he had created him and granted him a sword and a name, stating those would be the only things that he gave his son, and that Crota would have to earn his place upon his father's court, the High War. The newborn Crota continued to listen as his father explained the trap of the traveler, and giving species hope that there was a path in the universe that did not involve conflict, and then gave Crota the name the Eater of Hope, in anticipation of the lives and dreams he would snuff out. Crota was then taken to be introduced to the rest of his family. Crota was soon joined by two sisters, Ir-Halak and Ir-Anak, and a brother, Nokris. However, Nokris was excommunicated and stricken from the Hive's histories for his heretical necromantic practices. Crota himself was made heir to his father and the Osmium throne. Crota also had 4 sworn princes, Bannock, Dakur, Garok, and Marok, forged for him a great sword with which to ravage worlds and drain the light from his foes. At some point, the young Crota would petition his father to forge him from the flesh of the worms a tablet of ruin to bear in battle, and tithed as tribute to him. Instead, Oryx coldly rebuked his son by setting the newly created tablet with Golgoroth, and explained only tithings of violence from him and his temples were demanded of him. One day, Crota was approached by Oryx in order to watch his sisters as they experimented with the creation of an oversoul, a paracausal thanatosphere meant to hide their deaths and become harder to kill in the hope that he would learn cunning. However, as Oryx departed to observe the destruction of an alien fortress whirled by the Black Fleet, Crota conspired to learn his sister's secrets of the Oversoul, with which he shared his father's war priest. His aunt Savathun would influence the arrogant young prince to experiment himself with opening a wound into an open space. The space Crota's sword cut into would open a rift into the Vex network, prompting the Vex to invade Oryx's throne world en masse, much to Savathun's trickery. Crota engaged the Vex in battle, as they struggled to understand logic of his father's throne world, but they then manifested Kira, Blade Transform, who grasped the logic and became determined to master the Ascendant realm. The Vex teleported away from Crota and slaughtered thousands of Hive throughout the dimension, granting them greater power. Crota and his sisters fought the Vex and created new weapons to defeat them, but Kira fled to the other side of the wound created by Crota and built gates to prevent him from closing it. After a century of stalemate, the war was ended when Oryx was summoned back by Ir. Although Oryx saved his throne world from the Vex and became intrigued by their fascination with geometry, he punished Crota for his reckless experiment by exiling him from his court. Grabbing him by one of his legs, the taken king flung his progeny into the Vex gate network and ordered him to return home covered in glory or not at all. For centuries, Crota traversed the Vex's gate network and fought across space and time, becoming a demon in many cultures. As time passed, he adjusted his tactics as he gained a greater understanding of his father and ceased to spare some of his victims, whom he complained about his father to, and instead built mighty temples and monuments to himself to increase his power through tribute, strengthening himself and his father. Meanwhile, his father would also raise Thalnok, the fanatic of Crota, as a proxy to observe his absent son after he found favor in the latter's attempts to mantle him. Over time, during his imposed exile, Crota himself would be joined in his symphatic consort, Omnigul, the Will of Crota, a zealous wizard who became the mother of his own devoted brood. The two of them together would raise Crota's own court of disciples, including Sardon, the Fist of Crota, and the Death Singer, Iriet. At one point, a then nameless Lokar had attempted to murder Omnigul to fuel her own tith. Crota gave chase to the fleeing wizard, only for her to have escaped his wrath, frustrating the exiled Hive Prince. He went before Oryx and demanded his father kill Lokar for her impudence. Oryx was instead amused and impressed by the wizard's ability to evade his son, and raised her to his court, rebuking Crota for his simplicity. Crota also created a mighty ogre, for his own design as a means to challenge the wizard Kegor, the World Render, which Omnigul claimed as her own personal summon. Among his greatest of Crota's spawn was Hashladun, the eldest of 4 daughters, along with her sisters Bezereth, Keenox, and Vosher. Even as a young thrall, she came to Crota's attention, as she was able to contend with knights in strength and size. Intrigued by Hashladun, Crota ordered her inundated in the old way of floods to remove her excesses and leave her distilled down to her most powerful form through purification. Hashladun fought the forces Crota sent against her, slaying them all, but Crota himself then came for her, even more deeply impressed by her love for him, expressed by her strong display of will in defying him. Dragging his daughter to a floodplain in the Ascendant realm, he impaled her to its base in the 6 places and began the ritual of inundation. Hashladun survived the ritual and emerged weakened by the ritual, but stronger for it. Murdering the first living thing she encountered to regain her strength, Crota came before her proud and impressed, but in sorrow informed her that in her newfound greatness she could not love him, as most of what had been his in her had washed away, and left behind only what was of her grandfather Oryx. With a cry of joy and grief, he cut a hole in his realm and cast her out of his court to join the ranks of his fathers. At some point in the collapse, Crota and his spawn came to the Sol System, in his everlasting pursuit of the Traveler, and to wipe the last bastion of humanity it had protected. Crota would also leave the Hive in conquering Luna, which held the pyramid of the disciple Nezarec buried beneath the surface since the Traveler's final attack. His spawn hollowed out the planetoid into a war moon, where they laid dormant until they launched their own invasion of Earth during the early City Age. In addition to Luna and the former disciple's pyramid, Crota became interested in the space station's cockatus, which contained experimental gates from the golden age of humanity. He established his hold over these gates and created a manifold into his throne realm. From there, Crota and his brood could commune with whispers echoed through the echoed his gates, learning to create the first weapon of sorrow. The Guardians barely repelled the Hive offense at the Battle of the Burning Lake, not realizing the true threat that the Hive posed. They launched a counterattack on the moon, which was later called the Great Disaster. The sword logic proved to be too much for the Guardians, as countless heroes fell before Crota's blades. The God Knight himself would emerge from the abyss as he cracked Luna's surface with every stroke of his sword, and took the light of every Guardian life that it fell. Gunvor the Dawncaller would rally the remaining Titans from the First Pillar Order in a desperate charge against Crota, sacrificing themselves to the Eater of Hope in a futile bid for time. Soon he would face the legendary Titan Wei Ning, overwhelming the striker with the paracausal might of the sword logic as he impaled her upon his cleaver. As a further show of dominance over his foes and their light, Crota took the life of a Guardian using their own ghost, whose shell was hammered into a knife. His leadership and the power of his sword led to the Hive hordes to victory during the battle, slaying thousands of Guardians and driving them away from the moon for more than a century out of fear of Crota's power. Despite this great victory for the Hive, Crota's plans for further conquest of humanity were put on hold due to his father calling him back to the Ascendant Plane for their final victory together. Within the Sea of Screams, however, 2 knights, one of Oryx and one of Zevo-Arath, engaged in a duel of honor in their respective masters. The duel ended in a draw, but both flung themselves into the depths of an abyss, so the Knight of Oryx failed to make his tribute to a champion of Crota. The setback cost Crota's champion a significant tribute at the necessary time, and thus led to his defeat in a duel against the Sergeant of the God of War. Having suffered a major loss of temples and tributaries for his father, Crota judged it best to sleep upon his throne world and recover his lost tiths while his soul remained tethered to the Ascendant Crystal, giving him a quick means to return to the real universe once his strength was restored. He would also entrust his own sword to the 4 Swarm Princes of the Hidden Swarm, to guard within the depths of the Hellmouth until his return to the physical world. Seeking revenge for the Great Disaster and the death of Wei Ning, Ariana III led 5 other Guardians in an attempt to assassinate Crota within his throne world, but the hordes of Hive dwelling within the Hellmouth managed to overwhelm the fire team, picking them off one by one. Only one of the Guardians, Eris Morn, survived, forever changed by her harrowing experiences trapped in the Hellmouth and obsessed with ending Crota before he awoke. Decades later, Crota's court began preparing for his return to the physical realm by invading the Cosmodrome on Earth, with his consort Omnigul leading the effort to raise the Hive army for a full-scale invasion of the city upon his return. Having foreseen the imminent return of Crota, Eris called upon the aid of a newly risen Guardian to aid her in dismantling Crota's army. The Guardian successfully assassinated Crota's closest lieutenants, including the Swarm Princes and their commander, Sardon. As Crota's resurrection draws near, Eris guides the Guardian to the moon, where the chamber housing Crota's soul was located. The Guardian arrives in the midst of the summoning ritual, and works to disrupt it and slay the ritualist wizards. The crystal tethering Crota's soul in the Chamber of Night would be sent back to the Ascendant realm, banishing his shadowing presence from the physical world, and thereby preventing his corporeal return. Afterwards, Crota's horde was thrown into further disarray when the Guardians killed Omnigul in a strike operation, which prevents any further attempt to fully revive him. Crota's end would be met by the Guardian leading a newly formed raid team upon the Oversoul throne, entering from the deepest pit of the Hellmouth. The Guardian summoned Crota from his crystal to engage in his own throne world, surrounded by his army of Ascendant Hive. When conventional means failed before the Hope Eater, the Guardians turned Crota's own sword logic against him with the cleavers of his broken blades, permanently killing him. Crota's demise ultimately caught the attention of his father Oryx, the then God King of the Hive and Master of the Taken. Enraged by the death of his son, Oryx would bring his dreadnought into the solar system and lead an army of Hive and Taken in revenge against the Guardians. Ironically, Crota's lingering ascendant power was necessary for the Guardians to access the Rupture Gateway into Oryx's sanctum. Returning to the Chamber of Night that tended to the crystal that housed Crota's soul, the Guardians were able to gain a shard of the crystal, but it did not hold a piece of his soul. The Guardians now had to disrupt Crota's death ceremony to gain a sliver of his soul. Entering Crota's fortress, the Guardians narrowly slipped past the Hive defending his tomb, and were able to fill the shard with Crota's death essence. With the Ascendant Shard, the Guardians were successfully able to enter Oryx's throne and defeat him. Like his son, Oryx would later fall to the Guardians who killed Crota, when he was slain by them in his own throne world within the Ascendant Plane. Crota's disowned, heretical, and forgotten brother Nokris would make his own stand against the Guardians, after arising from slumber in the icy depths of Mars' Hellas Basin with his master, the worm god Zal. The Herald of Zal sought to conquer the Red Planet for his god, but like his former family, Nokris would fall against the Warrior of Light. As Crota was the first Hive god the Guardians ever faced and one of their most notorious foes, he haunts the Risen in their memories. Following the Scorn hunts and the continuous fight for the Dreaming City, Crota's form would manifest as a nightmare blocking the Guardians' path to the derelict pyramid beneath the Scarlet Keep. The newly spawned nightmare of Crota would prove too much for the Guardian to face, who took an essence from it before they were saved by Eris Morn. The Guardian would later face the Crota nightmare again as they were coaxed into the interior of the pyramid, which they then succeeded in destroying. Crota's immediate family would be survived by his daughters, Bezereth, Vosher, Keenox, and the eldest Hashladun. Atop the newly erected Scarlet Keep upon Luna in Sorrow's Harbor, the daughters laid plans for the Hive's future, and to achieve vengeance by creating a deathless champion under their control through heretical means. Hashladun and Bezereth would both be killed by Guardians, leaving Vosher and Keenox to complete their work while hiding out. Unfortunately for Crota's line, both Vosher and Keenox, along with their own children, would be killed by Osiris, when Savathun lured the remnants of the Scarlet Court into one place to be destroyed in one fell swoop. The Witch Queen planned this in belief that the bloodline of Oryx had run its course. In his youth, Crota was a great warrior, although extremely brash and arrogant. His father Oryx believed he lacked the cunning of his sisters, which led to Crota being easily tricked by his aunt Savathun into opening a portal into the Vex realm, which taught the machines the sword logic and planted the seeds for the eventual taking of Kira, the blade transform. As the millennia wore on, Crota gained more respect for his father and a greater understanding of the sword logic, increasing both their power through mighty temples of tribute. He exiled his brother Nokris, and remarked that he had a taste for glory. By the time of the Great Disaster, Crota had reached the pinnacle of his strength, and could easily wipe out hundreds of light-empowered guardians, including Wei Ning, one of the last city's greatest champions. Oryx, the Taken King, born Arish, and formerly known as Arix, meaning the Long Thought, was the sovereign of the Osmium throne, the god king of the Hive, and the master of the Taken. Reborn in the darkness itself through a wicked pact with the worm gods, Oryx is the founder of the Hive race, alongside his sisters and fellow deities, Savathun the Witch Queen, and Zivorath, the god of war. Of all the Hive gods, he alone held the power to bend other races to his will through the power to take. Oryx is also the father of the dreaded Crota, a deadly Hive prince who slew thousands of guardians through the great disaster, Nokris, his estranged firstborn and herald of the worm god Zal, as well as 2 death singers and inventors of the Oversoul, twins Iranuk and Irhalak. Enraged at the death of Crota, Oryx traveled to the Sol system aboard his dreadnought, seeking revenge, but was defeated by the Guardian and escaped to his throne world. His second match with the Guardians resulted in his permanent death, and ended the threat he posed to the Sol system, leaving behind a vacancy on his Osmium throne that would remain empty for many years to come. Oryx traces his origins to a gas giant named Fundament, where the Proto-Hive eked out a harsh existence on floating continents, comprised of the shards of their shattered homeworld. Oryx was born as Arish, a Proto-Hive female, and one of 3 surviving daughters of the Osmium King, ruler of the continent called the Osmium Court. Arish's sisters were Zero and Sathona, who together made up the final brood stirred by the Osmium King. When the Osmium King was 10 years old, a lifetime to a Proto-Hive, he succumbed to senility madness, fearing an event called the Synergy, wherein Fundament's 52 moons would align and create a massive tidal wave that would destroy all of Fundament's civilizations. Teox, a sterile mother who had served as a teacher to the king's daughters, feared the royal heirs were too weak to succeed the king, and invited a rival kingdom, the Helium Drinkers of the Helium Court, to invade the Osmium Court as their regent. But the Helium Drinkers invaded and slew the Osmium King. But Arish and her sisters, 2 years old at the time, escaped on a ship and vowed to return one day for their revenge. After a year of traveling the sea, the sisters salvaged an ancient high-tech ship they called the Needle from the Shibui Maelstrom. Zero wanted to sell it at the Kaharan Atoll, a gathering place of Fundament's many species, in order to raise enough money to hire a mercenary army. But Arish wanted to take command of the ship. Sathona sided with Arish, goaded on by a worm that their father had kept. The worm had washed up on the Osmium Court's shores and was seemingly dead, but Sathona could hear it speak. The sisters spent the next 2 years reactivating the ship, until Arish decided to use it to fulfill its intended purpose. She wanted to dive into Fundament's core in the hopes of learning a secret that would prevent the Synergy. As they descended, the sisters encountered a vast creature called the Leviathan, a disciple of the Traveler. The Leviathan warned the sisters against proceeding any further, telling them that they faced a choice between the sky and the deep, the light and the darkness, the way of life and the way of death. The sisters rejected the Leviathan, unable to accept that allowing their people to suffer was a better way, and instead decided to follow the worm Sathona had saved, which urged them to continue diving. Deep within the Fundament Ocean, the sisters encountered the worm gods, who drew their power from the darkness itself. Yul, Ir, Zul, and Akka, the virtuous worms. The worm gods claimed that they had lived and grown in Fundament's depths for millions of years, trapped by the Leviathan and the Traveler. They had called many species to Fundament, hoping one would be tenacious enough to find them. They offered Zero, Sathona, and Arish immortality if they would allow themselves to be hosts for the worm's larvae, with the caveat that if the sisters ceased to obey their natures, Zero's desire to test her strength, Sathona's cunning, Arish's inquisitiveness, their worms would consume them. Furthermore, the stronger the sisters became, the greater their worms' appetites would be. The sisters accepted the pact. Zero took the Night Morph and became Zivorath, the god of war. Sathona took the Mother Morph and became Savathun, the Witch Queen, and Arish took the King Morph, transforming into a male and becoming Arix, the king of the Hive. Over the following years, the siblings returned to their people and spread the worms among them, creating the first Hive and enabling them to first liberate the Osmium Court, then drive Teox and the other fearful species of Fundament to Cahorn Atoll, and finally to build spaceships and break free of Fundament entirely. As Arix and his sisters forced an ultimatum on the remaining proto-hive to accept the worms or perish, Arix turned his attention to Fundament's moons, the Ammonites, who had allied with the Traveler and gave asylum to Teox. Initially, he was willing to negotiate with the Ammonites, but his sister Savathun, under pressure from the worms, killed Arix as punishment. Rather than dying, Arix's soul instead passed to the Ascendant Realm, or the Throne World, where his soul resided until he returned to the mortal realm. Rebuked, Arix purged what sympathy and goodwill he had left. Becoming a merciless tyrant, he and his sisters warred with and killed one another on a regular basis after the defeat of the Ammonites, as part of their worship of the sword logic, in their attempt to become the sharpest blades in the universe, heading to their Ascendant realms when defeated. Their war of revenge against Teox had transformed into a campaign of genocide, when they slew the Ammonites and other interstellar civilizations to feed their worms. The Lords of the Hive also established their Ascendant realms, with Arix naming his the High War. During the war with the Akume, Arix came to realize that the worms had deceived him and his sisters. Their worms' appetites were growing past their ability to feed with death. Meeting with his sisters in the Ascendant realm, surrounded by their servants, some of which despised them for showing weakness, they despaired over their dilemma. When his sisters offered their power to help Arix find a way to save them, Arix killed them, then used that power to confront his patron god Akka. He killed Akka so that he may steal its ability to call upon the deep, and created the Tablets of Ruin, which gave him the power to take. His transformation complete, Arix was now Oryx, the Taken King. During the subsequent war with the Akume, Oryx revived Xivu Arath in an act of war, and revived Savathun in an act of cunning. He then decreed the Tith system. Each hive would kill their enemies, take some to feed their worm, and tith the rest to their superior. Thralls would tith to acolytes, acolytes would tith to knights or wizards, the knights and wizards would tith to the Ascendant Hive. Those who commanded legions of warriors and earned the right to enter the Hive God's Ascendant realms. All of this violence would eventually reach Oryx, Savathun, and Xivu Arath, allowing their worms to feed on violence, while continuing to invoke their inner natures. After destroying the Tashabethi, Oryx used his Tablets of Ruin to commune directly with the voice in the darkness itself. It explained to Oryx that the sword logic was not death for the sake of death, but to aid in the creation of a final shape, which was its ultimate endgame to bring order to an anarchic universe. However, while he spoke to the witness, Savathun and Xivu Arath conspired to maroon him in its realm, cut off his flow of tribute, and steal his tablets. Wandering within the deep and fearing that he was becoming a nihilist, Oryx eventually decided to sire his own spawn. After fighting his way back into real space and defeating his sisters, the results of this were Crota and the Deathsinger twins Iranuk and Irhalak. Unknown to most, Oryx had another son named Nokris, but unlike Crota, he was physically weak in comparison, while Nokris honed his mind, learned powerful magic, and hoarded knowledge. Oryx disfavored him incredibly. Ultimately, Nokris sought to prove himself by speaking to the worm gods the same way Oryx himself did. While most of the worm gods rejected Nokris, the disfavored son managed to forge a pact with Zal. Nokris traded his heart for some of Zal's power and the secrets of necromancy. Oryx soon learned about his son's activities and was utterly furious. Nokris's actions were sacrilege, as necromancy was a heretical violation of the sword logic. For his crimes, the king of the Hive exiled him and removed all references of his disowned son from the world's grave, the books of sorrow, and most of his own memories. Only a statue remained as the only reference to his forgotten son. One day, the Death Singers were refining their death songs and came up with the idea of the Oversoul. Intrigued, Oryx commanded Crota to watch his sisters, so that he might learn something. However, while Oryx was off studying the deep, Crota was deceived by Savathun into using his cleaver to cut a portal in the High War, allowing the Vex to enter. For 100 years, the children of Oryx waged war with the Vex, who quickly deduced the sword logic and worship of the deep as key to attaining power in the High War. However, while the Hive were able to overpower the Vex, they were unable to push them out, as they lost too much of their power when entering the Vex conflicts. The situation became so severe that the worm era itself demanded that Oryx return and end the war. Quickly returning to the High War, Oryx used his powers to take the Vex and clear his throne world. Angered at his son's imperfection, Oryx threw Crota into the Vex Gate network, decreeing that come home victorious or die forgotten. At first, Crota resented his father for his seeming abandonment, but after time came to understand his father and built temples to Oryx and the Deep, eventually becoming a vital link in Oryx's Tith of Death and achieving godhood himself. However, Oryx recognized that the threat of the Vex invading his throne world could not happen again, so he moved to the High War into the mighty Dreadnought, scrimshawed from the remains of Akka. During the Hive's campaign against the Harmony and the Vex, Kira Blade Transform presented Oryx with a simulation of his former self, Arish. Oryx looked upon the simulation with amusement, while Arish looked upon Oryx in horror, demanding to know what he had done to her sisters and her people. In the end, Oryx took Kira and presented the Vex and its simulation to Savathun. When she asked him what proof they had that they were doing was right, Oryx simply replied that the Hive's existence was proof enough in their own convictions to live eternal by the sword logic. Following the war with the Harmony, Savathun decided that her fleets would enter the black hole that the Harmony lived around, claiming they would become stronger for it, while Ziva Arath took her fleets away from Oryx's as she felt he constrained her too much. The exact nature of Oryx was once unknown to the Guardians, but the name Oryx appeared often enough in Hive rituals that it could not be ignored. Shrines dedicated to Oryx used by the Hive to communicate with Oryx across the universe were known to exist throughout the Sol system. Osiris studied the Hive extensively and foretold that the spawn of Crota would one day pave the way for Oryx's coming by snuffing out the worlds of light. Members of the Blood of Oryx, Hive sect, are thought to be a direct servant to Oryx himself, though it is speculated that he is the master of all other Hive sects as well. After learning of the death of his son, Crota, Oryx personally traveled to the Sol system aboard his dreadnought, accompanied by a Hive fleet and his Taken army. While staging his fleet in the rings of Saturn, Oryx and his fleet were attacked by the forces of the Reefborn Awoken, led by Queen Mara Sov and Prince Uldren Sov. An intense battle ensued, as both forces seemed to be equally matched. Queen Mara and her Techions then summoned the Harbingers, weapons of mysterious power that plowed through Oryx's fleet, but was unable to damage the dreadnought. Oryx activated his Oversoul in return, and unleashed a massive wave of energy that not only destroyed the Awoken fleet, but also his own, and created a massive hole within Saturn's rings. Now with his forces stalled above Saturn, Oryx was forced to stand down his invasion of the inner system, and therefore unleashed his Taken to regain his lost advantage. At some point after the Battle of Saturn, Oryx's essence took the remaining Techions from the battle, and managed to seep into the Dreaming City that they inadvertently opened for him, causing a Taken corruption that warped the Awoken City in between their reality and their ascendant plane. There it reached Riven, last of the known wish-granting Amakara that Mara Sov had hid away. Oryx offered to take Riven away. Riven, eager to try bargaining with the king, told Oryx to take whatever he wished, as long as he wished. Oryx's forces first attacked Cabal bases on Phobos and Mars. Cabal detachments were devastated within hours, with the Sand Eaters suffering a catastrophic 58% casualties, while the Blind Legion and the Dust Giants lost 35 and 39% of their numbers respectively. The Vanguard discovered Oryx's presence after sending a Guardian to Phobos to investigate a Cabal distress signal, by which time Taken covens began appearing on multiple worlds, ushering in the Taken War. Oryx was nearly beaten when the Guardian breached his sanctum and attacked him, but this was only a temporary setback. Using his Taken powers, he warped himself into the Ascendant plane. Meanwhile, his Taken, led by his Echoes, continued to harass the system. Once the Blights had been removed, the Guardians turned their attention on Oryx and his Hive and Taken champions. By overthrowing the court of Oryx and killing his minions, they were able to invade deeper into the Dreadnought. After killing his closest allies, like the War Priest and Golgoroth, including his own daughters, Oryx returns to fight the Guardians once more, this time having transformed himself into his true Ascendant form, a gigantic monster with the power to crush the Guardians with his fists. Here he attempted to pull the Guardians into the darkness and take them, but they were able to use Oryx's own captured light against him. By slaying the Light Eater ogres, and then detonating the light they left behind, The blight in Oryx's chest erupted in a violent burst that brought about the king's permanent death. Through his lifeless, calcified body was left adrift in orbit around Saturn. Oryx's ravenous heart, however, remained. Eris Morn used the heart to construct a weapon, the Torch of Malice. Ironically, in accordance to the Book of Sorrow, Oryx had intended this, as it would have been his final means of maintaining his ascendant immortality through the continued use of the ravenous heart to feed, as well as mantling the one who vanquished him as his successor to the Osmium throne. He only succeeded in one of his goals, however. The one who defeated him, the Guardian, would not take Oryx's throne, and therefore defied the logic Oryx spent millennia perfecting. Known as the first navigator in life, Oryx's defeat would leave the Hive and the Taken leaderless within the Sol system, but unfortunately they were still enough of a threat that the Guardians continued to fight them. The Taken in particular languished without the Master's power, and continued to decay unless someone took Oryx's place. Two individuals in particular would attempt to assume Oryx's throne, Alak-Hul the Darkblade and Malak the Pride of Oryx. However, both were quickly killed by the same Guardians who defeated Oryx, before either could take up the mantle of the Taken King. A third individual, Norusk, the servant of Oryx, attempted to flee the prison of elders, but was slain by a fire team before he could assume the throne. Even by the time of the Red War, the Taken continued to haunt the system, primarily on Earth and Io, and it appears that Oryx's sister Savathun has not only taken command of Hive broods on Titan, but is also attempting to seize control of the Taken. At the end of the Red War and the reawakening of the Traveler in the frozen ice caps on Mars, the worm god Zol awakened to destroy the war-mind core of Rasputin. Leading Zol's army was Oryx's loss and Ison's son, Nokris. However, like Crota and Oryx, Nokris would fail against the Guardians, and Zol followed shortly after. However, it turned out both Zol and Nokris would find a way to cheat death, the former by transforming into the Whisper of the Worm, using the anthem Anthemane, in a similar vein to Oryx, and the latter thanks to Zol's power and his own knowledge of necromancy. At a later date during the chaos that engulfed the reef, Savathun gained a new and powerful ally in the Amakara Oryx had taken during the beginning of the Taken War, Riven. It is implied that his defeat was due in some way to his previous bargain with Riven. Nonetheless, without a master, Riven was aimless until the Witch Queen encouraged the wish-making creature to serve her, allowing her to be closer to gaining full control over the Taken. Though Riven would ultimately fall to the same warrior of light that defeated Oryx, her physical death would allow the Dreaming City to be taken. Meanwhile, Oryx's youngest sister, Xivu-Arath, the Hive god of war, has also begun a campaign of the Hive and Taken to raid the Dreaming City of its secrets. This is likely the result of possible collusion between the two Hive god sisters against the Guardians that vanquished their brother. Oryx's name and form would continue to haunt the Guardians who defeated him. A rogue Lightbearer in particular, the Drifter, found him as the scariest Hive he could think of, and used his form to create a primeval Taken in the Tier 3 of his Reckoning game. This Taken Guardian's face would be known as the likeness of Oryx, which is a shadowy projection of Oryx, the Taken King. Much later on, the daughters of Crota, Oryx's granddaughters led by Hashladun, would seek to use the energies of the Lunar Pyramid to regain the Hive's advantage against the Guardians and avenge their fallen lineage. Taking command of the Hidden Swarm, constructing the massive red fortress of the Scarlet Keep, and utilizing forbidden Hive magic, the daughters of Crota managed to control the nightmares and protect themselves against the Pyramid's energy. Further, Hashladun and her sisters conceived a plot to recreate the fallen Oryx, a necessary violation of the sword logic since the Taken King was never succeeded by his conquerors. However, Hashladun would be destroyed by the Guardians that fell her father and grandfather before her plot could reach fruition. The Witch Queen, the Hive Ghost Finch, led the Guardian to a temple Savathun had built in the throne world and dedicated to her brother. And guarded by Oryx's foster son, Alak-Hul, now resurrected in the light as the Lightblade, it houses an enormous statue of Oryx defeating Akka. More importantly to the mission, though, it also turned out to be the resting spot of one of the Tablets of Ruin. As the Guardian made their investigation into how the Witch Queen and her Lucent brood managed to claim the light, the tablet they acquired from the temple showed them her plan to steal the Traveler was more so they learned that Oryx's sister had refused to take her brother's place as master of the Taken, and on going back to the decision they had made millennia ago. In contrast, Xivo Arath remained steadfast on the path Oryx and their family once walked together on, remaining furious at his death, but more so on the fact the Guardians did not take his place, calling it blasphemy. The Hive god of war would eventually consult with her fallen brother during her time in continuing the goal of reaching the final shape, regaling her exploits in conquering to battle, and her fury in Savathun's conversion to the light. In the end, Xivo Arath vowed to honor Oryx as the navigator that he was by ensuring the final shape happens. When Titan returned to the solar system after being absorbed by the Witness's powers, Oryx's body was found on the seabed, after stopping an attempt by the Lucent Brood to revive the Taken King. A team of the Hidden descended into the abyss to recover body samples for analysis. Following this were found concentrations of Taken energy in the cellular structure, and a darkness still active, but without direction and willpower, still capable of inducing hallucinations to those that came near it. This allowed the body to absorb knowledge and memories, but not to react. Furthermore, the biological mass of the corpse demonstrated a slow but active mitosis, which led the body to grow and change even without a mind. Despite the Hidden's advice to dispose of the body, Ikora decided to extract the corpse and hide it in a secure vanguard site, as she did with Savathun. Xivo Arath, the god of war, formerly known as Zero, is a Hive god and youngest sister to Savathun, the Witch Queen, and Oryx, the Taken King. Together with her two siblings, she was a progenitor of the contemporary Hive species and one of its chief gods, having made a pact with the worms of Fundament. She is driven to become the mightiest warrior in the universe, and her influence is present wherever armed conflict takes place. Xivo Arath was born Zero on the gas giant of Fundament, with her sisters Arush and Sathona. Her father was the Osmium King, the ruler of the Osmium Court. She was a member of a short-lived proto-Hive species called the Krill, whose original homeworld had crashed into the gas giant millions of years ago. As a young Krill, she was fascinated by her surroundings, attempting daring feats that would have killed lesser beings. She took 6 of the Stormjoy's bait stars because of this. Above all, she wanted to be a warrior, a knight like her father's warriors. When her father became mad and raved about the Sinigi and the helium drinkers invaded at the urging of Teox, Zero used her bait stars to help her sisters escape, and confronted Arush as they fled their home. Together with her sisters, she swore a blood oath on the mast of their ship, upon her left eye, to avenge their father and kill Teox. When they salvaged an ancient high-tech ship from the Shavui maelstrom, Zero wanted to sell it to raise an army and kill Teox immediately, but was convinced by Sathona that it was worthless. During their aimless journey at the behest of Sathona, who was guided by their father's worm familiar, Zero cleaned up the ship and attempted to take her sisters' minds off their task. Eventually, when Sathona fretted they would not be able to avenge their father, and Arash concluded that they would have to dive, Zero was initially afraid but understood. Zero warned them, however, that this is how the crew had died. But Sathona, urged on by the worm, agreed with Arash. The sisters took the needle into the deep. They finally reached a point where they could use the ship's sensors on the oceans. To their horror, they discovered that the synergy was real, and that Fundament's moons had already aligned. Just then, they were encountered by the Leviathan, a creature long spoken of in Krill myth. The Leviathan warned the sisters that they needed to turn back, or else would unleash disaster upon the universe, saying that they faced a choice between the light, which offered civilization, and the darkness, which offered only violence. However, the Leviathan offered no hope to the sisters to avoid the synergy. Sathona then revealed the worm's help to her sisters, and how it urged them to go down. Rejecting the Leviathan's warnings, the sisters dove into the core. Reaching the very center of Fundament, the 3 sisters found the worm gods Akka, Ir, Zol, and Yul. The worm gods offered the 3 sisters a chance for the Krill to escape Fundament, as well as to achieve immortality. All they had to do was take the worm's larvae into them as symbiotes and spread them among the Krill. The worms possessed the caveat that the sisters must never cease their natures. Zero must always test her strength, Sathona must always be cunning, and Arash must always try to understand. The sisters accepted the pact and became the first hive. Zero took the night morph and became Zivu-Arath. Sithona took the mother morph and became Savathun, and Arash took the king morph, transforming into a male and becoming Arix, the king of the hive, and eventually Oryx. As Arix and his sisters forced an ultimatum on the remaining Krill to accept the worms or perish, turning them into the hive, Arix turned his attention to Fundament's moons, and gave the Ammonites, there who had allied with the Traveler, and gave asylum to Teox. Initially, he was willing to negotiate with the Ammonites, but his sister Savathun, under pressure from the worms, killed Arix as punishment. But rather than dying, Arix's soul instead passed to his ascendant realm, or throne world, where his soul resided until he returned to the mortal realm. Rebuked, Arix purged what sympathy and goodwill he had left, becoming a merciless tyrant. He and his sisters warred with one another on a regular basis after the defeat of the Ammonites as part of their worship of the sword logic, and their attempt to become the sharpest blades in the universe, heading to their ascendant realms when defeated. Their war of revenge against Teox had transformed into a campaign of genocide, when they slew the Ammonites and other interstellar civilizations to feed their worms. While Arix and Savathun established courts to practice and study the sword logic, Zivu-Arath declined, declaring that her court would be everywhere war was found. During the war with the Akume, Arix came to realize that the worm had deceived him and his sisters. Their worms' appetites were growing past their ability to feed with death. Meeting with his sisters in the Ascendant Realm, surrounded by their servants, some of which despised them for showing weakness, they despaired over their dilemma. When his sisters offered their power to help Arix find a way to save them, Arix killed them, and used that power to confront his patron god Akka, the Worm of Secrets. He killed Akka so that he may steal its ability to call upon the deep, and then created the Tablets of Ruin, which gave him the power to take. His transformation complete, Arix was now Oryx, the Taken King. During the subsequent war with the Akume, Oryx revived Zivu-Arath in an act of war, and revived Savathun in an act of cunning. He then decreed the Tith system. Each hive would kill their enemies, take some of their feed to their own worm, and tith the rest to their superior. Thralls would tith to acolytes, acolytes would tith to knights or wizards, the knights and wizards would tith to the Ascendant Hive, those who commanded legions of warriors and earned the right to enter the Hive God's Ascendant realms. All of this violence would eventually reach Oryx, Savathun, and Zivu-Arath, allowing their worms to feed on violence while continuing to invoke their inner natures. Following the Golden Amputation, Oryx declared to his sisters that the Hive had conquered its way to the edge of the deep, and that it had granted him a personal audience. As Oryx retreated into his throne world to commune with it, Savathun conspired with Zivu-Arath to strand him there and steal his Tablets of Ruin by cutting off the tribute flowing through his Tith system. They were ultimately unsuccessful. On returning, Oryx deceived Zivu-Arath and poisoned her own flow of tribute, so that she could never try to steal his tablets again. In the aftermath of this attempted betrayal, one of Oryx's daughters, Ir-Halak, visited Zivu-Arath's throne world and tested her death song there. All who heard it were irreversibly killed. Zivu-Arath complained about Ir-Halak's behavior to Oryx, who was greatly amused. After the Vex invaded Oryx's throne world, Savathun tipped Zivu-Arath off as to its location. Zivu-Arath planned an ambush, but Oryx, aware of his own vulnerability, evaded her by moving his throne into the Dreadnought. Following the war with the Harmony, Savathun decided that her fleets would enter the black hole that the Harmony lived around, claiming that she would become stronger for it, while Zivu-Arath took her fleets away from Oryx's, as she felt he constrained her too much. A year following the Red War, Zivu-Arath began committing some of her forces to the solar system, possibly in aid of her sister Savathun or for her own schemes. An ogre, Meager, spawn of Zivu, was imprisoned in the Prison of Elders and broke free during the Scorpion's jailbreak. A substantial force of Hive and Taken, apparently obedient to Zivu-Arath, also invaded the Dreaming City after its unsealing, pillaging it for awoken relics towards an unknown purpose. These forces were destroyed by the Guardian, and the relics returned to the Awoken. At some point, her sister Savathun had been secretly working in her name to undermine the Cabal homeworld of Tabadal, corrupting Evocate General Uman-Arath into becoming a worshipper of Zivu-Arath. Driven by obsession over war, Arath undertook a hive ritual in the capital city to summon the god of war to their planet, which was accidentally completed when Catel, the Princess Imperial, slew Arath, providing the blood and sacrifice needed to open a portal for Arath to come through with her armada of war moons and an army of HIVE. As she invaded to battle, Arath declared that the Cabal had been worshipping her for as long as they venerated war, and that she had finally come to claim her overdue tribute. Her forces overwhelmed the Cabal's defenses and drove Empress Catel to evacuate the remaining population to the remnants of her fleet and retreat to the Sol System. Following the second arrival of the Black Fleet in the Sol System and the sudden disappearance of Savathun from her court, Arath began marshaling her forces into the system and making her influence even more overt. Her High Celebrant began spawning cryptoliths throughout the system, corrupting Hive, Fallen, and Cabal alike that came within range of them into Wrathborn subjects. Though Arath's High Celebrant would be hunted down and killed by the Guardians, it was later on revealed that her Wrathborn were not only attacking the solar system, but also spread out across the galaxy. Most notably, the Cabal themselves had been under siege since the fall of their world, prompting the newly coronated Empress Catel to propose an alliance with the last city to stand against the Hive god of war. Despite the gift Savathun had given her, Arath has begun to actively hunt her sister, apparently at the behest of another, forcing the Witch Queen to go into hiding. Following Osiris's loss of his light, Savathun saved him from Arath and began to adopt his form, knowing that Arath would never expect to find her sister within the last city. Arath would continue to hunt her sister regardless, but her efforts would distort the Ascendant plane, which ultimately led her to corner the awoken Queen Mara Sov, who was being escorted by her Tachyon coven. Though Mara managed to escape, Arath captured her coven, taking them into her service. To save her people, the Dreaming City, and combat the Black Fleet, Mara Sov strikes a bargain with Savathun in exchange for excising her worm from her being. She would release Osiris. In addition, Mara Sov wishes to stabilize the Ascendant plane with her rescued Tachyons using the ley lines, which would prevent Arath from corrupting it to her advantage. Later on, she would task Kel'Garath, risen from bones, to steal an awoken artifact. Kel'Garath would attempt to do so, but the Guardian would get in there first, taking the relic and using it to kill Kel'Garath and the pillagers accompanying him. Despite the efforts of Arath's horde, they failed to prevent the Guardians from saving Mara Sov's coven, as well as securing the ley lines back into the Awoken's hands. On the day of the ritual to excise Savathun's worm, Arath, in a last-ditch effort to capture her sister, had her horde launch a massive assault on the Dreaming City and attempted to overwhelm the Blind Well. Despite being unsuccessful in preventing the realignment of the ley lines, this would allow the Hive army to travel through the Ascendant plane and begin swarming the ritual spire, in which the exorcism was taking place, until they were once again pushed back by the Guardians. Desperate to capture Savathun, Arath sent Kurutus, Kolix, and finally her champion Kel'Garath to stop the ritual, forcing their way into the spire. Regardless of her horde's forces and her champion's efforts, they ultimately failed and were defeated at the hands of the Lightbearers, allowing Mara Sov to successfully remove the Witch Queen's worm. Following her failure to prevent the exorcism and being unable to capture her sister, Arath would have her forces lay low and gather their strength as the Guardians would handle the Witch Queen themselves, after she had resurfaced as a Lightbearer along with some of her followers in the Lucent Brood. Her forces would engage the Lucent Hive in defending the Scarlet Keep from being taken from them for a ritual to invade Earth, but would engage the Guardians and the Imperial Cabal who sought to prevent the Lucent ritual. However, after the Guardians defeated Savathun and learned the existence of Arath's master, the Witness, forced back the Lucent Brood, dealt with a resurgence of nightmares on a returned Leviathan, and bested Aramis from claiming the relics of Nezarec as ordered by the Witness, Arath and her forces would re-emerge and consolidate their power in preparation for the Witness's return. In addition, Arath would be ordered by her master to punish Aramis for her failure by summoning the majority of the House of Salvation into her Wrathborn. Some of the House's leaders were even slain and then raised to scorn. To prepare for the Black Fleet's return and weaken the denizens of the Sol System, Arath and her Wrathborn sought to corrupt the Warsat network, which remained vulnerable ever since the Warmind Rasputin was left incapacitated by the Black Fleet's earlier arrival. With the aid of House Salvation's splicers, the Wrathborn and Zivor-Arath's horde managed to gain access to some of Rasputin's defense systems, even gain entry into the Seraph Station, the main hub of the network. But the whole Warsat network remained out of reach. To gain full control over the Warmind's arsenal, Zivor-Arath directed her forces to seek out and subjugate one of the Warmind's creators, Clovis Bray, who existed as an AI within the exoscience labs on Europa. Her combined force of Wrathborn, Fallen, and Hive gained entry into the labs, and nearly claimed Clovis, but the scientist would be rescued by the Guardians, as they sought him out to restore the Warmind. The Guardians would reluctantly work with the Bray Patriarch, who would direct them to seek out the submines, pieces of the Warmind that were separated from Rasputin in the event of damage. Zivor-Arath would have her forces guard these vaults from assaults, but the Guardian would instead infiltrate the vaults, slay their defenders, and claim the data they need. One defender was her most loyal and devoted warrior, Kel'Garath, returned once more despite his past failures, now made a Darkblade. After the Guardians gathered enough submine data for Rasputin to speak directly and reveal Clovis's deception, leading to him being cast out by his granddaughters, Mara Sov would begin to have suspicions on Zivor-Arath's motives. Noting that the War God's armies are legion, yet using only her Wrathborn as token-level force, and she is more tactician than brute than originally believed, the Awoken Queen suspected that corrupting the Warmind's network may not be the end goal Zivor-Arath is seeking. Remembering that Zivor-Arath's worm feeds off of destruction and conflict, just as Savathun's worm fed off of guile and deceit, Mara would come to the conclusion that Zivor-Arath's true plan is her wanting the Guardians to restore Rasputin, and have him use his vast arsenal to smite her Wrathborn, to not only feed her worm from the destruction that would follow, but also fuel a powerful ritual. A spell to open a portal over Earth large enough to send her armies through and overwhelm humanity, just as she had accomplished on the Cabal's homeworld of Tabotl. Mara would bring this conclusion to the Vanguard Coalition, stating that to prevent Zivor-Arath from achieving her goal, they must not restore the Warmind. Anna Bray, however, voices her objections, stating that Rasputin is more than a weapon, and that humanity needs him as an ally if they are to survive the witnesses coming. Mara then suggests that instead of a complete victory, they restore Rasputin as Anna wants, but he refrained from smiting the Wrathborn, denying Zivor-Arath the requirements she needs for her ritual. The rest of the Coalition's leaders agree to the plan. Unfortunately for Zivor-Arath, her aspirations for invading Earth would be for naught. Though Aramis finally managed to gain access to the Warsat network, activating the Warmind's abhorrent imperative, a protocol where the network would target the Traveler should the entity leave humanity, Rasputin sacrificed himself with his Aura Sacrifice Order to destroy the entire Warsat network. With her aspirations for a ritual ruined, Zivor-Arath ordered her Wrathborn and Hive forces to pull back from the inner system, though her forces would continue to cling to Europa, forcing the Guardians to continue operations there. Zivor-Arath's hunt for Asha following Titan's reappearance after having previously been taken by the Witness. A team of Guardians consisted of the Young Wolf, Commander Zavala, Saint 14, and Lord Saladin, landed on the rig in an attempt to reach Deputy Commander Sloan, who had broadcast a distress signal shortly after the moon reappeared. The team encountered Hive and Taken forces belonging to Zivor-Arath, who directly addressed the Guardians telepathically through her battle song. She taunted Saint 14 in particular, remarking that Sagira had been a foe worthy of death while Osiris had not, driving the Titan into rage. The Guardians succeeded in locating Sloan and learned of her predicament. The duty commander was particularly taken after Titan was claimed by the Witness, which allowed her to tune into the enemy's radio, but was afflicted by damning whispers, which almost led her to be claimed by Zivor-Arath, but thanks to the creature Asha, Sloan was slaved and established a connection with her. Understanding that they share a foe in the Witness, the Guardians work with Sloan in helping her in strengthening her connection to Asha, thereby allowing her to decipher her messages. As the Guardians worked this, they clashed with Zivor-Arath's Wrathborn, with the War God taunting them. However, as the Guardians learned about the Lucent Hive attempting to conduct a ritual to resurrect Oryx with the light, they found calcified fragments that recorded Zivor-Arath's personal thoughts regarding the Hive's purpose in enacting the final shape. in her potent grief at the loss of her brother. Despite the efforts of her hive and Taken, including Kelgarath and those who once served the Witch Queen, the Guardians managed to gain enough Agora Coral to help Sloane interpret Asha's messages, including one where she spoke of the Witness's origins. However, during one of the Guardians' deep dive missions, Ziva Wrath sensed an opportunity to strike at Asha while the Guardian was distracted, conducting a ritual that struck Asha, forcing the worm to leave the safety of the arcologies to a ritual site in a vain attempt to disrupt the ritual, but ended up captured. Ziva Wrath ordered the orchestrators of the ritual, 3 Screams of Ziva Wrath, to begin the ritual where she will take Asha. The Coalition caught wind of this, and the combined efforts of Sloane, Saint 14, Saladin, and Zavala occupied her forces enough to allow the Guardian to reach the ritual site. Taking out each wizard and using the Drifter's machine to purify the Agori Coral not only disrupted the ritual, but each one wounded Ziva Wrath herself. But the Hive War God would laugh following each wounding. Yet regardless of her Hive and Taken forces, Ziva Wrath's ritual failed, allowing Asha to return safely and deliver the last piece of her message, while her forces initiated a full retreat. The worm attempted to speak it through Sloane, but the deputy commander nearly became possessed by the Hive War God, who once again taunted her, but thanks to Zavala, Sloane was able to regain control over herself. With her connection clear, Asha spoke through Sloane and informed the Vanguard that while the path to the Witness is obscured, one individual may know a way to follow. One Asha speaks as she who hides the truth in deception, Savathun herself. If the Vanguard wishes to follow and stop the Witness, then they will have no other choice but to allow the Witch Queen to be revived. Following her failure to take Asha, Ziva Wrath communed with the Witness upon the Dreadnought, who expressed its doubts as to Zivu's abilities, and nonetheless commanded her to prepare to fight against Savathun in the event the Vanguard chose to allow her resurrection. She would allow the Guardian an audience inside her temple, underneath Kraken Mare. With this invitation, she issued a challenge to them to defeat a Taken knight named Cole, the Executioner Knight, then a powerful tormentor in her service, Omen, Blade of the Black Terrace. After defeating the tormentor, she deems them worthy, awarding them the Wicked Implement, the use of which would allow them to not only tith to her, but become strong enough to face her directly. So, after weighing their options, Ikora and Eris believed that there was no other way to follow the Witness, but to allow the Witch Queen to be revived and gain the information she possessed. Reaching out to Savathun's ghost Amaru, offering him the Witch Queen's body to be revived in exchange for the knowledge they seek, Amaru instead offers a bargain of his own, citing that Savathun anticipated that the Vanguard would need her. He will revive Savathun, but only after killing her sister Ziva Wrath for good, and will provide the aid necessary for it. Despite the terms, Ikora and Eris agree, but after journeying through Savathun's spire and hearing a recording from her stating that they cannot confront Ziva Wrath directly, for the Hive God of War cannot be defeated conventionally, for she feeds off of all conflict. Therefore, only a Hive God of equal strength can defeat Ziva Wrath, using the Hive's own sword logic. Understanding that the task now falls to her, Eris Morn volunteers herself to become a Hive, and with the Guardian as her acolyte, she would feed from the kills until she grows strong enough to challenge the Hive God of War. Though Ikora objects to this plan, fearing for Eris's well-being, she is convinced that there's no other way, for simply maintaining their current stalemate with Ziva Wrath is not feasible, nor can they outright battle with her. In either case, they will lose. After performing a ritual that turns Eris Morn into the Hive God of Vengeance, the Guardians begin slaying Hive and other creatures found within the Witch Queen's obulette, found beneath Savathun's spire as tiths to her, which allows Eris to grow in strength. However, Ziva Wrath became aware of Eris's ascension and welcomed it, even calling Eris her new sister, which Eris adamantly denies. Nonetheless, Ziva Wrath sends her forces to claim Savathun's spire, once viewing the sanctum as heresy, but came to the conclusion that even the light can adhere to the sword logic. But the Guardians managed to clear the spire of Savathun's forces. Further, the Guardians prevented the War God's forces from slaying the prisoners found in the altars of summoning, slaying them themselves as tiths to Eris. During all of this, Ziva Wrath continued to taunt Eris, goading her to give in to her new Hive nature and accept the sword logic as truth. even welcoming the upcoming challenge the two will have. But Eris remains steadfast against her words. With her hand forced, Xivu Arath summons one of her most powerful warriors, the Leviathan Eater, the bane of the Ammonites, to face the Guardians, but the entity withdraws as it merely tested their capabilities, and it'll be back once Xivu Arath's brood have been organized. After Eris prepared herself for the Guardian's final tith, she opened the way to the altar of the sword, where Xivu Arath had her Leviathan-eating waiting. Though the god of war welcomed the challenge greatly, her favored champion ultimately fell to the Guardians, their tith strengthening Eris. However, what Xivu Arath didn't expect was Eris Morn slaying a revived Savathun, gaining millennia worth of power as the Witch Queen hadn't been killed since the separation of her worm. Combining that power with the tiths the Guardians had collected, Eris Morn had become the most powerful Hive god, surpassing even Xivu Arath. However, instead of challenging the Hive god of war directly, Eris Morn weaves a spell that banishes Xivu Arath from her own throne world, rendering her mortal and vulnerable. With her spell finished, Eris collapses and eventually returns to her human form, but confirms to the Guardian that Xivu Arath is furious at her defeat, and being severed from her throne world, she can't grow in strength from her tiths, which Ikora believes will make her more open to being challenged should Xivu Arath appear. Savathun, meanwhile, found great amusement in her sister's predicament, enough to send Xivu Arath a message taunting her, though the war god would not respond. Following her banishment from her own throne world, Xivu Arath went into hiding, not taking part in the final battle between the Coalition and the Witness. Her Hive forces, however, would still serve the Witness in combating the Guardians as they found a path to enter the Traveler's Pale Heart. After the Guardians found the weakness of the Witness, they would continue their efforts to heal the Traveler and locate any remaining lost ghosts. One of these missions involved finding and saving Akasha, a ghost that had been systematically scanning Awoken territory for years, and whose last known location was the Dreaming City. After finding Akasha, Marasov, Micah, and Crow would deduce from the movements across the ley lanes that as Xivu Arath didn't join the Witness in its invasion of the Pale Heart, she was planning to turn the forces of the Black Fleet and the Coalition against each other to gain an advantage. Xivu Arath would continue to move the Hive forces from her broods through the Ascendant Plane en masse, while Mara was focused on holding back the final shape, and couldn't keep an eye on her city's ley lines, cutting her losses for her previous master, and gathering her strength for the war that would follow the war against the Witness. Another of these missions involved finding and saving Citrine, a ghost obsessed with Mormont hardware, and whose last known location was Mars. Here, the Guardian would traverse the unpredictable rifts that cursed the planet. Micah would detect Xivu Arath's Hive forces were sent back to the planet to investigate the time anomalies, and the team would confront and kill Kel'Garath, risen from bones, manifested from when he was trying to conquer the location, to prevent Xivu Arath from retrieving any functional Warmind tech, while Mara would dispatch her Tachyons to seal the rift, even if temporarily. Though the Coalition rejoiced in the Witness's fall, they nonetheless understood that its death left a power vacuum that some of its former servants are seeking to fill and continue to enact the final shape. They also hadn't forgotten that Xivu Arath remained at large. Though she was mortal, the Hive God of War remained a threat that the Guardians would have to contend with in the future. Eris Morn inquired as to where Xivu and Savathun had fled after the final shape was prevented. So, compared to her siblings, Xivu Arath is the least subtle, but the most bloodthirsty, boisterous and wrathful of the three. Nearly every time she speaks, it is in booming roars, ferocious growls, and screams of bloodlust, and is literally the embodiment of war. She relishes conflict and strife in all its forms. She is a master of siege warfare and an expert strategist, with her brood being far better organized and battle-hardened than even Oryx's Hive. Even Savathun's ghost in Maru has admitted that Xivu Arath is the Witness's best general. While her tactical abilities are exceptional, Xivu Arath has often been shown to be simpler, easier to fool, and generally less intelligent than her siblings. While she was disguised as Osiris, Savathun stated that her sister lacked a sense of creativity and ambitions on her own. After observing that she was merely pushing through the cracks within the Dreaming City that the Witch Queen had previously left behind. However, it would be gravely foolish to underestimate Xivu Arath. For what she lacks in subtlety, she makes up for in determination, cruelty, and ferocity. She has also proven very adept at emotional manipulation, most notably with Sloane after Titan was taken, mocking her and tempting her to give in to the violence. In Xivu Arath's own words, she targets her enemies' weaknesses and infects them. Doing so leaves her opponents doubting themselves, or giving into rage which would fuel the conflict that feeds her and her worm. Xivu Arath values persistence as much as she does strength, as she is empowered by the willingness of others to remain fighting. This is best exemplified by her continued support of Kel'Garath risen from bones, whom she continued to resurrect and propped up as a steady source of tith, despite his repeated defeats and deaths. Xivu Arath continues to be a fanatical believer in the Hive's sword logic, even as her sister and various other lesser Hive have abandoned their beliefs and turned to heresy. When learning of Oryx's death and his slayer's refusal to assume his mantle as the Taken King, Xivu Arath became utterly furious and hysterical, calling it blasphemy. She felt utter betrayal when she learned that Savathun had turned her back on the darkness and converted to the light. Eris Morn derisively stated that Xivu Arath is desperate to prove the sword logic, in order to vindicate the Hive's efforts and prove the Traveler's path is a lie. Eris further described Xivu Arath's desire for the sword logic's truth, of a world without doubt, pity, or grief, as being akin to a child's cry. Following her brother's death, Xivu Arath outright asked herself whether or not her decision to take up the sword logic and side with the witness was all for nothing. To Xivu Arath, as they were all virtually Hive, love and hate are essentially equivalent to concepts. Though she killed Oryx many times in the past, Xivu Arath has nothing but glowing praise and affection for her brother, as seen in the memories found in the Ghosts of the Deep mission. Xivu Arath sees him as a source of inspiration and guidance throughout their lives, as both Krill and Hive, calling him the navigator of her life. She was utterly furious after learning of his death and laments the doubt it left behind, audibly wailing when recounting his death, showing herself to be a sister in mourning. Her grief was such that she did not oppose the Lucent Hive as they sought to resurrect her brother in the light, a heretical violation of the sword logic, as it would bring her brother back after suffering a true death. Xivu Arath's relationship with her sister Savathun is more complicated, as while the Witch Queen gifted her with the conquest of Tabotl, Xivu Arath later relentlessly hunted her sister after learning of her intention to abandon the sword logic and betray the witness for the light, something that the war god found both heretical and infuriating. Savathun claimed that Xivu Arath was actually hunting her out of fear of losing her, because separating herself from her worm would also render Savathun separated from her sister. Somewhat sadly, the Witch Queen admitted that however deeply she cared for Xivu Arath, it wasn't enough to deter her from her chosen path. Nonetheless, despite the love that the sisters may have once had, Xivu Arath remains angry with the Witch Queen's abandonment of their ways, leading the god of war to deface what Savathun once possessed and twist her former lieutenants into her servants. Zaven, the daughter of Xivu Arath, is a taken knight, seen in the first part of the Oracle Engine mission. She, along with her siblings, were tasked with barring the way to the Oracle Engine from the Scorn, Awoken, and Guardians, which is where she'll meet her end by the Guardian. Assuming by name, she is one of several spawn of Xivu Arath. Tyr Balak, the daughter of Xivu Arath, is a taken knight seen in the first part of the Oracle Engine mission. She, along with her siblings, were tasked with barring a way into the Oracle Engine from the Scorn, Awoken, and Guardians, which is where she also meets her end by the Guardian, and is also a child of Xivu Arath. And Rhaegar, the son of Xivu Arath, is a taken knight seen in the first part of the same mission. He, along with his sisters, were tasked with the same mission to bar the way to the Oracle Engine from the Scorn, Awoken, and the Guardians. Skoroboth, the son of Xivu Arath, was also a Hive Knight and the child of Xivu Arath, the god of war. He commanded his mother's forces during the initial invasion of the Awoken's territory in the Ascendant Realm, but was imprisoned by his foes within a Hive fortress when they were unable to kill him. He is finally killed by the Guardian during the Shattered Realm, Runes of Wrath mission. Savathun, formerly known as Sathona, is a Hive god and sister to Xivu Arath, the god of war, and Oryx, the Taken King. Together with her two siblings, she was a progenitor of the contemporary Hive species and one of its chief gods, having made a pact with the Worms of Fundament. She is driven to understand the deepest secrets of the universe, and gains power from the deception and confusion of those who seek to understand her unfathomable schemes. However, Her true goals were revealed to undermine the witness, and its goals of realizing the final shape, working her own secretive agenda from the inside to prevent humanity's extinction during the collapse, and to protect and preserve the Traveler at all costs. She had also schemed to free her kind from the worm's pact she originally made back on Fundament, pursuing other means to acquire sustenance beyond the sword logic. For her actions, she would become reborn as the first Hive Lightbearer, with Amaru partnered as her ghost. With the two together created the Lucent Brood, as her own army of light-wielding Hive. Savathun was born Sithona on the planet Fundament. She was one of a short-lived species whose homeworld had crashed into Fundament millions of years earlier. With the shards of the planet forming Fundament's continents, the Osmium Court was one such continent, ruled by the Osmium King. And Sithona was his second-born daughter, older sister of Zero, and younger sister to Arish. The three sisters were tutored by Teox, a sterile mother, a proto-hive morph capable of spawning children, which also allowed them to live longer by eating mother jelly at adulthood. The proto-hive's harsh lives convinced Sithona at an early age to become a mother, not because she wanted children or feared dying, but because she wanted to live long enough to have meaning in her life. However, by the time her father turned 10 Fundament years, a lifetime by the standards of their species, he had discovered a dead worm on the shores of the Osmium Court, which he started tending to as a familiar, and began raving that the synergy, a prophesied disaster, would soon occur. While Arish took her father's warnings to heart, Teox concluded that the king was falling to senility in his old age, and that none of his daughters, which were 2 years old at the time, could properly rule the Osmium Court and protect it from the Helium Court, a rival kingdom. While acknowledging that Sithona was a brilliant thinker, Teox noted she could not fight. In desperation, Teox sent a message to the rulers of the Helium Court, the Helium Drinkers, saying that she would help them assassinate the king and his daughters if they installed her as their regent. The Helium Drinkers accepted Teox's proposal and attacked, killing the king but failing to kill his daughters. In the confusion, Sithona managed to steal her father's worm in their escape. Reaching Arish's ship, the three sisters made a blood oath to return and take vengeance, with Sithona vowing that she would become a mother and raise her spawn on the corpses of Helium Drinkers. Over the next year, the three sisters sailed the oceans of Fundament. During this time, Sithona began to hear her father's worm speak to her, guiding her to acts that would save the sisters over the year. Finally, the three sisters found a ship they named the Needle, built of high technology, but whose crew had died obscenely after hatching an egg from a creature that they could not recognize. Zero insisted that they sell the ship at the Kaharn Atoll, where the species of Fundament gathered, saying that an auction could raise them enough money to hire mercenaries to fight the Helium Drinkers. However, Sithona told Zero that the ship was worthless. Arish instead suggested that they repair the ship. With prompting from the worm, Sithona agreed with Arish and convinced Zero to repair the ship. Over the next 2 years, the sisters repaired the Needle, but by this point, the sisters were 5 years old. Sithona raised her fears that she would soon be too old to eat mother jelly, and that the sisters were unable to fulfill their oath. Arish said that the sisters had to dive beneath the oceans of Fundament, traveling to the planet's core. Zero warned that this was how the crew had died, but Sithona, urged on by the worm, agreed with Arish. The sisters took the Needle into the deep. They finally reached a point where they could use the ship's sensors on the oceans. To their horror, they discovered that the synergy was real, and that Fundament's moons had already aligned. Just then, they were encountered by the Leviathan, a creature long spoken of in Proto-Hive myth. The Leviathan warned the sisters that they needed to turn back, or else they would unleash disaster upon the universe, saying that they faced a choice between the light, which offered civilization, and the darkness, which only offered violence. However, the Leviathan offered no hope to the sisters to avoid the synergy. Sithona then revealed the worm's help to her sisters, and how it urged them to go down. Rejecting the Leviathan's warnings, the sisters dove into the core. Reaching the very center of Fundament, the three sisters found the worm gods Akka, Ir, Zol, and Yol. The worm gods offered the three sisters a chance for the Proto-Hive to escape Fundament, as well as achieve immortality. All they had to do was take the worm's larvae into them as symbiotes and spread them among the proto-hive. The worms posed the caveat that the sisters must never cease their natures. Zero must always test her strength, Sithona must always be cunning, and Arish must always try to understand. The sisters accepted the pact and became the first hive. Zero took the night morph and became Zivo-Arath. Sithona took the mother morph and became Savathun. And Arish took the king morph, transforming into a male and becoming Arix, the king of the hive. As Arix and his sisters forced an ultimatum on the remaining proto-hive to accept the worms or perish, Arix turned his attention to Fundament Moons, and the Ammonites there who had allied with the Traveler and gave asylum to Teox. Initially, he was willing to negotiate with the Ammonites, but his sister Savathun was under pressure from the worms, killed Arix as punishment. Rather than dying, Arix's soul instead passed to his ascendant realm, or throne world, where his soul resided until he returned to the mortal realm. Rebuked, Arix purged what sympathy and goodwill he had left, becoming a merciless tyrant. He and his sisters warred with and killed one another on a regular basis after the defeat of the Ammonites, as part of their worship of the sword logic and their attempt to become the sharpest blades in the universe, heading to their ascendant realms when defeated. Their war of revenge against Teox had transformed into a campaign of genocide, when they slew the Ammonites and the other interstellar civilizations to feed their worms. When Oryx established the court of Oryx to study the sword logic, Savathun was inspired to establish a court of her own, known as the High Coven. During the war with the Akume, Oryx came to realize that the worm gods had deceived him and his sisters. Their worms' appetites were growing past their ability to feed with death. Meeting with his sisters in the Ascendant Realm, surrounded by their servants, some of which despised them for showing weakness, they despaired over their dilemma. When his sisters offered their power to help Oryx find a way to save them, Oryx killed them, then used that power to confront his patron god Akka. He killed Akka so that he could steal its ability to call upon the deep, and created the Tablets of Ruin, which gave him the power to take. His transformation complete, Oryx was now Oryx, the Taken King. During the subsequent war with the Akume, Oryx revived Zivo-Arath in an act of war, and revived Savathun in an act of cunning. He then decreed the Tith system. Each hive would kill their enemies, take some to feed their own worm, and tith the rest to their superior. Thralls would tith to acolytes. Acolytes would tith to knights or wizards. The knights and wizards would tith to the Ascendant Hive. Those who commanded legions of warriors and earned the right to enter the Hive God's Ascendant realms. All of this violence would eventually reach Oryx, Savathun, and Zivo-Arath, allowing their worms to feed on violence while continuing to invoke their inner natures. Following the Golden Amputation, Oryx declared to his sisters that the Hive had conquered its way to the edge of the deep, and that it had granted him a personal audience. As Oryx retreated into his throne world to commune with it, Savathun conspired with Zivo-Arath to stand him there and steal his Tablets of Ruin by cutting off the tribute flowing through his Tith system. They were ultimately unsuccessful, and on returning, Oryx waged war on Savathun and crippled her own tribute. In the aftermath of this attempted betrayal, Savathun learned of one of Oryx's daughters, Ir-Anak, and was both enraged and delighted by her brilliance. While Oryx was off studying the deep, his son Crota was deceived by Savathun into using his cleaver to cut a portal inside his throne world, allowing the Vex to invade it. This amused Savathun. Her daughter alerted Ir to the situation, who alerted Oryx in turn. After Oryx dealt with the incursion, Savathun told Zivo-Arath that Oryx's throne world had been compromised, and showed her where to cut into it so she could kill him. However, Oryx had recognized that his throne world was vulnerable, so he moved it into the mighty dreadnought from the remains of Akka, stealing from Savathun her scalpel to make it. After Oryx confronted and captured Kira for the last time, he presented the Vex to Savathun as a gift, hoping she would be pleased by its simulations. When she asked him what proof they had that what they were doing was right, Oryx simply replied that the Hive's existence was proof enough in their convictions to live eternal by the sword logic. Following the war with the Harmony, Savathun decided that her fleets would enter the black hole that the Harmony lived around, claiming that they would become stronger for it. While Zivo-Arath took her fleets away from Oryx's, as she felt he constrained her too much. Around the same time that the Hive's tribute system was established, Savathun, unsatisfied with the establishment method of worm feeding, embarked on a project that would allow her to escape the trap feeding the worms created. To do so, she attempted to increase the rate at which her subordinate Hive gathered tribute for her, by placing several ascendant Hive in orbit around a black hole. In doing this, she hoped that because time would pass more slowly for the ascendants relative to the outside universe, the ascendant's worm would perceive an increased rate of tribute produced by a lesser Hive elsewhere in the cosmos, and thus be satisfied without a true increase in tribute. However, this plan was unsuccessful, as the ascendant's worms understood what was happening and increased their hunger. Consequently, Savathun resolved to try another approach, in which her subordinate Hive would gather tribute in a region of space where time passed faster than the rest of the universe. She planned to use the power and insight attained through this method to completely overhaul the way in which she gained tribute through the sword logic, going from a system where tribute was obtained through violence to one where tribute was obtained through the failure of other beings to understand her schemes. This new system of acquiring tribute would be known as Imbaru. To achieve this, she purposefully led Crota to let the Vex into her father's throne world, in order to compel the Vex to create Kira. Later, when the campaign against the Harmony was complete and Kira was taken and given to her as a gift, Savathun left her siblings behind and entered the Harmony's black hole, hoping to further her plans and prevent a taken Vex mind from reporting her work to Oryx. While in the black hole, she taught Kira to harness Hive magic and apply it to computational problem solving. Using this, Kira learned how to navigate and engineer the Singularity, then format the information for Savathun to understand. Now able to understand the Singularity's inner workings, she began moving forward with her grand scheme. Savathun explained the details of her plan to a confused thrall, as per the rule of the High Coven that a wizard's schemes should be incomprehensible to a thrall. She then recorded her conversation and encrypted it with the assistance of Kira, along with a message for a future reader. This message would remain unread for an untold span of time, until the Guardians stumbled upon it, encrypted within Glimmer while exploring the Dreaming City. Your brother's conquest cut a path towards the final shape. When you have finished pouring your poison in his ear, not my poison, you see your doubts. You speak them to Oryx. Doubts? After all this time, you think I have doubts? Remember your sisters, little Sithona. Remember the synergy. What changed the motion of our moons? My witness? You cried out, as your brother did, as your sister did, into the darkness. Now the children of Sol do the same. You aren't the answer they want. We are the answer you received. This is a passage from the witness conversing with Savathun. At some point, Savathun became aware of the power within the darkness that had been guiding her in her people's fate since she had first heard the whispers of her worm familiar as a child on Fundament. An ancient and terrifyingly powerful entity that called itself the Witness. She pledged herself in service to this being, seemingly unbeknownst to either of her siblings, and would follow its direct commands alongside its disciples. One of these disciples, Rolk, was tasked with watching over Savathun from inside her own throne world. Savathun was present alongside the Witness and its disciples as the Black Fleet ravaged Earth during the collapse. When Nezarec had the paracausal object known as the Veil secured for the Witness planned to establish a connection to the Pale Heart, Savathun betrayed Nezarec, killing him and cursing his remains while hiding the Veil away on Neptune. The Witness was also deceived by the Witch Queen into thinking the Veil had been lost, causing it to withdraw its forces and retreat to the depths of intergalactic space. At some point, either before or after the collapse, Savathun approached the human Sean Rigby in the guise of a human woman and told him of a coming catastrophe. She instructed him to follow a star to the south and to sing a special song to it every night. Sean and his family followed Savathun's instructions and eventually found themselves beneath the Traveler, where the Rigbys have lived ever since. 2 years after the apparent death of Oryx in the Taken War, a previously unknown hive brood infested the abandoned Golden Age archaeologies on the moon of Titan, led by a powerful hive such as Naktal, the Fury of Savathun, Kudazad, the Binder of Savathun, and Van Bullock, the trusted of Savathun. Ghost scans of various Hive artifacts further linked to the new brood to Savathun. Most disturbing of all, fire teams of Guardians were lost during repeated incursions into the new Pacific arcology, with the most recent being the Operation Caliban. It was then discovered that the missing Guardians have been captured and made subjects of the Witch Queen's foul experiments, having their light converted by the Hive into crystals containing elemental void light. These crystals were intended to feed an innovation ritual for her, the centerpiece of which was a massive shrieker, titled after her aforementioned song. With the aid of the Praxic warlock Taiko III, the Guardian fought through the depths of the arcology and disrupting the Hive's ritual, destroying the crystals and the song shrieker in the process. Evidence from elsewhere in the solar system indicates that Savathun has taken control of her late brother's Taken army through Kira, having mastered the power to take through its perfected simulations of Oryx. On Io, Taken forces led by Ir Arak, the tongue of Kira, have attempted to corrupt the Vex's collective at the Pyramidion, only to fail due to the Guardian's intervention. Furthermore, a Red Legion commander, Grask the Consumed, was encountered as a Taken. The Red Legion only had a presence in Sol after Oryx's death, so this serves as further indication that Savathun had achieved domination over the Taken. After the awakening and fall of Nokris and the worm god Zal, Guardians found the grasp of Nokris on Mars, had been sending messages to Savathun, pleading their fealty to her. Envoys of Savathun's brood have also been seen emerging from the Ascendant portals in Hela's Basin. As Savathun neared gaining complete control over the Taken within the reef, the Witch Queen gained a new and powerful ally in the form of Riven, the last known Amakara in the solar system, taken by Oryx during the onset of the Taken War, in the first invasion of the Dreaming City. However, unlike most Taken, Riven retained her sense of self and free will. With Oryx's passing and the Taken leaderless, Savathun made contact with the Taken within the city and Riven, giving the Amakara a new purpose to serve the Witch Queen. Though Riven, the Taken were prepared to corrupt the whole of the Awoken and launch an invasion on the reef, using proxies like Uldren Sov and his fallen scorn. Though Riven succeeded in opening the gateway to the city, it left her vulnerable to the Guardians sent to kill her. The Guardians, aided by their Awoken allies and the formerly Taken Techions, managed to kill Riven and cleanse her Taken essence. Nonetheless, her death served a purpose as the Amakara transcended death and granted one last wish, cursing the Dreaming City with Taken energies and altering its rules of ascendancy. Whether Savathun was implied to have aligned with her sister or not, Xivu Arath had taken measures to assume control over the Taken and Hive within the Dreaming City. Entities sworn to the Hive god of war have appeared stealing Awoken relics of dangerous knowledge, with powerful Taken creatures supporting them. Though the Guardians put a stop to this scheme, it proves that the two scheming sisters have shared a seemingly mutual alliance to seize their brother's Taken army for themselves. To further her goals and maintain her advantage, Savathun entrusted her daughter, Dul Inkaru, the Eternal Return, to command the Taken curse within the Dreaming City, and find a way to invade the Distributary, the true origin of the Awoken, to reach new bounds of godly strength as time ran differently in this subordinate universe, and she could actually acquire more tribute in less time, and also use the technology the Awoken had to leave the child universe for the parent universe. Despite having the backing of Xivu Arath's Hive and the Taken at her command, Morozov called upon her Guardians' allies to fight back against the Taken corruption. Battling their way to the center of Elusnia, the former corrupted throne world of the Awoken Queen, the Guardians fought with Dul Inkaru and killed the daughters of the Witch Queen. However, this seeming failure was all part of Savathun's greater plans for the Dreaming City. After Dul Inkaru's death at the hands of the Guardians, the Dreaming City reverted to a state it had been in upon first being unsealed by the Guardian, progressing again by the same process of becoming corrupted by the Taken, and culminating in another battle between Dul Inkaru and the Guardians. This apparent time loop spun by the Taken Vex mind Kira and realized Riven's wish, both further Savathun's long-term goal of amassing tribute for herself through her subordinates committing violence within spaces with looped or dilated time, and also presents the Guardians with a dilemma. They can either repeatedly strike down Dolan Karu and relive the same series of events, or they can refuse to do so and allow Dolan Karu to complete her mission to find the distributary. Over time, however, Ikora Rey would reveal that both goals to be fabricated by the Witch Queen herself. After the deaths of Dolan Karu, the Guardian was delivered a series of missives from an unknown sender via Glimmer, capitalizing on the confusion sowed by the Vanguard's misinterpretations of the Truth to Power manuscripts. Savathun amassed tributes of Imbaru off the Guardians, attempts to understand her modus operandi. In doing so, however, she would also provide valuable intel hidden within the manuscripts that Ikora and the Hidden would decipher. Savathun would later attempt to undermine one of the Witness's future disciples, the former Cabal Emperor Callus. During one of the Shadow's conquests of the Hive War Moons, Savathun laid out a trap for him to find the Crown of Sorrow, an ancient ascendant Hive relic believed to imitate Oryx's power to compel wills. In reality, it was a surveillance device meant for the Witch Queen to spy on Callus from the Ascendant realm in the hopes of putting him under her control when worn. Instead, Callus had Galran, the Sorrow Bearer, wear the crown in an attempt to command the Hive, only to trigger Savathun's enchantments that drove Galran insane and unleashed the Hive within the Leviathan's menagerie. Galran's terror was only short-lived, as Callus had put him down by a raid team of Guardians, with the aid of Savathun's magic, and the crown retrieved to be cleansed of the witch's wards. The Witch Queen would go on to torment Callus by infiltrating the minds of his loyalists, though the use of what Callus described as viral language. She also left messages within the Chronicon, a document Callus commissioned as a record of his and his loyalists' past and future deeds. When three Hive sibling heretics of the spawn of Crota, Malkanth, Akrazul, and Azavath, sought to rebel against the daughters of Savathun's nephew Crota, who had taken over the leadership of the Hidden Swarm, Savathun was revealed to be the mastermind behind their conspiracy. As the wizard Malkanth performed a ritual to put the essence of Akrazul, a crippled knight, into the body of her fellow wizard Azavath, the plan backfired. Akrazul's rage was so great that it became unbridled with Azavath's body, leading him to slay Malkanth and assault the swarm. As Malkanth's essence had left her body in her death, Savathun whispered to Azavath's essence and instructed her to take up the mantle of the Death Singer. Placing her essence into Malkanth's body, Azavath would become Ir-Aram, the Death Singer, killing both Akrazul and the swarm's champion Zulmak with her death song. Savathun captured Zulmak's essence as he died for her own purposes, and discussed with Malkanth's essence without a body before she died. The Witch Queen told Malkanth of her dismissal of gods and absolutes, such as time, space, and death, when they are all so easily broken. Believing that when the final absolute falls, reality will face a final and complete ending, Savathun said she wished to ensure that end would not come to pass as Malkanth's essence faded away into nothing. The Witch Queen would make contact with the daughters of Crota. As part of her greater schemes, she made a deal with the four, offering two boons: the essence of Zulmak to be reanimated as a puppet champion for the daughters' nefarious purposes, and the reformation of the Choir, a legendary group of death singers to be led by Ir-Aram. In turn, the daughters would invest in the construction of the Scarlet Keep, to draw the Guardians to the moon and set events that would come to pass. However, the daughters failed to realize that this deal was another deceit of Savathun's. The Witch Queen was aware that even with the Choir and Zulmak, the Guardians would decimate the Hidden Swarm. In truth, the Witch Queen wanted the Scarlet Keep built as bait to lure the Guardians so that her brother's line would meet its end, believing it had reached its course. Following her rivalry with Callus and the conflict on Luna, Savathun enacted a new scheme to further her plans. The Witch Queen soon found an opportunity in a massive Vex computational array found on Io, as Savathun sought knowledge to inform her plans and pawns to carry them out. The array would be able to fulfill both. She sent a large Taken Blight into the array to corrupt it and bring it under her control, to which the Vex responded with violence. The Vanguard detected a massive surge of power beneath the Pyramidion, where the array was located, and sent a Guardian strike team to investigate. They soon found the Vex and Taken, commanded by Barisk, the envoy of Savathun, battling each other for control of the array. The Guardians recognized the Taken Blight to be similar to those found in the Dreaming City, causing them to suspect Savathun as the one behind this Taken offensive. Eris Morn warned Zavala the Witch Queen was not as foolhardy as her brother, as she would not risk a direct confrontation, and that the city must be prepared and wise enough to know when Savathun would play her hand. Shortly prior to the pyramid's arrival, Nokris attempted to enter the Ascendant realm by way of trickery, instead of using the sword logic. This attracted the attention of his aunt. Savathun drew her nephew into a fabricated version of her throne world and struck a bargain. In her plans to defy the Witness, she had taken notice of his necromantic power. Knowing that the Witness's forces would soon converge on Sol to convert the Guardians to their side, she instructed Nokris to interfere in any of their attempts to communicate with the Guardian. To aid her nephew, she ordered the Taken under her command to attack Io. The moon had been chosen by the first pyramid to make contact, and the vessel had taken position above the cradle, where the tree of silver wings had grown in the wake of the traveler's departure. Savathun's forces invaded the site in order to interfere with any communication attempts. As the pyramids invaded Mercury, Titan, and Mars as well, multiple eyes of Savathun appeared in these locations. Eris Morn believed they were a way the Witch Queen spied on the assailed planets, and could only be destroyed by the runeous effigy, a trace rifle consecrated in darkness from the tree's branch. Though Nokris was able to delay the Guardian's attempts to communicate with the Witness for weeks, he was ultimately slain, ending Savathun's interference and exposing her treachery. The Witch Queen's efforts to subvert the Witness would not go unanswered, forcing her into hiding from the wrath. The Hive broods that had also previously sworn to Savathun would brand her a heretic for having conspired against the Witness with the exiled Nokris, and defected from her ranks as the Black Fleet invaded Sol. Due to this, her own court was left in the dark about her whereabouts. The power vacuum granted her sister, Xivu Arath, the opportunity to consolidate the Hive in the solar system into her power and release her wrathborn corruption with the cryptoliths. Xivu would also send her champion, the High Celebrant, to hunt the excommunicated Witch Queen, and wrestle control of the hidden swarm free of her schemes. Her absence did not impede her taken forces, however, as they swarmed upon a new piece of the Traveler in the EDZ, which was calling out to the Guardian and the Crow, through a form of paracausal hawk. The Witch Queen shrouded the shard in her interference, much like the Tree of Silver Wings on Io, and apparently watched the first fight that ensued. Observing Crow and the Guardian celebrate their victory at a bonfire, she was hit with a sudden wave of nostalgia, remembering her father, sisters, and their shared past on Fundament. Titles of the taken commanders she sent into battle, the Guardian under the shard: Akarith, the Light Drinker of Savathun; Isharesk, the Light Binder of Savathun; Karusk, the Light Eater of Savathun; and Tarusk, the Light Stealer of Savathun, imply that she might be trying to siphon the light from the Traveler in some way. At some point after Dominus Gaul's defeat, Savathun began to meddle with the Evocate General Umar Arath's mind and fuel her obsession with the Hive. Umar Arath started to believe the worship of Hive gods and deployment of their battle techniques was necessary for the Cabal's survival. Under the Witch Queen's influence, she began conducting a ritual at the center square of Tabadal's weaponsmith district, and when Cattle approached her, she tried to coax her into kneeling before the god of war. Cattle slew the former general, but her death only fueled Savathun's plan to conjure Xivu Arath in Tabadal, and gift her another system to wage war upon. Savathun began enacting her grand scheme by possessing the body of the warlock Osiris after he was left lightless by the death of his host, Sagira, during a confrontation with the High Celebrant of Xivu Arath on Luna. Slithering in one of her forms over the broken pieces of the ghost, she took over the vulnerable Osiris. Now posing as Osiris, Savathun sent a message explaining Sagira's death to the Vanguard and that he would be pursuing the High Celebrant for revenge. This drew the Guardian and the Crow to her, and she arranged for Crow to save her from a night within the depths of the Hive Warrens, placing her in a position to manipulate the former Awoken Prince. When the Imperial Cabal arrived in the Sol system, Savathun accompanied Zavala on a mission to meet with Empress Catul. Disguised as Osiris, Savathun acted as Zavala's advisor during the meeting. The Empress sought an alliance between the Cabal and humanity in light of the fall of Tabadal, the Cabal's homeworld and capital of the Hive. However, Savathun warned Zavala against trusting the Cabal. She reminded him that the Cabal were not known for forming alliances, but rather for conquering. Furthermore, Savathun highlighted Catul's betrayal of her father, Emperor Callus, to Dominus Gaul and expressed her belief that the Empress would ultimately betray them as well. While Catul dismissed her father's softer nature, Osiris suggested that Callus's lack of ambition was a true issue, accusing both him and Zavala of failing to see the larger picture. Catul, frustrated by what she saw as their lack of vision, argued that humanity would be doomed unless it expanded its horizons. Despite this, her proposal culminated in a demand for Zavala to bow and join the Cabal Empire, which Zavala immediately refused. As her bodyguards prepared to attack, Catul called them off, allowing Zavala and Osiris to leave in peace, vowing that they would meet again on the battlefield. Following this tense meeting, Savathun was assigned a task force organized by Zavala to confront the Emperor. This task force was placed under the command of Lord Saladin Forge, with Crow joining as a reconnaissance expert and Amanda Holliday providing air support. Savathun had her own motives for bringing Crow into the operation, seeking to manipulate him for her own purposes. The young wolf struck the first blow against the Cabal by killing Commander Dracos on Nessus and capturing a Bell of Conquest in the process. Osiris explained that this bell allowed them to formally challenge the Cabal Empire, potentially giving them a strategic advantage. Savathun also briefed Lord Saladin on the bell and its connection to the Rite of Proving, a Cabal ritual that resolved disputes, comparing it to the Crucible, a ritual of combat in the Last City. During a meeting at the helm, Savathun made light conversation with Crow, complimenting his new hunter attire. She dismissed his offer to pay for the outfit, instead requesting that he keep his new mask on to prevent anyone from recognizing him from the Last City. Crow, eager to help the city, agreed to wear it. Osiris then shared a personal memory, explaining how he had once disguised himself during his exile, and that he was now welcomed back into the city. He reassured Crow that one day he too would be accepted. Turning to the young wolf, Osiris praised their successful mission on Nessus, and listened as Crow reported that Catul was attempting to use the Rite of Proving to establish her war council. Savathun decided that their next step should be to eliminate all the contenders for Catul's council, preventing the Cabal from reorganizing and starting a new war in the system. The first target was Balius of the Golem, located on Europa. After the young wolf killed him, they acquired the Hammer of Proving, which Savathun explained was meant to be an offering to Catul. By taking it, they could use the Cabal's own traditions and history against them. Returning the hammer to the helm, Osiris underscored the significance of their actions and the potential impact on the Cabal's internal structure. Following the elimination of Val Marag, Osiris received a communication from Catul requesting a meeting. She was kept waiting until the young wolf arrived at the helm, which point Savathun activated the holographic communicator and greeted the Empress. She mockingly apologized for the delay, blaming it on having to manage her subordinates' actions. Catul corrected her, asserting that the Rite of Proving was a sacred Cabal tradition and that the Guardians should not interfere. Osiris countered by arguing that since the Cabal were auditioning for a war council, it concerned them deeply. Catul then repeated her earlier offer to add Zavala to the council, claiming it was a way for humanity to avoid war. She insisted that Zavala was wise enough to understand her offer. Although Savathun was impressed that Catul was offering mercy, learning from the mistakes of her predecessors, she argued that Catul was relying on outdated traditions to try and keep the Cabal united. As an empress without a true empire, Catul had no position to offer anything of value. Angered, Catul ended the communication, asserting that the Cabal still held their honor, even if they had lost their home, and warning that her patience was running thin. Osiris responded by reaffirming their mission to eliminate Catul's council contenders, as the Empress could not wage war without a council. The task force's next mission took them to Nessus, where they targeted Ixal, the far-reaching, a scion attempting to collect data from the Vex prediction engines. While the young wolf successfully killed Ixal, 3 other scions managed to escape with stolen information related to possible futures involving Zavala. Savathun, now gathered with the young wolf and Crow at the war table, expressed interest in Crow's reports on the Cabal. Crow's intelligence revealed that many of the Cabal were angered by the disruption of the Rite of Proving, but were also upset by Catul's offer to humanity. Savathun believed this discontent could be used to further destabilize the Cabal internally. Crow, however, worried that the stolen data may be used against Zavala in retaliation. Osiris reassured him that the data was speculative, not fate, and urged them to gather more information. Savathun ordered the young wolf and Crow to continue investigating, but Crow protested, feeling that Zavala deserved to be informed. Osiris replied that they hoped there would be nothing to report if the Guardians remained focused on their task. As the task force continued to target the Cabal and disrupt their operations, the internal struggle within the Imperial Cabal grew more intense. With the fate of Zavala and humanity hanging in the balance, Savathun's influence over the situation, though subtle and manipulative, was undeniable as she aided the Guardians on their mission and worked to further her own agendas. With each step, the tension between the Cabal and humanity escalated, setting the stage for a larger conflict that would eventually define the fate of the Sol system. So 2 weeks after the previous events from the last video, a lone scion infiltrated the last city with the intent of assassinating Commander Zavala. The scion attempted to kill him within 1 day of the city's tranquil gardens, using advanced light draining technology based on the Traveler's Cage, a device designed to suppress the power of the light. Fortunately, Crow, ever watchful, noticed the threat just in time and was able to warn Zavala, preventing the attack from succeeding. However, in his haste, Crow briefly revealed his face when he took off his mask, a mistake that did not go unnoticed. When Crow returned to the helm, Osiris, who was actually Savathun in disguise, confronted him. The tone of the meeting was tense, with Osiris visibly angry over Crow's lapse and discretion. The disguised Savathun chastised the hunter for his carelessness, expressing frustration over how the situation could have been avoided. Fortunately for Crow, Zavala appeared to dismiss the event as a mere hallucination so that the commander didn't seem to suspect anything out of the ordinary. Despite this, Osiris insisted that Crow's failure could have grave consequences and questioned his judgment. Crow argued that he had to act, that Zavala was in real danger, but Osiris was not convinced. In response, Osiris downplayed the threat, asserting that it wasn't the first time an assassin had tried to infiltrate the city. He didn't see it as a significant crisis, arguing that Zavala could have handled the situation alone, and had likely been able to fight off the scion without Crow's intervention. The two engaged in a heated exchange, with Osiris pointing out that Crow should have known better, especially given his past experiences working for the Spider in the underworld. Osiris stressed how small mistakes could lead to much larger problems, referencing Crow's previous slip-ups and comparing them to his own experience with the Hive god Wrath. At this remark, Crow snapped back, sarcastically suggesting that Osiris had learned nothing from her own pursuit of Wrath. Savathun, pretending to be furious, warned Crow to be careful with his words. The tension was palpable. Crow apologized for not wearing his mask during the incident, but maintained his belief that Zavala remained at risk. After a moment, Osiris relented, agreeing that Zavala's safety was indeed important. To mitigate the risk of another attack, Osiris ordered Crow to stay close to Zavala, assigning him as the commander's personal bodyguard. Osiris explained that a larger team would attract attention and potentially thwart any further attempts to draw out the assassins. He instructed Crow to remain in the shadows, to speak only when necessary, and to follow his orders without question. Most importantly, Crow was to keep his mask on at all times. Crow, though still uncertain about the dangers they faced, promised to comply with the instructions, knowing that his actions could mean the difference between life and death for the commander. The conversation marked a turning point for Crow. He was no longer just an outsider struggling with his identity, but was now directly involved in the protection of Zavala, a pivotal figure within the last city. Yet the conspiracy surrounding the Scion assassin was far from over, and the threat against Zavala remained ever present. The day after the conclusion of the Second Guardian Games, Savathun initiated the next phase of her intricate scheme. The last city was engulfed by an unprecedented phenomenon known as the Endless Night. This event was triggered when Vex, controlled by Kira Blade Transform, activated a simulation powerful enough to envelop the entire city, draining its energy and plunging it into darkness. In the midst of the chaos, Savathun, now disguised as Osiris, consulted with Ikora Rey. Despite Osiris's extensive knowledge of the Vex, Savathun expressed that the situation was beyond even his grasp. She suggested they seek the help of Mithrax, the illusory of the House of Light, a skilled splicer known for his ability to communicate with machines. Mithrax and his house were invited into the last city to assist with halting the Endless Night. Upon their arrival, they were welcomed by Osiris, along with Lakshmi II and the Guardian. As the House of Light set up their camp within the Botsa district, Lakshmi II voiced her suspicions. She warned Mithrax that not everyone in the city would be as open-minded as the Guardians, urging him to keep his people to themselves. In contrast, Osiris offered a more welcoming attitude, asking if there was anything that Elixni needed. Mithrax noted that certain modifications were necessary to improve the production of ether, which is vital for the Elixni. Lakshmi suggested that any such modifications be cleared by Ikora, then distanced herself from the conversation, stating she would focus on advocating for the people of the city during the turbulent times predicted by the future war cult, the FWC. As Lakshmi left, Osiris apologized for her harshness and explained that tensions were running high in the city, resulting in an uneasy mixture of decree and democracy regarding the presence of the House of Light. Savathun, in her guise as Osiris, feigned a desire for peace, hoping that the House of Light would be eventful, a sentiment to which Mithrax readily agreed. Later, a tense dispute arose between Mithrax and Saint 14 over the division of resources between the city and the House of Light. Saint 14, steadfast in his beliefs that Eliksky had already received too much assistance, argued that the city's resources were stretched thin due to ongoing effects of the Endless Night. He claimed that anything given to Eliksny was essentially being taken from the citizens of the last city. Osiris intervened, reminding Saint 14 that Ikora had specifically ordered that Eliksny be treated as part of the city's people, and thus their needs should be prioritized. Saint 14, frustrated, accused Osiris of being overly political, echoing Lakshmi's concerns about his motives. Mithrax, however, affirmed that both the House of Light and the Last City shared a mutual goal, to aid the Guardians in their mission to end the Vex threat. Saint 14, still unconvinced, tried to challenge Mithrax, asking if the Eliksny would comply with all of his demands if the roles were reversed. If he were in their position, Mithrax responded with a firm yet resigned answer. The Eliksny would give him whatever he asked for because, above all, they wanted to survive. This statement caused Saint 14 to reconsider, and he finally relented, acknowledging that Mithrax and the Eliksny were fighting for their people just as he fought for his own. In the end, the two agreed to share the limited supplies between the humans and the Eliksny. After a tense but mutual understanding, both parties left, each returning to their respective duties. As Osiris departed, she reflected on the development. There was something interesting about the dynamic between the two factions, an uneasy but necessary cooperation for the greater good of the city. Savathun, meanwhile, had her own private musings. In disguise, she wandered the streets of the last city, feeding off the people's ignorance and naivety. Yet, amidst the confusion and darkness, she found herself unexpectedly yearning for their companionship, a feeling that unsettled her deeply. As she watched the endless night unfold before her, she was haunted by the hunger of her worm, still demanding sustenance despite her plans being so far-reaching. She cast her gaze upward, toward the traveler, its presence ever looming above her, an unsettling reminder of the power she sought to control. The Guardians' efforts to lift the endless night, a dark phenomenon that threatened the last city, were successful after they destroyed Kira, the Vex Mind controlling it. The loss of Kira came as a surprise to Savathun, the Witch Queen, disrupting her ability to maintain control over the Taken forces. With Kira's destruction, the immediate threat to the last city was diminished. However, this victory did not come without further unrest. The presence of the Eliksny, or the Fallen, within the city caused tensions to rise, especially with the faction led by Lakshmi II, the leader of the future war cult. Lakshmi conspired with other factions to expel the Eliksny from the city, trying to rally the Guardians to her cause. When her attempts failed, she resorted to using a Vex portal to force the Eliksny out, with the apparent aid of Osiris. But Lakshmi's plan backfired. She was unable to control the Vex portal, which instead triggered a direct assault on the last city. The Vex invasion escalated into a fierce conflict, putting the House of Light, the Eliksny refugees in the city, in grave danger. Lakshmi too died during this chaos, but the Guardians managed to close the portal, save the Eliksny, and destroy the Vex. In the aftermath, Osiris mysteriously disappeared, leading many in the tower to suspect that he had been somehow involved in the Vex attack. Determined to track Osiris down, the Guardian, along with Saint 14 and Crow, followed his trail to the reef. There they entered the Dreaming City, where they encountered an unsettling sight. Osiris was in conversation with Marasov, the Queen of the Awoken. As the three Lightbearers approached, it quickly became clear that Osiris knew this was not Osiris at all. To their shock, the figure before them revealed itself to be none other than Savathun, the Witch Queen, who had taken on Osiris's form to hide from her sister, Xivu Arath. Marasov intervened, encasing Savathun in a massive crystal prison. In the face of Saint 14's demand for answers, Savathun explained that she had assumed Osiris's identity in order to avoid detection by Xivu Arath, who was hunting her on behalf of unknown powers. To save herself, Savathun struck a bargain with Marasov in exchange for removing the parasite, the worm that had been implanted within her. She promised to release Osiris back to the Guardians. Though wary of the notorious Witch Queen and her history of deceit, Saint 14 and the Guardian agreed to help Marasov as they were desperate to rescue Osiris. Marasov, in turn, required the help of the Guardians to free her Tachyons, powerful awoken sorceresses who could assist in the delicate task of removing the worm from Savathun's body, and preventing Xivu Arath from corrupting the very fabric of reality through the ley lines in the Ascendant Realm. This task led the Guardians into the Ascendant Realm, where they battled to free the Tachyons. While this took place, Savathun remained trapped in her crystal prison, but she requested a personal audience with the Guardian. When the Guardian agreed to meet her, Savathun revealed a staggering truth. She explained that her actions, though often deemed villainous, had been motivated by a complex and often unseen purpose. She had been helping the Guardian for far longer than they had realized. She had been protecting them from the Black Fleet, guiding Crow to the last city to be redeemed, ensuring Zavala did not go to war with the Empress Catul, and even exposing Lakshmi II's conspiracy against the Elixni. Savathun claimed that she had even saved Osiris from Xivo Wrath when he had become lightless. Despite the Guardian's initial shock, Savathun insisted that she was no longer a villain, and that neither she nor the Guardian were heroes. Instead, they were both paracausal, existing beyond the normal constraints of the light and the dark. Despite this unsettling revelation, the Guardians proceeded with Marasov's plan. They sought out the Tachyons and hoped that removing Savathun's worm would strip away her lies and deception, leaving her vulnerable and without the protections of her throne world. Marasov, ever cautious, planned to strike down the Witch Queen once her power was gone. However, suspicions lingered, particularly with Ikora Rey and Crow. During her time impersonating Osiris, Savathun had made Crow gather dead ghosts from the spider's collection, but the purpose of this was unknown, raising even more questions. As the plan unfolded, Savathun reached out again, this time attempting to speak directly to Crow. She claimed that all the encouragement and advice she had given him while posing as Osiris had been genuine. She warned him that without understanding the truth of her actions, he would remain vulnerable to manipulation by those with false promises. Despite her words, both Ikora and Marasov forbade Crow from meeting with Savathun, believing he would fall prey to her lies and manipulation. This decision angered Crow, who felt trapped and isolated by the refusal to trust him. Frustrated and eager for answers, Crow confronted Savathun. The Witch Queen toyed with him, acknowledging that she had wanted to be kind, but the truth could be painful, especially for someone like him, who had run from his past. Uldren Sov, with the Guardian watching, and despite Glint's pleas, Crow touched the crystal containing Savathun, unlocking a flood of memories. He saw his former life as Uldren, his death as the Guardian's hands, and the pain of his rebirth. This revelation shook Crow to his core, and he stormed away, angered and devastated. Glint, too, condemned Savathun for causing Crow such pain, but she remained unmoved, merely stating the truth had come from a friend. Marasov soon learned of the emotional toll Savathun had exacted on Crow, and her anger was palpable. Crow, now further distanced from the Awoken, requested a new assignment from Ikora Rey, and Marasov ordered that Savathun no longer receive visitors. The Witch Queen, imprisoned and isolated, was left to contemplate her fate as the Dreaming City became a place of division and distrust, both among the Guardians and within the ranks of the Awoken themselves. For months, Marasov, the Queen of the Awoken, had been preparing for a daring ritual that would rid the universe of Savathun's dangerous presence once and for all. At the heart of the ritual was the removal of the worm that had been embedded within Savathun's body, a twisted parasitic entity that fueled the Witch Queen's power. Marasov had gathered all the necessary ingredients and completed the necessary preparations, including rescuing the last of the Tachyons, the ancient order of awoken sorceresses, whose dark magic would enable the exorcism. Once the ritual was nearing completion, there was one glaring problem. The forces of Savathun's sister, Xivo Wrath, were closing in, ready to stop Marasov at any cost. To protect herself and the ritual from any potential interruptions, Marasov called upon her most trusted allies. She gathered her corsairs, the elite warriors of the Awoken, and enlisted the help of Saint 14, the legendary Titan, who had proven his loyalty to the cause. Together they formed a protective circle around Marasov, as she began the delicate task of excising the Witch Queen's worm. Despite the looming threat of Xivo Wrath's forces, Marasov remained resolute. The ritual had to be completed, no matter what the cost. As Marasov and her allies fought to hold off the approaching forces, Xivo Wrath, determined to stop the ritual and keep Savathun's strength intact, sent her most fearsome champion, Kel'Garath, to disrupt the ceremony. But Kel'Garath proved no match for the combined might of the Awoken and the Guardians. The ritual continued without interruption, and ultimately Marasov succeeded in removing the worm from Savathun's form. The dark parasite was exorcised, leaving the Witch Queen weakened and vulnerable for the first time in centuries. With the worm finally gone, Marasov believed the time had come to bring Savathun to justice for her many misdeeds. Among these was the manipulation of Uldren Sov, Mara's own brother, pushing him down a dark and destructive path that led to his eventual death and resurrection as the corrupted Prince Uldren. Marisov, still reeling from the pain of Uldren's fall, was determined to make Savathun pay for her part in his tragic journey. She ordered the crystal prison containing Savathun to be shattered, and the Witch Queen was released. But just as Marisov prepared to deal the final blow, Savathun revealed a shocking twist. She had anticipated this moment and had planned accordingly. Before her imprisonment, Savathun had woven a complex spell into the very fabric of her prison, a failsafe that allowed her to escape the instant the crystal shell was broken. As the prison shattered, Savathun vanished into a burst of dark magic, slipping away into the shadows. Despite her escape, Savathun kept her part of the bargain. As promised, she returned Osiris to the Awoken and the Guardians, bringing him back from the brink of death. However, the return of Osiris was not without its costs. The warlock was alive, but gravely weakened from his time spent under Savathun's influence. His body and mind were broken, and it was clear that it would take time for him to fully recover. Although both Marisov and the Guardians were furious at Savathun's deception, they found some small comfort in the fact that Osiris had been returned, even if he was not whole. Marisov in particular had been outmaneuvered. She had believed that by excising the worm, she could finally rid herself of Savathun's influence and end the curse on the Dreaming City. But Savathun had turned the tables, escaping with her life and leaving Marisov with nothing but the lingering threat of the Witch Queen's machinations. However, Marisov was not entirely defeated. While Savathun had escaped her grasp, Marisov had managed to keep the worm that had once inhabited Savathun's body. She believed that this worm, now severed from its host, could still offer valuable insights into the Witch Queen's plans and her deeper intentions. Despite the anger and frustration simmering beneath the surface, Marisov knew that this was not the end. Savathun's escape was only a temporary setback, and the true battle was still ahead. In the end, the ritual that was meant to rid the galaxy of the Witch Queen had only served to deepen the mystery surrounding her. But one thing was certain. Savathun's dark influence had not been fully vanquished. The war was far from over. Savathun, the Witch Queen, had endured countless trials and faced unimaginable losses over her long twisted life. Yet even in her final moments, as she lay vulnerable and broken, she remained the embodiment of cunning and strategy, ever calculating the next move in a game of existence. During her captivity, a vision came to her, one she could not ignore. It was the image of her own death, the final inevitable conclusion of a long and treacherous journey. She was dying, the worm she had sustained her dark power was gone, and with it, her very life force was beginning to fade. The ritual that Marisov and the Guardians had performed to excise the parasite from Savathun's body had left her in a fragile state. The piece of shattered crystal from her prison, which had punctured her side, was a painful reminder that her time was running out. Despite her resilience, she was no longer invincible. In the fading light of the evening, Savathun made her way out the rocky outcrop high above the last city, a place where she had once sought from afar, but now stood in silence. There she gazed up at the traveler suspended in the sky. A being she had spent millennia both chasing and hating, she called it an old friend, but her words were laced with something far darker than friendship. In truth, the traveler had always been an elusive enigma to her, and in many ways it had been both her enemy and a source of deep fascination. How clever would it be, she mused aloud, her voice hoarse from her wounds, if, after everything, after all the centuries of pursuit and enmity, the traveler simply let me die. What a trick that would be, elegant in its finality. Savathun's long-twisted history with the traveler was filled with moments of confrontation, manipulation, and bitter rivalry. Once she had sought to steal its power, to use it as a tool for her own designs. Over time, her quest evolved, no longer just a pursuit of power, but a dangerous obsession, a need to understand what the traveler truly was. She had tried to break it off, to bend it to her will, but now, standing before it in her dying moments, she could only wonder if this was the end of their long-fraught relationship. She chuckled weakly at the thought, her words trailing off as she slipped into unconsciousness. Her injuries were too severe. The life force within her was fading fast. But the thought of death, of finality, was strangely freeing. She asked herself, perhaps for the first time in centuries, if this was really the end. Would the traveler really just let her slip away, without any further game or grand design? Was that the ultimate trick? With that final unspoken question hanging in the air, Savathun collapsed, her body falling to the cold ground beneath her. Her eyes dimmed, and the warmth of life left her. For a moment, the Witch Queen, the dark and calculating force who had shaped the fate of so many, was no more. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. Just as the last embers of her life began to flicker out, A soft glow appeared on the horizon. The ghost, Amaru, arrived at the scene, summoned by the very light Savathun had once tried to manipulate. With the pulse of the traveler's power, Amaru revived her, bringing the Witch Queen back from the brink of death. The light flowed through her once more, a strange and paradoxical gift. Savathun opened her eyes, finding herself once again tethered to existence, though now in a weakened, vulnerable state. The traveler had not let her die, not yet at least. It had offered her a second chance, though whether it was a boon or a curse was something only time would tell. Savathun, now alive once more, could only wonder what the traveler's true intentions were. Had it chosen to keep her alive as part of some greater plan, or had it in its mysterious way simply granted her the final mercy she had sought in her last moments? The answer, as always with the traveler, remains as elusive as ever. But for now, Savathun had been given a gift, a reprieve, however temporary, from the clutches of death. And in that moment, she was once again forced to face the unknown future that lay ahead. After her resurrection, Savathun found herself in a state of amnesia, unable to remember the vast knowledge and power that once defined her. Stripped of her memories, she relied heavily on her ghost, Amaru, and her most trusted witch to help her piece together the remnants of her past and rediscover her purpose. These fragments of her history were elusive, locked away within her own mind, but, though carefully investigated, Savathun realized that certain powerful artifacts, particularly those she found on the Lure, held the keys to unlocking the memories she had lost. These ancient relics, imbued with both the light and the darkness, had the ability to restore the forgotten aspects of her existence. Determined to regain what she had lost, Savathun decided to outsource her remembering, seeking out the forces capable of helping her unlock her full potential once more. It was during this time that she returned to her throne world, a place that had once thrived under her rule. But upon her arrival, she was struck by the stark transformation it had undergone in her absence. Without the strength of her old power to sustain it, her throne world had withered and become a hollow shell of its former grandeur. Despite its loss, Savathun was resolute. Addressing her brood, she spoke to them with a voice that echoed her newfound conviction. "My children," she began, "I know the truth, and out of my love for you I will share it." She revealed to them a profound truth. The traveler's gift, the enigmatic force that had been a source of conflict in the universe, had now been something she could harness. In an act that was both symbolic and literal, she killed her most trusted witch using the power of the light, a demonstration of her new command over the very forces that once opposed her. With that, she solidified her connection to the light, marking the beginning of her transformation. This act of power was not merely a declaration to her brood, but a metamorphosis for Savathun herself. She began to reshape her throne world, infusing it with the light and redesigning it for something that reflected her new self. The once dark, foreboding architecture was replaced with bright, elegant structures that shone with radiant intensity. The landscape, once a domain of shadows and mystery, now glittered with a brilliance that represented the Queen's evolving identity, and being capable of wielding both light and darkness in equal measure. In a moment of triumph, Savathun sealed Rulk, her former ally and enemy, within the depths of the sunken pyramid. This was not just a move to protect her domain, but a statement to the Witness, the enigmatic force that sought to manipulate her. She sent a gleeful letter to the Witness, reveling in her newfound power in the capture of Rulk, knowing that she had taken another step in securing her dominance over the forces of the universe. As Savathun's influence continued to grow, her court became a beacon of light and power. The transformation of her throne world, infused with the engines of both light and darkness, did not go unnoticed. A number of guardianless ghosts, perhaps drawn by the radiance of Savathun's domain or perhaps swayed by her influence, flocked to her court. These ghosts, devoid of guardians to serve, began reviving the dead members of the HIVE, breathing new life into the ranks of Savathun's forces. This marked the birth of the Lucent Brood, a faction of HIVE warriors who had been resurrected through the power of the light, their loyalty now divided between the forces of darkness and the guidance of Savathun. These new light-bearers, along with the remaining members of Savathun's brood, formed a powerful army to protect their queen's domains from threats both internal and external, including the looming danger of the Black Fleet, the Scorn, and the Guardians themselves. In this way, Savathun the Witch Queen fully embraced her new identity as ruler of light and darkness, setting the stage for a new chapter in the ongoing conflict across the universe. With her radiant court, the Lucent Brood at her side, and her renewed understanding of the Traveler's gift, Savathun had transferred herself from a fallen, forgotten god into a queen of immense, untold power, ready to rewrite the entire fate of the galaxy in her own terms. After Mars reappeared from the Shroud of Darkness, a mysterious ship belonging to Savathun the Witch Queen materialized above Mars's cradle. A Guardian was quickly dispatched to investigate. Using a Cabal cannon, the Guardian boarded the ship and glimpsed Savathun herself, preparing to return to her throne world. In a desperate attempt to stop the Guardian, Savathun summoned a Lightbearer Knight to hold them off. Despite the Knight's formidable power with the light, the Guardian managed to break through and enter Savathun's throne world. Savathun confronted the Guardian, questioning how they could destroy a Hive ghost so similar to their own. She briefly engaged the Guardian in combat, but was ultimately slain. However, the battle turned out to be a trap, as Savathun revealed that the Guardian had defeated only one of her projections. She then teleported the Guardian back to Mars, unscathed. Undeterred, the Guardian returned to the Witch Queen's throne world, this time discovering the powers of deep sight and engaging in fierce battles against Savathun's Lightbearer wizards. The Guardian also managed to establish a transmat zone with Savathun's throne world, marking the beginning of Vanguard operations against the Witch Queen. During their investigation of an ancient temple dedicated to Zevo Wrath, the Temple of the Wrathful, now occupied by the Scorn, the Guardian found Sajira's shell with a psychic fingerprint left by Savathun. Echoes of Savathun's voice whispered, mentioning the witness and urging the Guardian to remember the name. The Guardian continued their investigation, with the help of the renegade Hive Ghost Finch, who provided a clue leading to a temple dedicated to Oryx. Within the Temple of the Navigator, they faced Alakul, a Lightblade who had been revived. After defeating him, the Guardian discovered a fragment of the Tablets of Ruin, which provided further insight into Savathun's plans. Taking Sajira's shell and the tablet fragment to the Altar of Reflection, the Guardian uncovered shocking revelations. They learned that Savathun had rejected becoming the new master of the Taken. While posing as Osiris, Savathun had uncovered secrets of the light, and in a bid to protect the Traveler from the mysterious witness, had planned to take the Traveler to her throne world to seal it away. Realizing the scope of the Witch Queen's intentions, the Guardian pressed on. Following further guidance from Finch, the Guardian discovered a hidden temple dedicated to Savathun's original identity, Sathona. Navigating through illusions and battling Scorn forces, the Guardian found a calcified worm, Familiar, the same one that had whispered to Sathona long ago. However, when attempting to reveal the worm's memory at the altar, the Guardian was thwarted and forced to seek new clues. Eris Morn, in a moment of insight, pointed the Guardian towards a crystal that was part of Savathun's prison during her time in the Reef. After retrieving the crystal from the apothecary and defeating Savathun's right hand, the Guardian took the crystal to the Altar of Reflection. To their astonishment, the crystal revealed a critical truth. Savathun had not stolen the light, as the Guardian had believed. Instead, the Witch Queen had been blessed with the light by the Traveler. As Savathun relived her death and resurrection as a Lightbearer, she expressed a deep ambiance about the nature of the light and its potential for new beginnings. In her final moments, Savathun acknowledged the Guardian had played a part in her memory's return, though she bitterly noted that the light had given her a fresh start, even if it was one forged in darkness. Shocked by the truth they had uncovered, the Guardian returned to the Vanguard, who were left speechless by the revelation that the Traveler had chosen to raise one of humanity's greatest enemies as a Lightbearer. Zavala was in disbelief, while Eris Morn explained the Traveler's troubling history of uplifting civilizations only to abandon them later. Ikora, however, focused on what truly mattered, the protection of humanity. She warned that if Savathun succeeded in her plan to seize the Traveler, the return of the Witness would lead to humanity's destruction. Ikora theorized that the key to stopping the Witch Queen lay out in the worm Familiar the Guardian had found in the Temple of the Cunning. When she examined its history, Ikora discovered a horrifying truth. The whispers that had guided Sathona into leading her siblings to the worm gods had not come from the worms themselves, but from the Witness. The Witness had known that the Traveler would encounter the Krill, the Hive's ancestors, and sought to claim them before the Traveler could uplift them. The Witness had tricked Sathona into leading her sisters into the deep, where they met the worm gods, thus creating the Hive. With this revelation in hand, Ikora instructed the Guardian to confront Savathun with the truth. Returning once again to Savathun's throne world, the Guardian found that the Traveler had already entered the Witch Queen's realm. With Ikora's support, they breached the defenses of Savathun's lucent brood and ascended the Court of Thorns. Savathun, now fully aware of the Guardian's return, taunted them as they fought through her light-bearing hive. In a final confrontation at the sanctum of the Brood Queen, the Guardian temporarily defeated Savathun, but not before she trapped him in a powerful threadbound spell. As the Guardian pursued, Savathun taunted the ghost, asking how it felt to be a villain in the Traveler's eyes. In a heated exchange, the ghost expressed the Guardian's fury over the Hive's atrocities, silencing Savathun for a moment. The Guardian entered a portal to view a memory altar, hoping to find something that might undo Savathun's spell. There they discovered a full extent of the Witch Queen's dark manipulation of the Traveler. With Savathun's spell unraveling, the Guardian showed her the memory of the witness's lies, further enraging her. At the peak of her fury, Savathun lost control and her power with the light faltered, allowing the Guardian to undo her spell and expose the full truth. In her final moments, Savathun admitted to her miscalculations, but also pointed out that the Guardian had made a mistake as well. By being so protective of the Traveler, they had failed to see that Savathun had tried to protect it too. She warned that the witness was coming and that the game was no longer in the hands of the Guardians. As she collapsed, her ghost Imaru escaped, vowing to lead the Lucent Brood in Savathun's place. Though Savathun was defeated, the Vanguard knew that this was not the end. The Traveler had been returned to the last city, but the witness's return loomed ever closer. The Guardian, now more determined than ever, vowed to prepare for the coming storm and stop the witness before another collapse could occur. The ultimate fate of Savathun, the Witch Queen, remains shrouded in uncertainty. While she was killed by the Guardian and her body was subsequently taken by the Vanguard, stored away in a secret vault on Mars, her story did not end with her death. Her ghost Imaru survived the confrontation and remains in hiding, biding his time and likely waiting for an opportunity to resurrect Savathun and continue her dark ambitions. Despite her apparent incapacitation, it's clear that Savathun had long since laid plans to manipulate the Vanguard into unknowingly aiding her return, and these schemes would eventually be revealed. Even in death, temporary or otherwise, her webs of deceit and manipulation show no signs of ceasing. One of Savathun's most insidious traits was her use of cryptic riddles and half-truths, often expressed through her two truths, two lies puzzles at the altar of reflection. These riddles left much of her true intentions up to interpretation. Some of the answers could only be understood by confronting her directly, as she had woven her influence into both the past and the present. Though she had died, her mental manipulation and manipulation of the light and dark could not be easily extinguished. It seemed Savathun had prepared for the possibility of her own death, using her cunning to ensure that even in her temporary defeat, her presence would continue to haunt the Vanguard. While Savathun was one of the most notorious and dangerous figures in Destiny lore, her relationship with the larger forces at play were complex. She was not a mere ally of the Witness or the Pyramid Fleet. Unlike many of her peers among the Hive, Savathun had a far more independent and nuanced agenda. She was not interested in simply serving the darkness, but instead sought to manipulate it. She envisioned a future where she could use her newly created light-bearing hive to rise up against the darkness itself, aiming to either destroy the force that had shaped her or break free from its corrupting influence. She was driven by a desire to escape the influence of the darkness, or at the very least to use its power for her own ends, including confronting the light on her terms. However, Savathun's cunning and ruthless nature were ever present. When engaged with the Vanguard, she showed no mercy and no interest in humans or the Earth, likely seeing them as pawns to be discarded when no longer useful. If given the opportunity, she would have undoubtedly killed the Guardian, her greatest adversary. Despite her self-serving schemes, Savathun's lingering influence was not entirely destructive. Eris Morn, a key figure in the Vanguard's fight against the Hive, found a way to use Savathun's corpse for her own purposes. Eris, often driven by a need to understand and combat the Hive's dark magic, sought a way to safely and reliably commune with the Crown of Sorrow. This object, a powerful artifact linked to the Hive's horrific power, had been central to the resurgence of the nightmares, which had manifested upon the Leviathan. In her quest to control the Crown and prevent it from overwhelming her, Eris performed an autopsy on Savathun's remains, hoping to uncover some clue or connection that could aid her. During this examination, Eris made a crucial discovery. Beneath Savathun's skull, she found markings that closely resembled the runic symbols associated with the Crown of Sorrow. This connection provided Eris with a psychic link to the Crown, allowing her to manipulate and potentially control its power. The discovery revealed that Savathun had in life likely been a significant connection to the Crown, or perhaps even had a hand in its creation. By tapping into this link, Eris hoped to gain an edge on the ongoing battle against the Hive's dark influence, especially as the nightmares began to rise once again. Savathun's death, though seemingly a final blow to her dark schemes, proved to be far from the end of her influence. Even after her passing, her legacy continues to shape the events that followed. Her complex relationship with the darkness, her secret plans for resurrection, and the dangerous powers she wielded ensured that her presence would continue to haunt the galaxy. As the Vanguard faced new threats, including the return of the nightmares and the ever-looming threat of the darkness, Savathun's memory, and perhaps even her direct influence, remained a powerful force in the ongoing conflict between the light and the dark. So first, to start with a Savathun quote, "Immaru, if I am unavailable, wait patiently. The witness will eventually force the Guardian into a corner. They'll realize they need the knowledge only I possess. One among them will be willing to negotiate, not Mara again, poor thing. More likely Ikora, or her Morose, little shadow heiress. Help them with whatever they ask. It will all pay off in the end. And be sure to say something clever to make them believe it was their idea." After the Coalition's efforts to stop the Witness from using the Traveler to create a gateway failed, the Guardians found themselves unable to follow the Witness into its final shape. A breakthrough came after the conflict on Titan, where the rogue worm Asha revealed that the only one who might know how to pass through the gateway was none other than Savathun, the Witch Queen. This revelation left the Coalition in a direct predicament. To pursue the Witness, they would need to allow Immaru to resurrect one of their most cunning adversaries. Zavala reluctantly began considering the plan to revive Savathun despite strong opposition from the Guardian, Lord Saladin, and Saint 14. Both argued that bringing the Witch Queen back was an enormous risk, pointing out that Immaru could not be deceived into a trap. Zavala, however, proposed a different approach, negotiating with Immaru. In exchange for Savathun's resurrection, the Coalition would gain the means to enter the Witness's gateway, while Ikora and Eris Morn assured they had a way to imprison the Witch Queen once revived. Though wary, the opposition eventually agreed to the plan. Immaru, however, had a condition of his own. He revealed that Savathun had anticipated the Guardians' need for her assistance, but would only cooperate if they defeated her sister Zivor-Rath, the Hive God of War. This task, Immaru stated, required Eris Morn to embrace the sword logic and ascend to become a Hive God herself, as only a peer could destroy Zivor-Rath. Despite the daunting terms, the Guardians agreed, and Immaru guided them to Savathun's spire. However, due to Savathun's lingering orders, the Lucent brood remained hostile. The plan advanced with a ritual that transformed Eris Morn into a Hive God. As the Guardians fought through the spire, Immaru aided them, albeit with constant stream of mockery, and provided recordings Savathun had left behind. These recordings offered insights into her sister Zivor-Rath and her unique perspective on wielding the light. The turning point came after Eris and the Guardian defeated the Leviathan Eater, Zivor-Rath's most powerful champion. Following this victory, Eris commanded Immaru to resurrect Savathun. Despite warning that Zivor-Rath remained a threat, Immaru complied. Upon awakening, Savathun, regaining her senses, remarked on Eris Hive's form, noting she had embraced her true nature. However, Eris wasted no time. She struck Savathun down, drawing immense power from the Witch Queen's death, as Savathun had not been killed since severing her from her worm. Combined with the tiths gathered by the Guardians, Eris became the most potent Hive God, surpassing even Zivor-Rath. Eris wielded her newfound power to weave a spell that banished Zivor-Rath from her throne world, rendering her mortal and vulnerable. Though Savathun escaped, she fulfilled her bargain, revealing to Ikora the secret to crossing the Witness's gateway. True to form, Savathun attempted to manipulate the agreement, but relented under pressure from the young wolf. As a peace offering, she allowed the Guardians to retain access to her throne world, and entrusted them with the custody of Immaru. Should Savathun threaten humanity again, destroying Immaru would sever her connection to the light. From then on, the Guardians continued to disrupt Savathun's experiments by interfering in the altars of summoning. The Witch Queen, ever cunning, occasionally taunted them, but upheld her fragile truce for now. In their relentless pursuit of the Witness, the Guardian forged yet another dangerous pact, this time with the wish-granting Amakara Riven. Through this agreement, they secured access to the Traveler's Pale Heart, the enigmatic space between the Traveler that held answers and power. Once inside, the Guardian, working closely with the Vanguard, sought to uncover the Witness's whereabouts, discover a way to destroy it, and prepare the portal for their allies to follow. While exploring the Pale Heart, the Guardian encountered a brood of Lucent Hive who had infiltrated the Black Fleet and crossed the portal before them. These Hive, still devoted to Savathun's vision, fought fiercely against the Witness's forces, the Dread. However, they also turned their weapons on the Guardian, seeing them as a threat. Among them, however, emerged an unexpected ally, Luzaku, the light-bearing Hive wizard. Unlike her brethren, Luzaku offered her assistance, aiding the Guardian and Cade 6 in assessing visions from the Traveler before the Witness could corrupt them. Luzaku's defection to the Guardian's cause marked a turning point, though she lacked the authority to prevent other Lucent Hive from attacking. As the Guardian and Vanguard pieced together a plan to destroy the Witness, their defiance only fueled the Witness's wrath, forcing a strategic retreat. Reinforcements soon arrived, led by Marasov, who successfully passed through the portal, bringing the Coalition's full strength to the Pale Heart for their climactic confrontation. Among the allies entering the battle was an unlikely participant, Savathun, the Witch Queen herself. She proposed a temporary alliance with the Coalition to eliminate their shared nemesis, the Witness. True to her nature, Savathun's cooperation came with strings attached. She orchestrated challenges to test the Guardian's strength and resolve, ranging from sending her Lucent Hive perilously close to the last city to luring the Guardian into purging Taken infestations. Marasov played a critical role in countering Savathun's schemes, and the two queens engaged in sharp verbal sparring throughout their uneasy collaboration. Despite her manipulations, Savathun eventually retreated to prepare her forces for the final battle while continuing to monitor the Coalition's efforts and offering cryptic commentary. One of the more intriguing dynamics of this alliance was Savathun's interaction with Luzaku. When the Witch Queen learned of Luzaku's independent actions, she expressed pride in the wizard's ability to think for herself and rise above the hierarchical mindset of the Hive. Initially believing herself mocked, Luzaku was surprised when Savathun clarified her praise, admitting that Luzaku embodied a potential future for the Hive, one where their purpose extended beyond the endless cycles of servitude and conquest. As the Guardian pushed forward, tensions flared among the Coalition's leaders. Savathun's provocations led to tense exchanges with Marasov and Empress Katul. Though all parties recognized the necessity of their alliance, the Witch Queen's tests, while frustrating, ultimately strengthened the Guardian for the trials ahead, ensuring they were ready for the decisive battle against the Witness. With Luzaku standing as a rare example of a Hive willing to forge a new path and the Coalition united in purpose, the stage was set for the final confrontation with the Witness. However, even in unity, the specter of betrayal loomed as the Game of Queens played out its fateful conclusion. The climactic confrontation with the Witness began as a 6-member raid team breached the enigmatic monolith where the entity resided. After a grueling and dangerous battle, the team succeeded in severing the Witness's grip on the Traveler's Light, thwarting its attempt to bring about the final shape. Though they dealt a significant blow to the Witness, wounding it deeply, the entity managed to escape before it could be destroyed entirely. It was now cornered and vulnerable, setting the stage for a final assault. The Coalition marshaled its full strength for the decisive battle, with a 12-member Guardian team leading the charge. They were joined by all available allies, including Savathun and her Lucent brood. Recognizing the stakes, Savathun temporarily put aside her schemes to work alongside Marasov, a rare moment of cooperation between the two queens. Together, they sealed any avenues at escape for the Witness, ensuring this would be its final stand. As the Guardians fought through waves of the Witness's forces and reclaimed key territory, Savathun played a pivotal role. She lent her power to the fire team, empowering them with enhanced cleavers to cut through the relentless enemies. The battle culminated in a titanic clash with the Witness itself, its immense power almost overwhelming the Coalition's forces. However, the Guardians, bolstered by the Traveler's Light, turned the tide. Using the Traveler's Light as a weapon, the Guardians dismantled the multitude of consciousnesses that formed the Witness's being. In a final, blinding surge of light, the Witness was utterly unmade, marking the end of its campaign to reshape existence and bring the war to a triumphant close. Despite the shared victory, peace was fleeting. True to her nature, Savathun resumed her schemes almost immediately. Her Lucent Hive, emboldened by the role in the battle, clashed with Coalition forces in the aftermath, seeking to claim the Pale Heart for themselves. The Coalition, understanding the threat posed by the Lucent Hive's ambitions, committed to keeping the Pale Heart out of Savathun's control. Following the defeat of the Witness, Savathun vanished, her intentions shrouded in mystery. Eris Morn, now deeply entwined with the Hive power herself, began investigating the Witch Queen's disappearance, speculating on her next move. Questions lingered, such as where had Savathun gone? What machinations was she now setting into motion? Though the Witness was no more, the Guardians remained vigilant, The war against the Witness might have ended, but the struggle against the Witch Queen and the ever-evolving threats to humanity had only just begun. Savathun, the Hive god of lies, is the living embodiment of cunning, deception, and trickery. Her every word, gesture, and scheme is meticulously crafted to manipulate and mislead those around her, including her enemies and supposed allies. Beneath her web of lies and misdirection, her true motives remain elusive, hidden behind layers of falsehoods and half-truths. Even in moments of apparent vulnerability, such as when she sought the aid of Marasov and the Guardians, Savathun used her captivity to sow discord, confusion, and mistrust, toying with her benefactors until she was forcibly silenced. Her delight in seeing her adversaries struggle to discern the truth behind her fabrications is a clear reflection of her cruel amusement and satisfaction in chaos. Despite her long-standing allegiance to the worm gods and the darkness, Savathun has always demonstrated a unique skepticism towards the Hive's path. Unlike her siblings, she harbored doubts about the righteousness of their cause, even though she was instrumental in leading them into the deep to meet the worm gods. Many of her most elaborate plots have been aimed at escaping the oppressive demands of the worm symbiotes, including her infamous scheme involving the Dreaming City. Here, she sought to use the curse upon the city as a perpetual murder battery to sustain her worm while minimalizing her own sacrifices. These attempts to break free of the darkness eventually led Savathun to an audacious betrayal. She sought to sever her ties with the darkness entirely and claim the light for herself. As a light bearer, she retained her identity as the god of deceit, hoarding the light for her lucent brood while continuing to oppose the Guardians and the Vanguard. Her newfound power did not temper her ambition or treachery, and even in death, her forces remain a threat to humanity. Savathun's greatest weakness lies in her overconfidence. She believes herself to be the ultimate puppeteer, always in control, always possessing the upper hand. This hubris was exploited by the Witness, who used her belief in her own infallibility against her during her time as Sithona. Whispering lies to her, the Witness manipulated Sithona and her siblings into forging the Hive and binding themselves to the worm gods. Her overconfidence was shaken when the Guardian revealed a piece of her past she had never known, that the Witness had deceived her from the beginning. For the first time, Savathun lost her composure. Enraged and humiliated by this revelation, she abandoned her characteristic poise, ranting and lashing out at the Guardian as they unraveled her plans. After her defeat, she grudgingly admitted to miscalculating, though she warned that the Vanguard had made their own mistake by refusing to offer to protect the Traveler from the Witness in the Black Fleet. Savathun's disregard for life extends even to her closest allies. Her experiments with the light were marked by cold pragmatism, as she killed both Hive and Hive Ghosts to further her understanding of its proprieties. Within her throne world, her arcane obulette served as a prison for lucent Hive forgotten until they were needed for her experiments or schemes. Even her familial ties were subordinated to her ambitions. She encourages the Vanguard to kill her sister, Xivu Arath, framing it as an act of ultimate love under the Hive sword logic. This chilling worldview reveals her willingness to exploit even the most intimate relationships for her own personal gain. Savathun's story is one of paradoxes. She is a deceiver who occasionally reveals uncomfortable truths, a skeptic of the Hive's cause who played a pivotal role in its creation, and a light-bearer who remains a sworn enemy of humanity. Her actions are driven by a relentless pursuit of freedom and power, but her methods leave a trail of destruction and betrayal. As her schemes continue to unfold even after her death, Savathun remains a figure of fascination and dread. Her legacy is one of brilliant manipulation, ruthless ambition, and a reminder that even gods are not immune to the lies they tell themselves. Savathun's relationships with her siblings Oryx and Xivu Arath were foundational to her identity and power. In their childhood on Fundament, the three shared a deep bond of trust and comfort. They supported one another through the hardships of their doomed world and relied on Sithona's cunning to guide them. Their decision to accept the pact with the worm gods fundamentally altered this dynamic, binding them together in a cycle of violence and competition defined by the Hive's sword logic. Though marked by treachery and rivalry, their familial love endured in a uniquely Hive manner. Savathun frequently tested her siblings, challenging their strength and resolve. Oryx once declared his love for her when he resurrected her from death with the Tablets of Ruin, admiring her cunning and persistence. Similarly, Savathun valued her siblings as both rivals and partners in the cosmic games of power they played. Savathun's relationship with Xivu Arath, however, became increasingly strained. While she acknowledged her sister's strength and viewed her as spoiled, always benefiting from the absolutes of the sword logic. Despite her care for Xivu Arath, Savathun's ambition and determination to break free from the worm god's influence drove a wedge between them. She lamented that their bond could not deter her from her chosen path, even as Xivu Arath hunted her out of fear of losing her. Savathun's disdain for Oryx's hypocrisy was evident after his death. She criticized his vengeance for Crota, his son, as inconsistent with the sword logic, which dictated that those who perish are unworthy. Her sharp intellect and disdain for what she perceived as the flaws in her siblings' interpretations of their beliefs underscored her complex relationship with them. Savathun bore several children, including Balwer, Malok, and Dulankaru, but her maternal feelings were as enigmatic as the rest of her character. Her children often served as tools in her schemes rather than objects of affection. For example, Malok was conceived specifically to divert tribute from Oryx, and Dulankaru was instrumental in enacting the curse on the Dreaming City. According to unreliable sources like Truth to Power, her children were unsure whether she loved them or would sacrifice them without hesitation for her own goals. Savathun's relationship with her nephew Nokris was somewhat more collaborative. After Nokris was exiled for his unorthodox practices, he reached out to Savathun. She offered him protection and guidance, learning necromancy from him in exchange. This partnership highlighted her willingness to form alliances when it suited her ambitions, even with family members she might otherwise dismiss. Savathun demonstrated no hesitation in betraying other family members, as seen when she orchestrated the destruction of the Scarlet Court, the last remnants of Oryx's bloodline. Believing their lineage had run its course, she manipulated events to ensure their annihilation by the Guardians. Savathun's relationship with her ghost Amaru stood in stark contrast to her treatment of others. Unlike most Lightbearer Hive, who viewed their ghosts as mere tools, Savathun and Amaru shared a genuine bond of mutual respect and trust. Amaru, blunt and pragmatic, complemented Savathun's elegance and cunning, creating a partnership marked by warmth and camaraderie. Amaru served as her advisor and tactician, guiding her during her early days as a Lightbearer and helping her lead the Lucent Brood. When Savathun was resurrected without her memories, she relied heavily on Amaru's counsel to navigate her new reality. Even after her defeat in the failed ritual to secure her place as a Lightbearer, Amaru remained loyal, continuing to oversee the Lucent Brood while evading the Vanguard. In an ironic twist, the Vanguard found themselves forced to cooperate with Amaru in the fight against Xivu Arath, as Savathun's knowledge became critical to passing through the Witness's Gateway. This unlikely partnership underscored the complexity of Savathun's legacy and her enduring influence. During her conversations with the Guardian, Savathun revealed a rare glimpse into her perspective on her relationships. She described her bond with her siblings as one of deep commitment, claiming that all of their actions had been for each other. She understood Xivu Arath's pursuit of her as an expression of fear and loss rather than pure hostility, though she admitted their paths were now irreconcilable. Savathun's relationships, whether familial, strategic, or adversarial, were marked by complexity, manipulation, and occasional glimpses of genuine care. Her cunning ambition and willingness to exploit even her closest ties defined her interactions and left a lasting impact on the Hive and beyond. Omnigul, the Will of Crota, was an ascendant Hive wizard and the consort of the Hive god Crota. She was also the matron of the spawn of Crota and the leader of his armies. She acted as the secondary antagonist of the Dark Below campaign, where she led the Hive in resurrecting Crota back to the material realm and raising an army to invade the city. Both efforts were thwarted as she finally met her end at the hands of a fire team of guardians. As the consort of the Hope Eater, Omnigul served as the brood mother of Crota's spawn through their progenation. As the keeper of the brood's worms and his chosen will, though their conception, Omnigul is also the mother of 4 daughters of Crota's direct lineage, Hashladun, Bezerith, Keenox, and Voshir. At one point, she was the target of a then unnamed wizard to feed her starving worm using her death as a tith, an act which instantly invokes Crota's wrath, only for her to escape him and then reward by his father, who named her Lokar and elevated her to his court. According to Toland, Omnigul would be given command of the Might of Crota to be her bulwark, an ogre of Crota's design deemed to be untamable by the likes of Kagor, World Renderer. During Ariana III's failed raid upon the Hellmouth, Omnigul was present when she encountered Ariana and the hunter Seimoda at the World's Grave. Their light siphoned and losing her knives to the hand of Crota, Sai engaged the Hive matron armed with only the bones of the fallen acolytes. Omnigul tore the hunter apart 44 times until only worm rot was left on her corpse, to devour what remained of the latter's light and ghost. Several months after the destruction of the Black Heart, Omnigul was first sighted on Earth, leading a contingent of HIVE against the fallen House of Devils, before she met the Guardian during their hunt for Sardon, the Fist of Crota. Fleeing the scene as they wiped both parties, Eris Morn confirms to Ikora Rey her departure from the Hellmouth for the first time in years, with word having reached Eris about an imminent plot to sabotage the Warmind Rasputin and his Warsat defenses at the Seraphim Vault within the Cosmodrome. During the HIVE siege of Rasputin's bunker, Eris sends the Guardian to stop their advance from either destroying or corrupting the Warmind. When they reach the center of the bunker, however, Omnigul and her Watchers of Crota ambush them by summoning waves of HIVE reinforcements directly at the Guardian. When proven ineffective, Omnigul summons the Might of Crota, before escaping yet again. While it seems that the assault to destroy Rasputin has failed, Eris believed that Omnigul has found what she sought from the Warmind. Ultimately, Omnigul's efforts at bringing back Crota would be for naught, as her summoning ritual was disrupted and her spawn hunted by the Guardians, until she herself was left pursued by a strike fire team, in an attempt to raise a new army beneath Skywatch. Despite her efforts at stirring the House of Kings against the Guardians, she was finally cornered at the Jovian complex and then killed, putting an end to her schemes. Shortly after the Siva crisis, Omnigul would make a brief return to Skywatch after having undone her death to continue her work, only to be swiftly killed again by the Guardian and their fire team. Since Omnigul was capable of evading permanent death, Ikora remarked that the Vanguard would likely continue to face Omnigul as many times as it would take, following the discovery of the pyramid beneath Luna's surface. The HIVE under Hashladun, a daughter of Omnigul and Crota, used its strange energies to create phantasm-like nightmares. Constructing the eerie Scarlet Keep fortress near the pyramid, Hashladun aimed to use the pyramid's power to enact her revenge against the Guardians for destroying her lineage. However, like her mother and father before her, Hashladun would be defeated by the Guardians at the Scarlet Keep's highest tower. Despite Hashladun's death, nightmares continued to appear across the system, with the stronger ones forming into some of the Guardians' deadliest foes. Omnigul was among them, the newly formed Nightmare of Omnigul, the Will of Crota, representing the essence of anguish, would become a target in the Guardians' nightmare hunts to contain the pyramid's influences. Ir Halak, the Death Singer, is one of Oryx's two daughters created after Oryx cut a larva in half. The Death Singer's sisters were first encountered in Last Rites, when the player is infiltrating Crota's death ceremony. They're found next to Crota's tomb, and have to be avoided. Together with her twin sister Iranok, the Death Singer, she is encountered and killed in the King's Fall raid in Threshold. Ir Halak and her sister Iranok were created from the same larva cleft into by Oryx's sword Willbreaker. He praised them for their cunning and intellect, especially Ir Halak, for creating a death song, the signature weapon of the Death Singers, and which gave the twins their title. After telling her of her aunt's displeasure, he asked if they would be using their songs instead of weapons to fight their wars. Later, as Oryx wrestled with his worm, Ir Halak and Iranok began to die repeatedly in a certain place, ostensibly for no reason. When asked what they were doing, they launched into a high technical description of what Oryx eventually forced them to conclude simply, "If we hide our deaths from ourselves, we become harder to kill." Thus came about the birth of the first prototype Oversoul. Oryx ordered his son Crota to watch his sisters, fearing they were trying to go into the deep and to learn cunning. Unfortunately, it was Crota who needed watching. He began to conspire with his sisters, and thought rashly he too would seek for himself a power. Using his sword, he cut a hole in the Ascendant realm, and unwittingly let in the Vex led by Kira, Blade Transform, who mocked his attempts to contain them by simply blinking away from him whenever he attacked. As the Vex killed thousands of HIVE and empowered themselves with the sword logic, Ir Halak called upon their fellow Death Singers to assist her in Iranok with the creation of the Annihilator Totem. The weapon proved effective, but the two sides entered a stalemate as Kira fled to the other side of the gate and launched repeated invasions of the Ascendant realm, while the siblings' invasions of the Vex territory left them too weakened to finish off the Vex mind. After 100 years of warfare, Ir Halak worried that Oryx would return and eat their souls for their failures. Upon Oryx's return, he punished only Crota for his role in the Vex invasion, and then built the Dreadnought to protect his realm. Ir-Halak and Iranok built the weaponry and internal systems for the ship, allowing Oryx to concentrate his ascendant power and obliterate any foe. Billions of years later, Ir-Halak and Iranok joined their father in traveling to the Sol system to seek revenge upon the Guardian who slew their brother Crota. Although the Dreadnought was halted in the orbit of Saturn following a battle with the Awoken fleet, the two sisters traveled aboard the warship to Luna to conduct the death ceremony that would send what remained of Crota's soul to the next realm. However, the ceremony was interrupted by the Guardian who slew Crota, who now sought to steal remnants of his soul to pass as an ascendant hive. Outraged at the intrusion and seeking vengeance for their brother, Ir-Halak and Iranok attempted to slay the Guardian alongside the other Death Singers and Hive warriors present. The Guardian escaped their grasp thanks to the intervention of Eris Morn, who teleported them away from the Hive. The sisters later barred the way to their father by challenging the Guardians sent to kill him. As their father's last line of defense, they used their death songs to fight and unright the Guardians. They were eliminated, and the way to Oryx the Taken King was clear. Hashladun, the daughter of Crota, is an ascendant Hive wizard and the eldest of the daughters, along with Bezereth, Vosher, and Kinox, of the Hive god Crota, son of Oryx, and Omnigul, the will of Crota, as well as granddaughter of Oryx, the Taken King. She is the leader of the Hidden Swarm and architect of the Scarlet Keep, harnessing the nightmares of the pyramid that lies beneath for her schemes and vengeance against the Guardians. Hashladun would meet her end by the Guardian at the top of the Tower of Woe, as part of her revenge against them, only to be killed by their fire team. Hashladun began as an abnormally large and strong thrall, huge of crest and thick of arm. Viewing this as excessive, her father Crota ordered her ritually mutilated in the old way of floods, in order to reduce her to a normal size and strength, and sent 100 thrall, 10 knights, and an ogre to retrieve her. Hashladun fought off the entire force, but was left exhausted. After that, Crota himself came for her, impressed but unrelenting, and took her to a floodplain deep within the Ascendant Plane, where she was impaled and exposed to the paracausal tides of the Sea of Screams, flooding her body 5 times with caustic and harmful substances. After the 5 inundations, Hashladun broke free from her impalement, starving, wounded, and much reduced in form. On witnessing her crawling back to his throne world, Crota stated, "You are great now, and you cannot love me, for the parts of you that were mine have been taken from you. The parts that were his remain." With all ties to Crota severed by the floods, and therefore rendered closer to Oryx, Hashladun had ascended into her grandfather's court, much to her father's joy and grief, knowing that she can never set foot in his court again. She was then sent forth to Oryx's side by her father, who cut a rift through space-time to an unknown destination. It is largely unknown what role Hashladun played in her grandfather's court, but she was presumed dead by the Guardians since Crota's fall. Following the Taken War, Hashladun hid between the lunar surface alongside her sisters Bezereth, Kinox, and Vosher, and plotted their revenge against the Guardians for the deaths of her immediate family. Unable to accept a world without their king, Hashladun and her sisters enacted a plot to recreate their deceased grandfather in the form of a phantasmal nightmare, a necessary violation of the sword logic, since the Taken King was never succeeded by his killers. They also believed that Oryx might yet be truly resurrected, having been defeated before and returning to life through sheer will and tribute in his name. As the Coven of Sisters worked to enact their sinister plot, they were still left to deal with conspirators and contenders for the vacancy of a champion left by their late father. Many of the Hive that still held to the old beliefs in the sword logic gave way to gladiatorial combat in the pit beneath the keep, though none of the sisters believed any were worthy of their father or grandfather's succession. Hashladun and her sisters attended the pit to witness the gladiatorial games, and silenced Bezereth and Vosher as they expressed doubts about the fighters when the games began. Of the greatest contenders was the knight Zolmak, whose triumphs in the pit threatened to upend Hashladun's plans if anointed the new Hive champion by the majority of the swarm. Hashladun judged Zolmak a great warrior, but lacking the cunning of Crota and Oryx, and turned to leave the pit alongside her sisters, which prompted much of the congregation to do the same. They were forced to return for a third fight, as Zulmak's performance had persuaded many that his strength as a warrior made him a worthy successor under the sword logic. This belief disgusted Hashladun, who noted that Zulmak's opponents were not impressive, as most of the Hidden Swarm's greatest warriors had been slain by guardians already. However, Zulmak's reign was cut short by the Death Singer Azavath, whose body had merged with the essence of her knight brother, Akrazul, and went on a blind massacre with a royal congregation. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, Hashladun and her sisters assassinated their perceived enemies, leaving the Akrazul-possessed Azavath to take the blame, and none left to challenge them. As the Coven of Sisters made ready to leave, Hashladun glanced once more into the pit, and was greeted by the whispers of a fellow schemer, their great-aunt Savathun. She encouraged her nieces to seize control of the Hidden Swarms themselves, and be the strength the Hive needed to challenge the light with the mighty new fortress. Additionally, she offered a boon in the essence of the fallen Zulmak, to be raised as a puppet champion for the Swarm. Intrigued but wary of her aunt's schemes, Hashladun questioned what role the heretic Azavath reborn Iraram Deathsinger would play. As they killed their maddened brother Azakrul with the Death Song, Savathun offered her a second boon as the head of the reformed choir, a legendary group of Death Singers, to be used as another weapon in their upcoming battle against the Guardians. With their control over the Hidden Swarm secured, the Daughters of Crota rallied the remaining Hive on the moon, and began construction of the Scarlet Keep, acting as an amplifier of their magics, and award themselves of the pyramid's influences with the forbidden cryptoglyph. While the Hive were unable to conjure nightmares, they instead bade their time for one behind Oryx's killers to be their catalyst, manipulated of her curiosity by the Witch Queen herself. After Eris Morn's discovery of the pyramid unleashed its phantasmal power, Hashladun utilized the Great Tower of the Scarlet Keep to channel its energy for their experiments, which helped the Hive summon nightmares of great power near the keep, based on the fears and fast foes of the Guardians, including one of her late father. Using the cryptoglyph, Hashladun experimented with the creations of the ancient pyramid, and found no hope of truly restoring Oryx and Crota through their power, as their essences had truly disappeared. However, she and her sisters embraced Savathun's gifts, and began crafting what remained of Zulmak into a fearsome champion of their own design and under their control. Through her experiments, Hashladun distilled the primordial essence of terror and contributed it to Bezereth and Vosher's reshaping of Zulmak's husk. When the Guardians invaded the moon to challenge the Hive's resurgence and the appearance of the nightmares, Hashladun personally encountered the Guardian, who slew her father, mother, and grandfather at the bridge to the keep. Retreating to the top of the spire, Hashladun lures the Guardian and their fire team to her position to finally claim her revenge for her ravaged lineage. Having gathered potent energies to amplify her powers, the inundated summons waves of Hive reinforcements to swarm her enemies, and use her magic in several attempts to knock them off the tower. In her quest for vengeance, however, Hashladun met her demise in flames, much like her family. From her remains, the Guardians found a tablet containing evidence of the cryptoglyph, hidden at the bottom of the Hellmouth. So, Bezereth, the daughter of Crota, is a child of the Hive Prince Crota seen in the Deep Mission, where she and some scholars attempted to protect the cryptoglyph from the Guardian, attempting to protect the key Hive artifact, preserving it within the catacombs, and helped to perpetuate her sister's plan. She personally attacked the Guardian to keep the cryptoglyph from falling into their hands, resulting in her inevitable demise. Along with her sisters Hashladun, Kinox, and Vosher, Bezereth retained her faith in Oryx even after his death, believing it to be the only way to save the Hidden Swarm, as no successor to Oryx had emerged. They forged a plan to resurrect him in the form of a nightmare. Moreover, knowing Oryx's immense power of will and vast tribute, they believed their king could yet come back as he had in the past. While the sisters plotted, various Hive champions fought in the pit for the vacant osmium throne, most notably Zulmak, whose victory could threaten their plans before they had a chance to truly unravel. The sisters didn't believe any of the gladiators were worthy of their grandfather's legacy, and observed the battles with disgust. Zulmak kept winning every fight, gaining the title of the Unwavering, until he was challenged by an unlikely adversary, the Death Singer Azavath, her body actually a shell for her brother Azakrul's essence. Upon defeating Zolmak, Azavath, now Akrazol, began slaughtering members of the court watching the pit fights. The royal sisters made to escape, but Bezereth halted them and asked them to consider the moment of chaos as a perfect opportunity to eliminate the opponents to their rule. All four drew daggers from their cloaks and turned against those court's members they deemed a threat, then promptly left with the surviving remains of the congregation. Bezereth was later tasked with protecting the cryptoglyph deep within the catacombs. She fell to the Guardian, and the artifact was stolen in order to allow Eris Morn to forge equipment protecting the Guardian from the nightmares. Kinox was one of the surviving daughters of Crota, the son of Oryx, along with her sisters Hashladun, Bezereth, and Vosher, collectively leading the hidden swarm on the moon. She was also the mother of Ulgarin, a knight in command of her guard. She would be killed at the hands of the exiled warlock Osiris. Kinox and her sisters Hashladun, Bezereth, and Vosher took control of the hidden swarm after their grandfather's passing during the Taken War. What they lacked in brute strength of the sword logic, they made up for in cunning, thought, and grand design. They consider themselves the shadowed architects of empires. They build their legacy upon the trade of secrets, the gossip of ages, and the sowing of lies. Words are their weapons, cutting as any blade. Rather than adhere to the tenets of the sword logic, Kinox and her sisters schemed to preserve the glory of their forebears, including Oryx and Crota. Sometime before the events of Shadowkeep, the daughters of Crota saw an opportunity in the ancient pyramid buried beneath the surface, which they could possibly conjure the essences of Crota and Oryx. However, as they speculate, they were also attentive to the pit, where HIVE fought in gladiatorial combat for claim for their father's vacant throne, which they must judge those worthy. Kinox remained silent, contemplating their station and the depths from which they must descend if the swarm is ever to reclaim its own destiny. However, with the sudden appearance of the Death Singer Azavath, killing the reigning champion Zolmak caused a panic among the royal congregation. The daughters took the chance to assassinate their enemies. With no one threatening their schemes, the daughters were free to enact their plan and had the swarm raise the Scarlet Keep. With the nightmares unleashed at the hands of Eris Morn, Kinox and her sisters could experiment with the phantasmal creations of the pyramid. However, they found that they could not raise their father nor grandfather, as their essences had truly dissipated, and that the nightmares were not alive. Instead, Kinox urged her sisters to act, seeing the potential in raising Zolmak as a warrior bound to their whims. However, Hashladun and Bezereth would meet their ends by guardians, leaving Kinox to act free without fear of heresy. She and Vosher would enact their forbidden ritual to empower the abominable Zolmak with the power of the nightmares, all while hiding out in fear of the guardians. A year after the events of Shadowkeep, Kinox and her sister Vosher were met with the High Celebrant, a champion of their great-aunt Zivo-Arath, the god of war, having entered the system to build an army of Wrathborn, and to rally the scattered Hive broods into her sway. Having gathered with their spawn beneath the enduring abyss to commune with the war god, they were immediately confronted by the warlock Osiris. Kinox would die attempting to flee from the ensuing battle, along with her son Ulgarin, who perished in a vain attempt to protect her from a Nova Bomb. Nokris, the supplicant to Savathun, is a Hive god and estranged son of Oryx, the Taken King. Exiled by Oryx for his heresies, Nokris performed a pact with the worm god Zal, the Will of the Thousands, taking the title Herald of Zal, and leading a new brood of Hive known as the Grasp of Nokris. Zal, Nokris, and their followers would later travel to Mars during the collapse, where they were imprisoned by the polar ice by the warmind Rasputin. Following Zal's abandonment of Nokris in favor of the Guardians, Nokris pledged his allegiance to his aunt Savathun, the Witch Queen, in a bid to end the Hive's pact to the Worm and the Witnesses. He served as the final antagonist of the Season of Arrivals, working for Savathun to subvert the Witnesses' messages, until he was defeated by the Guardians. Born to Oryx, the Taken King, Nokris was disfavored by his father for his physical weakness. To make up for this, Nokris instead honed his mind, teaching himself Hive arcana and hoarding knowledge and stories. In doing so, he found a different way of feeding his worm through the sword logic. Seeking to gain his father's favor, Nokris attempted to commune with the worm gods as Oryx once did, but most of them rejected his atrocities. However, Zal, fearing an imminent attack from Yul, agreed to make a pact with Nokris, who traded his heart for some of Zal's power, and the forbidden secret of necromancy. Upon learning of his son's actions, Oryx was furious. Necromancy was considered a heretical violation of the sword logic, for it returns life to that which was recently slain. And thus Nokris' actions were sacrilege. For his crimes, Oryx exiled his son and removed all references to him from the Book of Sorrow and the World's Grave. Only a statue within the dreadnought remained, bearing Nokris' name but no additional information. Nokris was unperturbed, for in exile he saw freedom and opportunity. He informed Zal that he would claim Mars in his name, and raised a new brood, the Grasp of Nokris, to conquer the planet. Upon arriving on Mars during the collapse, Nokris, Zal, and their forces were met with overwhelming resistance from the warmind Rasputin, who eventually invoked his Siberian Entropy protocol and froze the invaders beneath a layer of ice in Hellas Basin. Nokris first became known to the Guardians when the young wolf found a statue in the dreadnought near the altar of Oryx, alongside similar statues of Crota and Oryx. The Guardian's ghost inferred Nokris was a hive god based on the accompanying glyphs, but did not recognize the name. At Eris Morn's request, Asher Mir scoured his library for references to Nokris, but turned up nothing. After the deaths of Oryx and Crota at the end of the Red War, Nokris and his master were released when the ice in the Hellas Basin began to melt, an effect of the light released by the Traveler's reawakening. Together, Nokris and Zal sought retribution for their imprisonment, and engaged once more with the Warmind. However, interference came in the form of the Guardian working with Anna Bray, who tried to lure Zal into the open using a small shard of the Traveler as bait. Nokris arrived to fight the intruders, but after a fierce battle he was slain by the Guardians. Nokris managed to evade permanent death following Zal's defeat, only to be left abandoned within the crust of Mars. His attempts to reconnect with the Worm God were rebuffed, as it had already found more worth in his slayers. Dejected, Nokris sought entry into the Ascendant Plane, which was previously denied to him due to his rejection of the sword logic, using a fragment of Zal's remains to force a gate open. He lured fire teams of Guardians under the pretense of resurrecting Zal into slaughtering him and his revenant hive, gaining enough power from their acts of violence to feed Zal's remains, enough to use it to pierce a tiny hole into the Sea of Screams, through which his soul could slip into. However, the trickery he used attacked and attracted the attention of his aunt Savathun. Although expecting to be used as nothing more than a simple pawn, Nokris struck a bargain with her after Savathun offered him a place in her court, and acknowledged his value in being able to overturn the sword logic and those bound by it. As Savathun fought to free herself from the Witness, who was bound in servitude by her pact with the Worms, she desired Nokris' knowledge of necromancy. In exchange for his secrets, she would grant him access to the Dreaming Mind, so that he could learn how to take. Savathun also foresaw the arrival of the Black Fleet in Sol, and so she instructed him to interfere in any of their attempts to communicate with the Guardians. 2 years after his initial defeat on Mars, Nokris would resurface as the supplicant to the Witch Queen herself, playing his role as a catalyst to intervene with the Witness's messages at the Tree of Silver Wings on Io, armed with massive shriekers belonging to Savathun called Savathun's Witnesses. The supplicant would shroud the cradle with the Witch Queen's influence and even lay a trap out for Eris Morn and the Guardian, threatening the life of the former and pulling the latter into a counterfeit version of the Witch Queen's throne world within the Ascendant Plane. Eris barely survives her encounter, and in turn saves the Guardian from the full force of the Shriekers. For a period of 18 weeks, Nokris commands armies of Hive and the Taken to swarm the tree enshrouded in Savathun's influence, with one of her Shriekers, barring the Witness's messages directly with Eris and the Guardians. Each week, the Guardians would face one of the massive Shriekers at the cradle before they are summoned back to the Ascendant Plane, to which Nokris mocks them in whispers and even insults their ghost at one point, drawing comparisons to a worm. Nonetheless, the Guardians' efforts were proven successful at destroying the massive Shriekers, and allowed Eris to briefly interpret the Black Fleet's messages with the Seed of Silver Wings. On the final week, Eris had successfully identified Nokris as the source of the interference, just as the supplicant would summon the Guardian into a new area of the court, where he would face them directly once more near the backdrop of a massive Taken blight the size of a star. Throughout the fight, Nokris addresses them as a mere pawn tied to the everlasting struggle between light and darkness, to which he offered to have them free of in eternal servitude to Savathun. However, the Hive heretic's offers would only fall on deaf ears as the Guardian destroyed him for seemingly a final time, diminishing the Witch Queen's influence considerably and allowing the Witness' final message to reach the Guardian. Despite his death at the hands of the Guardians, Nokris would leave a legacy on the future of the Hive. His knowledge of necromancy would influence the creation of the Lucent Brood, which his own Hive would eventually pledge themselves fully to Savathun and then join the ranks of. Alakul the Darkblade is a Hive Darkblade Knight, foster son of Oryx the Taken King, and the boss of the Sunless Cell Strike. After being killed by the Guardians, he was resurrected years later as Alakul the Lightblade by a Hive ghost of the Lucent Brood, and became the boss of the Lightblade Strike. Alakul and his consort, Varrock, were present at the Hellmouth when Eris Morn and Ariana III led their fire team to assassinate Crota, the son of Oryx. It was Alakul and Varrock's spawn that killed the Titan Vel Tarlo, with the former delivering the killing blow upon his axe. Following the failed raid, Alakul and Varrock instigated a rebellion against Oryx, but the rebellion was put down. Alakul's motivation was twofold. First, because he felt neglected by Oryx, which was deliberate, as Oryx wanted Alakul to become a hungering blade, and second, to appraise himself in the eyes of Varrock. Alakul was captured by Oryx's warriors, and the Taken King decreed that Alakul be imprisoned aboard the Dreadnought, never to see the light again. But after Oryx retreated from the material realm, Eris wanted to make sure Alakul couldn't take over as the king of the Hive, and to avenge Tarlo, ordered for his elimination. And so a fire team went down into his dark cell and killed him. At some unknown point several years later, after the Darkblade's death, a Hive ghost would come across and resurrect Alakul, retitled as the Lightblade. Alakul would then join forces with the Lucent Brood and become a formidable ally. He was tasked by Savathun, the Witch Queen, to guard a temple commemorating Oryx, which housed a piece of the Tablets of Ruin. Assisted by light-bearing warriors and normal knights, disciples as his personal guards, the temple was well defended. This was until a fire team of guardians, following a lead from Finch about a potential clue from the temple, ran into Alakul, who was away from his post, who then fled back into the temple. Facing off against his warriors and disciples, along with hitching a ride on a ferry and evading scorn to reach the temple, the fire team would enter the monument. Gifted with arc light powers and guards at his disposal, the Lightblade tried to defend the temple from the Guardians, but was slain as a result. However, Alakul's ghost would escape from the temple, leaving his body behind. Ir-Anuk, the Death Singer, is one of Oryx the Taken King's 2 daughters, created after Oryx cut a larva in half. The Death Singer's sisters were first encountered in Last Rites, when the player is infiltrating Crota's death ceremony. They are found next to Crota's tomb, and have to be avoided. Together with her twin sister Ir-Halak, a Death Singer, she is encountered and killed in the King's Fall raid in Threshold. Ir-Anuk and her sister Ir-Halak were created from the same larvae cleft into by Oryx's sword, Willbreaker. He praised them for their cunning and intellect, especially Ir-Anuk for her ambitious methods of apotheosis. She wrote out the 11 axioms which described the Ascendant realm and plotted to kill one. Oryx commended her by saying he may kill her for trying. Later, as Oryx wrestled with his worm, Ir-Anuk and Ir-Halak began to die repeatedly in certain places, ostensibly for no reason. When asked what they were doing, they launched into a highly technical description that Oryx eventually forced them to conclude simply, if we hide our deaths from ourselves, we become harder to kill. Thus came about the birth of the first prototype Oversoul. Oryx ordered his son Crota to watch his sisters, fearing they were trying to go into the deep and to learn cunning. Unfortunately, it was Crota who needed watching. He began to conspire with his sisters and thought rashly he would seek for himself a power. Using his sword, he cut a hole into the Ascendant realm, and unwittingly let in the Vex, who mocked his attempts to contain them by simply blinking from him whenever he attacked. His sisters went to help him. Ir-Anuk created an Annihilator totem, while Ir-Halak called upon their fellow Death Singers, as they fought the Vex, who learned all too quickly how the realm worked, and proved difficult to dislodge. Later, in order to protect his realm, Oryx built the Dreadnought. Ir-Anak and Ir-Halak built the weaponry and internal systems for the ship, allowing Oryx to concentrate his ascendant power and obliterate any foe. Billions of years later, Ir-Halak and Ir-Anak joined their father in traveling to the Sol system to seek revenge upon the Guardian who slew their brother, Crota. Although the dreadnought was halted in the orbit of Saturn following a battle with the Awoken fleet, the two sisters traveled aboard another warship to Luna to conduct the death ceremony that would send what remained of Crota's soul to the next realm. However, the ceremony was interrupted by the Guardian who slew Crota, who now sought to steal remnants of his soul to pass as an ascendant hive. Outraged at the intrusion and seeking vengeance for their brother, Ir-Halak and Ir-Anak attempted to slay the Guardian alongside the other Death Singers and Hive warriors present. The Guardian escaped their grasp thanks to the intervention of Eris Morn, who teleported them away from the Hive. The sisters later barred the way to their father by challenging the Guardian sent to kill him. As their father's last line of defense, they used their death songs to fight and unright the Guardians. They were eliminated, and the way to Oryx, the Taken King, was clear. The Hive, originally known as the Krill, are an incredibly ancient species of arthropod-like aliens hailing from the world of Fundament and aligned with the Witness and the Black Fleet. Their entire culture is based around the sword logic, a supernatural philosophy of competitive survivalism, which dictates that they must destroy other civilizations in order to become more powerful and feed the worms that live inside of their bodies. Along with the Witness, they are led by a pantheon of dark gods who derive power and sustenance from the destruction wrought by the Hive. In Sol, they have a significant presence on the Moon, where they have built the Hellmouth and the Scarlet Keep, as well as in certain regions of Earth around Saturn, where the massive Dreadnought orbits, the icy regions of Mars, and on Titan, where they infest the ruined areas. They also present in certain regions within the reef, such as the Tangled Shore and the Dreaming City. The Hive are an impossibly ancient race born from a pact with the worm gods. Hive structures delve deep into wherever they lay claim to, unheeding of the damage done in the process, crafting linked caverns and Gothic-like columns. These underground spaces resemble a dungeon recently pulled up after an extended period underwater. The Hive are able to manipulate the physical world in ways humanity can only begin to imagine, and have witnessed the darkness consume countless worlds in the past. The Hive are not an enemy military as much as a rising force. They base their entire existence around the extermination of other forms of life, especially those that follow the way of the light and the traveler, and approach their task with a religious fervor. To the Hive, killing and conquest are not merely acts of war, but of worship. By the time of the first Destiny game, they have burrowed deep into the Moon, residing there for centuries while going stronger. The Guardian's ghost states that he believes the Hive to be contained on the Moon for centuries, but the player first encounters them in Old Russia, underneath the Skywatch, where the Fallen have attempted to seal them away. The Guardians eventually discover that this is just the beginning, and that the Hive have been building an army and intend to invade Earth en masse. Long ago, the Krill crashed their homeworld into Fundament, ostensibly to hide from something unknown. The shards of this homeworld eventually formed a number of continents that floated upon a sea called the Fundament Ocean, within a layer of gas and giant's atmosphere, and the Krill eventually built a meager civilization upon them, and forgot their old history. Cohabiting Fundament with the Krill were hundreds of other intelligent species, and Fundament's 52 moons were inhabited by a spacefaring species called the Ammonites, who were watched over by the Traveler. Life was short and harsh for the Krill. Their natural lifespan rarely exceeded 10 Fundament years, though females who ate mother jelly developed the ability to spawn and live longer. In terms of environmental hazards, Fundament was very inhospitable. The Fundament Ocean was toxic, the skies eternally stormy, the rain poisonous and sometimes corrosive. Lightning had enough power to vaporize anyone it struck. Living clouds called stormjoys would prey on the populace, and the Krill frequently warred with each other. The progenitors of the contemporary Hive were Zero, Sethona, and Arash, the three daughters of the Osmium king, who ruled the continent known as Osmium Court. When the Osmium king was 10 years old, he fell into madness, fearing an event called the Sizgi, where Fundament's 52 moons would align and create a massive tidal wave, the God Wave, which would destroy Fundament's civilization. Teox, a sterile mother who had served as the teacher to the king's daughters, feared the king's daughters were too weak to succeed the king, and invited a rival kingdom, the Helium Drinkers, of the Helium Court to invade the Osmium Court, kill the royal family, and allow Teox to rule the Osmium Court as their regent. The Helium Drinkers invaded and slew the Osmium King, but the three sisters, 2 years old at the time, escaped on a ship and vowed revenge against the Helium King and Teox. After a year of traveling the sea, the sisters salvaged an ancient high-tech ship called the Needle from the Shvuvi Maelstrom. Zero wanted to sell it as Kaharn Atoll, a gathering place that fundaments many species, in order to raise enough money to hire a mercenary army. But Arash wanted to take command of the ship. Sathona sided with Arash, goaded on by a worm that their father had kept. The worm had washed up to the Osmium Court's shores and was seemingly dead, but Sathona could hear it speak to her. Unbeknownst to Sathona, the voice she was hearing was in fact that of the Witness, the paracausal entity who sought to keep the krill away from the traveler. In truth, there was no imminent danger from a god wave, nor this Kizzy that would supposedly cause it. The sisters spent the next 2 years repairing the ship, after which Arash decided to use it to fulfill its intended purpose, to dive into Fundament's core in the hopes of learning a secret that would prevent the mass destruction. As they descended, the sisters encountered a vast creature called the Leviathan, a disciple of the traveler. The Leviathan warned the sisters against proceeding further, telling them that they faced a choice between the sky and the deep, the light and the darkness, the way of life and the way of death. But the sisters rejected the Leviathan, unable to accept that allowing their people to suffer was the better way, and instead decided to follow the worms Sathana had saved, which urged them to continue diving. Deep within the Fundament Ocean, the sisters encountered the imprisoned worm gods, who drew their power from the darkness itself. Yol, the honest worm, Yer, the keeper of order, Zol, the will of thousands, the ever hunger, and Akka, the worm of secrets. These worm gods claimed that they had lived and grown in Fundament's depths for millions of years, trapped by the Leviathan and the Traveler. They had called so many species to Fundament, hoping one would be tenacious enough to find them. Now they offered Zero, Sathona, and Arash immortality in exchange for allowing themselves to be hosts for the worm's larvae, with the caveat that if the sisters ceased to obey their natures, Zero's desire to test her strength, Sathona's cunning, Arash's curiosity, their worms would consume them. Furthermore, the stronger the sisters became, the greater their worms' appetites would be. The sisters accepted the pact. Zero took the Night Morph and became Zivu-Arath, the god of war. Sathona took the Mother Morph and became Savathun, the Witch Queen, and Arash took the King Morph and became Arax, the King of the Hive. Over the following years, the siblings returned to their people and spread the worm's larvae among them, recreating the krill as the Hive, and enabling them to liberate the Osmium Court from the Helium Drinkers, then drive Teox and the other species of Fundament to Kaharn Atoll, and finally to build the spaceships needed to break free of Fundament. Since they had waged war upon the rest of the universe's inhabitants, having exterminated other races such as the Ammonites, the Akume, the Dakara, the Harmony, the Quigu, and the Tybethi. So as the newborn Hive forced an ultimatum on the remaining krill either to accept the worms or perish, Arix turned his attention to Fundament's moons, and the Ammonites who had allied with the Traveler had given asylum to Teox. Initially, he was willing to negotiate with the Ammonites. His sister Savathun, under pressure from the worms, killed Arix as punishment for not destroying them. Rather than dying, Arix's soul instead passed into the Ascendant realm, where it resided until he returned to the mortal realm. Rebuked, Arix purged what sympathy and goodwill he had left, becoming a merciless tyrant. They overwhelmed the Ammonites, slew the Leviathan, and forced Teox and the Traveler to flee. He and his sisters warred with and killed one another on a regular basis afterwards, as part of their worship of the sword logic and their attempt to become the sharpest blades in the universe, each returning to their throne worlds whenever defeated. Their war of revenge against Teox had transformed into a campaign of mass genocide, when they slew the Quigu and other interstellar civilizations to feed their worms. The gods of the Hive also established their throne worlds within the Ascendant realm, with Arix naming his the High War. Savathun was inspired by this, and named her own throne world the High Coven. During the Hive war with the Akumi, Oryx came to realize that the worm gods had deceived him and his sisters. Their worms' appetites were growing past the abilities of their host to feed them with death. Meeting with his sisters in the Ascendant realm, surrounded by their servants, some of which despised them for showing weakness, they despaired over this dilemma. When his sisters offered their power to help Oryx find a way to save them, Oryx killed them and used that power to confront his patron worm god, Akka, the Worm of Secrets. He killed Akka so that he might steal its ability to call upon the deep, and created the Tablets of Ruin, which gave him the power to take. His transformation complete, Oryx was now Oryx, the Taken King. During the subsequent war with the Akumi, Oryx revived Xivu-Arath in an act of war, and revived Savathun in an act of cunning. He then decreed the Tith system. Each hive would kill their enemies, take some power to feed their worm, and tith the rest to their superior. Thralls would tith power to acolytes. Acolytes would tith power to knights or wizards. The knights and wizards would tith power to the Ascendant Hive, who commanded legions of warriors and earned the right to enter the Hive gods' respective throne worlds. All of this violence would eventually reach Oryx, Savathun, and Xivu-Arath, allowing their worms to feed on violence, while continuing to invoke their inner natures. Fearing that he was becoming a nihilist, Oryx eventually decided to sire his own spawn. The result of this was Crota, the son of Oryx, and the Deathsinger twins Uranak and Urhalak. One day, the Deathsingers were refining their death songs and came up with the idea of the Oversoul. Intrigued, Oryx commanded Crota to watch his sisters, so that he might learn something. But Oryx was off studying the deep. Crota was deceived by Savathun into using his cleaver to cut a portal into the High War, allowing the Vex to enter. For 100 years, the children of Oryx waged war with the Vex, who quickly deduced that worshipping the sword logic and the deep was key to attaining power in the High War. However, while the Hive were able to overpower the Vex, they were unable to expel them, as they lost too much power whenever they entered the Vex conflicts. The situation became so severe that the worm god Ir himself demanded that Oryx return and end the war. Quickly returning to the High War, Oryx used his powers to take the Vex and cleanse his throne world. Angered at his son's imperfection, Oryx threw Crota into the Vex Gate network, decreeing that he return victorious or die forgotten. At first, Crota resented his father for his apparent abandonment, but after time he came to understand his father, and built temples to Oryx and the Deep, eventually becoming a vital link in Oryx's Tith of Death, and achieving godhood himself. However, Oryx recognized that the threat of the Vex invading his throne world could not happen again, so he moved the High War into a mighty dreadnought, scrimshawed from the remains of Akka. During the Hive's campaign against the Harmony and the Vex, Kira, Blade Transform, presented Oryx with a simulation of his former self, Arash. Oryx looked upon the simulation with amusement, while Arash looked upon Oryx in horror, demanding to know what he had done to his sisters and her people. In the end, Oryx took Kira and presented the Vex to Savathun as a gift. When she asked him what proof they had that their actions were right, Oryx simply replied that the Hive's existence was proof enough in their convictions to live eternal by the sword logic. Following the war with Harmony, Savathun decided that her fleets would enter the black hole that the Harmony lived around, claiming they would become stronger for it, while Xivu-Arath detached her fleets from Oryx's, as she felt too constrained. Meanwhile, Oryx continued his crusade alone, while ruminating on the future. At some point before the dawn of humanity on Earth, the Hive had secretly seated themselves deep below the depths of Luna. It is there that they could completely terraform the entire interior of the moon from the bottom up into an impregnable fortress called the Hellmouth. Traces of their presence were first uncovered by human scientists sometime during the Golden Age, when they uncovered an artifact that established contact with the Witness. The Hive would emerge during the collapse, whereupon they slaughtered the inhabitants of the first light lunar installation and the K1 project site. After reclaiming their stake on the moon, they continued to lie dormant and recover their strength for centuries, until finally the threat of their existence faded to myth by the time of the City Age. During the early City Age, Rezyl Azir became the first guardian to reach the moon. Pursuing ancient mysteries regarding the existence of the Hive, Rezyl made first contact with Zyor the Blessed and her betrothed knight. After facing off with Zyor's consort and the witch's magic, Rezyl emerged victorious and escaped to warn the city of the imposing threat. However, the magic that affected Rezyl during the battle with Zyor and her knight would slowly corrupt him into the hated guardian killer Dredgen Yor and create the most infamous weapon of sorrow, Thorn. As the Hive launched their cedar ships towards Earth, a fire team encountered elements of the Hive at the Rusted Lands in the eastern flooded zone. Only surviving Hunter returned to warn the city of the initial Hive invasion of Earth. Against overwhelming odds, the Guardians succeeded, barely, in repelling the Hive's offense at the Battle of Burning Lake. Not realizing the true threat the Hive posed, they planned a counterattack on the moon. Lord Shax, a veteran of Burning Lake, opposed this, and eventually busted in on a consensus meeting, calling the idea of a counterattack madness, and saying that the Guardians needed to learn about the Hive's swords and find a way to defend against them first. The consensus ignored Shax's warnings, however, and the failed attack that followed was later called the Great Disaster. The sword logic proved to be too much for the Guardians, as countless heroes fell before Crota's blades, rendering the entire battle a mere slaughter. In particular, the legendary Titan Wei Ning was slain personally by the God Knight, who cracked the surface of the moon with his sword, forcing the Guardians to retreat completely from the battle. The Vanguard and Consensus then declared the moon off limits, and allowed only the most elite Guardians to enter. As revenge for the slain, the warlock Ariana III led 5 other Guardians in there in an attempt to kill Crota, only for the team to have their light suppressed in the depths of the Hellmouth, leaving the Hive to pick them off one by one. Only one of the Guardians, Eris Morn, survived, trapped in the Hellmouth for years, only having recently escaped as a lightless Guardian, forever changed, scarred and seeking vengeance upon Crota and the Hive. Years later, the discovery of the hidden swarm stirring beneath the Skywatch at Old Russia was made by newly risen Guardian investigating the House of Devils. Pursuing the recent resurgence of Hive activity on Earth, said Guardian was sent to investigate the whereabouts of a missing scout near the Hellmouth on the moon. What they found confirmed that the Hive within the Temple of Crota was preparing for a second invasion of Earth, this time also attacking the Traveler directly in a ritual to slowly drain its light using one of its broken shards. Despite the Hive's efforts, the ritual was thwarted, but the threat of the Hive remained, one that would be addressed by the former Light-Bearer, Eris Morn. So, to recap where the last video left off, years later, the discovery of the hidden swarm stirring beneath the Skywatch at Old Russia was made by newly risen Guardian investigating the House of Devils. Pursuing the recent resurgence of Hive activity on Earth, said Guardian was sent to investigate the whereabouts of a missing scout near the Hellmouth on the moon. What they found confirmed that the Hive within the Temple of Crota was preparing for a second invasion of Earth, this time also attacking the Traveler directly in a ritual to slowly drain its light using one of its broken shards. Despite the Hive's efforts, the ritual was thwarted, but the threat of the Hive remained, one that would be addressed by the former Light-Bearer Eris Morn. Crota's spawn would play a major role when his consort Omnigul left the Hellmouth to lead the Hive in their impending invasion of Earth, with a plot to disable Rasputin's Warsat defenses. In retaliation, Eris Morn called upon allies who heeded her warnings in dismantling Crota's army, and to prevent Crota's imminent return. The Guardians slew Crota's disciples, including the Swarm Princes and their commander Sardon, leaving the Hive army in disarray, and thwarted Omnigul's attempt to sabotage Rasputin. To ensure Crota does not re-enter the material world to lead the army himself, Eris guided the Guardians of the Moon, where the Hive attempted a ritual summoning Crota back from his throne world. The crystal tethering his soul in the Chamber of Night would be sent back to his throne world, banishing him from the physical world, and thereby preventing his corporeal return. His general and acting will, Omnigul, was later slain by Guardians who traced her back to Skywatch. Crota's end would be met by the Guardian leading a fire team of 6 to raid the Oversoul throne. Entered from the deepest pit of the Hellmouth, the Guardians would summon Crota from his crystal to engage at his own throne world. When conventional means failed before the Hope Eater, the Guardians turned Crota's own sword logic against him, with the cleavers of his fallen blades, permanently killing him. This would mark the Hive's first true defeat, the loss of one of their gods, and the race's heir to the osmium throne. The exact nature of Oryx was once unknown to the Guardians, but the name Oryx appeared often enough in Hive rituals that it could not be ignored. Shrines dedicated to Oryx, used by the Hive to communicate with Oryx across the universe, were known to exist throughout the solar system. Osiris studied the Hive extensively and foretold that the spawn of Crota would one day pave the way for Oryx's coming by snuffing out the worlds of light. Members of the Blood of Oryx Hive sect are thought to be the direct servants of Oryx himself, though it is speculated that he is the master of all other Hive sects as well. After learning of the death of his son, Crota, Oryx personally traveled to the solar system aboard his dreadnought, accompanied by a Hive fleet and his taken army. They were met with opposition by Queen Marasov and her reef-born awoken Armarads at the Battle of Saturn, which ended in a Pyrrhic victory for the king, who wiped out the queen's forces with his dreadnought's superweapon. With his fleet decimated after the battle, Oryx's taken forces attacked Cabal bases on Phobos and Mars to rebuild his numbers and regain his advantage. Cabal detachments were devastated within hours, with the Sand Eaters suffering a catastrophic 58% casualties, while the Blind Legion and the Dust Giants lost 35% and 39% of their numbers respectively. The Vanguard discovered Oryx's presence after sending a Guardian to Phobos to investigate a Cabal distress signal, by which time the Taken Covens began appearing on multiple worlds, ushering in the Taken War. Oryx was nearly beaten when the Guardian breached his sanctum and attacked him, but like all Hive gods, this was only a temporary setback. Using his Taken powers, he escaped into the Ascendant realm to recuperate from his injuries. Meanwhile, his Taken, led by his echoes, continued to harass the system. Once the blights had been removed, the Guardians turned their powers and attention on Oryx and his champions. By overthrowing the court of Oryx and killing his minions, they were able to breach deeper into the Dreadnought. After his closest allies, the War Priest and Golgoroth, including his own daughters, were killed, Oryx returns to fight the Guardian once more, this time as a gigantic version of his physical body. Here, he attempted to pull the Guardian raid team into the darkness multiple times, take them, but they were able to use Oryx's own captured light against him. By slaying his Light Eater ogres and knights, and then detonating the light they left behind to wound him, the Guardians were able to strike at the God King's heart directly, slaying Oryx for good. Though the God King of the Hive was slain, the Taken War did not end with his death. Hive and Taken forces remained at large in the solar system, that the Guardians maintained steadfast vigilance against. A great many Hive and Taken champions were hunted down and destroyed before they could infest the system any further. Since the Guardians refused to take Oryx's place as the next Taken king, various powerful Hive and Taken entities arose in a bid to claim the Osmium throne for their own. Chief among the contenders for the throne were Alakul the Darkblade, a powerful Hive warrior Oryx imprisoned for an earlier usurpation, and Malok the Pride of Oryx, a former scion of Savathun taken by Oryx. Before Alakul could break out of his shadowed cell, Eris Morn called upon the Guardians to break into the prison section of the Dreadnought, not only to remove the potential candidate for the throne, but also avenge her fallen comrades who fell to Alakul. Fighting to Alakul's cell at the Hanging Crypts, the Guardians battle with the Darkblade within his own black cell, but after a tense battle, they succeed in striking him down. Sometime later, Malok enacted his own campaign to seize Oryx's throne, using his mastery of the Blights to further his goals and possibly launch an all-out assault on the last city to prove his claim. However, word of his activities caught the attention of Varix, who relayed his findings to Eris Morn. Calling upon the Guardians once more, they managed to drive Malok out of the Dreadnought, forcing the Hive Prince to retreat to the Hellmouth of the Moon. Tracking Moloch, the Guardians fight past his Taken forces and persevere against the Blights, before reaching at the sign of Oryx, where Malok makes his final stand. Despite his mastery over the Blights, Malok failed against the Guardians. Alakul and Malok's death would leave the Osmium throne remaining vacant and mark the official end to the Taken War. The worst case scenario, the Splicers aren't in territorial war with the Hive, they're experimenting on them, as said from the Ghost in the Siva Crisis. Following a year after the Taken War and the death of their God King, the Hive on Earth still appear to be organized but hunkered down in their nests, and have recently gone into conflict with the Siva-augmented fallen devil splicers in the Plague Lands. Soon enough, the ambitions of the splicers, led by a Kovic splicer priest, extended to experiment on not only themselves, but the Hive as well. Whether to control them as a slave army or to weaponize their mysterious biology. Furious, the Hive began an all-out war with the splicers, though the efforts of the Guardians, not out of pity, the Fallen's efforts to control or weaponize the Hive were thwarted and Kovic was killed. The Hive remained active by the events of Dominus Gaul's invasion. They have somehow managed to infest Saturn's moon, Titan, engaging Guardian and Fallen forces on the moon. The Hive found on Titan were noted to have undergone a physical change in regards to their eyes by the time of the war. After the Red Legion succeeded in attacking the last city and sealed away the Traveler's Light, the lightless Guardians of the Vanguard, led by Commander Zavala, took what remained of the Vanguard fleet to Titan to set up a base to plan their counterattack. However, Zavala was unaware of the Hive's infestation of Titan, and when a force of lightless Guardians attempted to drive the Hive out, they were defeated. To make matters worse, the Fallen House of Dusk followed by a Vanguard. Upon their arrival, the Fallen began to pillage the Golden Age facilities while also engaging the Hive and the lightless Vanguard. Despite this, a Guardian was able to regain their light and travel to Titan to aid Zavala, clearing out enough of the Hive and reactivating the facilities for the Vanguard to set up a base. After Zavala moved to the farm on Earth, the Vanguard's forces on Titan were under the command of Sloane. Under her supervision, the Guardians began to make progress in driving the Hive away from their base, while also powering the facilities. Throughout the Red War, even after the Guardians reclaimed the last city, the Hive broods on Titan had made numerous attempts to sink the New Pacific Arcology, where the Guardians and Fallen battle. All their attempts were thwarted by the Guardians, and some of their field leaders were slain. Later on, Sloane located the center point of the Hive's rituals, sending numerous teams to investigate, but none returned. After Sloane lost contact with the latest team sent, she requested the Guardian to locate the missing teams and to finish their mission. After delving deep into Hive territory, the Guardians lost contact with Sloane and Zavala but made radio contact with Takeo 3, a Praxtic Order agent and a member of the last team Sloane had sent. She guides the Guardians through the Hive's defenses and encounters strange crystals emitting void light, which was disturbingly revealed to be extracted from Guardians. Takeo further reveals that a massive shrieker, dubbed Savathun's Song, is using the void light for a specific ritual, and they won't be able to destroy the shrieker without void light. Resolving to aid the Guardian, Takeo sacrifices herself by allowing her light to be extracted into a void crystal, which the Guardians use to breach the shrieker's defenses. Takeo's sacrifice was not in vain, as, despite the shrieker's power and Hive servants, the Guardians managed to destroy the shrieker, avenging Takeo and her fallen comrades. However, despite these accomplishments, like with the resurgent Taken on Io and on Earth, the Guardians question the nature of the new Hive broods, as they have noted the differences between the new brood and those they have faced in the past. So they wondered what Hive god is leading them. Evidence and entities point to the new Hive brood's allegiance to Savathun, the Witch Queen. After the chaos of the Red War and the reawakening of the Traveler, a new massive Hive army, the Grasp of Nokris, that had lain dormant within a frozen tundra of Hellas Basin on Mars, emerges to bring about the destruction of the Warmind Rasputin. Leading this army is the worm god of Zal, and its herald Nokris, the mysterious disowned son of Oryx. Many centuries earlier, Nokris was exiled from kith and kin for violating the sword logic by necromancy. Nokris originally hoped to prove himself to his father by communing with the worm gods the same way Oryx himself did, but was rejected by them save Saul, will of thousands. They forged a pact where Nokris traded his heart for the secrets of necromancy, which Oryx viewed as heresy. Despite being exiled, Nokris and his followers aimed to conquer a world for their god, and Mars became their target. However, Rasputin put a halt to their invasion, managing to imprison Nokris, Zal, and their army within the frozen wastes of Hellas Basin. For centuries they remained there until the return of the light melted their prison. Now free, the forces of Zal aim to destroy the ancient Warmind and continue their conquest on Mars. Hoping to avert this disaster and learn more about their past, Anna Bray summons the Guardians to lead the defense of the ancient Warmind and face the Hive head-on. The Guardians face off against Zal's horde, but encounter Nokris and the Worm God itself, who aim to rule the planet. Despite killing the Herald of Zal, the Worm God just proves too powerful for the Guardians to defeat alone. Against his better judgment and with Anna Bray's guidance, Zavala allows the Guardian to forge a powerful Warmind weapon, the Valkyrie, reaching the Worm God just outside the ancient Warmind's core. The Warrior of Light battles with the will of the Thousands for the fate of Rasputin and Mars. Despite its immense power, Zal was killed by the Guardian using the Valkyrie, robbing the Hive of one of their most powerful entities. The leaderless grasp of Nokris remained an active threat on Mars that Guardians continued to face, while also dealing with remnants of the Red Legion, but find that its members are sending messages beyond the system, aimed towards Savathun, pleading her to arrive and assume control. Zal himself would cheat death and transcend physical form by drawing power from the sword logic and using the Taken on Io, taking the shape of former enemies of humanity for the Guardians to face and kill. Once the Guardian proved themselves worthy of a host to feed upon, Zal invoked the anthem Anthemane and transformed into a Whisper of the Worm, weapon as a conduit to feed off the Guardian's kills. So after the fall of Nokris and Zal, the Hive enter into a strange situation during the Guardian's personal war with the fallen Scorn within the Reef. One of the Scorn Barons, Hirax the Mindbender, who somehow survived the Hellmouth as a dreg, developed a morbid fascination with the Hive and its powers, and somehow managed to take control of a large Hive brood within the Tangled Shore that were stranded after the Battle of Saturn at the onset of the Taken War. Hirax was even able to create his own ascendant realm from the deaths of his enemies, Cade 6 in particular. The Mindbender also made experiments upon the Hive with ether, creating a host of ether worms. However, the Mindbender's rise to power within the Hive was put down when the Guardian sought out Hirax and the Scorn Barons for the murder of the Hunter Vanguard. Battling through a drowned Hive warship, the Guardian breached into Hirax's ascendant plane and battled with the Mindbender and his mind-controlled Hive. Despite his power and Hive minions, Hirax was killed, which caused his ascendant realm to destabilize and collapse. This left the Hive without a powerful leader within the Reef. Later on, after the Scorn's failure and the death of their barons, doing a favor for the fallen mob boss, the Spider, the Guardians returned to the disabled Hive warship to clear out the Hive, whose numbers have increased since Hirax's fall. Battling into the ship and deep into the Hive nest, the Guardians encounter knights with ether-infused worms, which they use to break through Hive defenses. Deeper within the nest, the Guardians encounter the progenitor of the nest, Ananon, the Brood Queen, who was also the consort to Hirax. Battling with the Queen deeper and deeper into the nest, the Guardians succeeded in killing the Brood Queen, despite her dark powers. Without the Brood Queen, the Hive's numbers will continue to decrease, and are now without another leader. Despite these occurrences, the Hive's Witch Queen Savathun continues to operate in the shadows, but assumed near complete control over the Taken thanks to her possible usage of the Taken Vexmind, Kira, Blade Transform. With the Taken under her direction, she has plans for the Awoken Dreaming City, which was sealed shortly before the Taken War. Within the city, the Amakara, Riven of 1,000 Voices, was also taken and becomes one of Savathun's most useful allies. Through Riven orchestrated the Scorn's rampage across the Reef, including the murder of Cade 6. Her plan was to open the gateway to the Dreaming City with Uldren Sov as her puppet. Appearing as his sister, Mara Sov, Riven slowly corrupted the Awoken Prince's mind, bending him to her will until he would gather what was needed to open the gateway to the city, a combination of light and darkness. The Rogue Prince managed to open a way, but instead of his sister appearing as he believed, it was her directing his actions. Only a grotesque Taken creature of Riven's, the voice of Riven, appeared in her place. However, once again due to the Guardian's actions, the Taken Chimera was slain and the Hunter Vanguard avenged, but Riven remained a threat to the Reef and the whole solar system. Nonetheless, finally gaining the Vanguard's support, aided by their awoken allies in freeing the Techions from Taken corruption. The Guardians managed to kill the corrupted Riven and purge her heart of Taken essence. Unfortunately for the Guardians and the Awoken, Riven's death was planned, and it would grant Savathun a tremendous advantage. In the last moments before her death, and her heart being purified of Taken corruption by the Techions, Riven granted one last wish, to cure the dreaming city in between the ascendant plane and physical reality, with Taken blights engulfing part of the city in a matter of weeks. With the rules of ascendancy altered by Riven's wish, entities both Hive and Taken under the command of Xivu Arath have appeared in the dreaming city. These entities pillaged the dreaming city for relics, bearing dangerous knowledge, but for what purpose is unknown. The Guardian, however, thwarted this plan by stealing the relics back and killing a Taken chimera, Xeris, greed of Xivu Arath. This suggests an appearance of the Hive's god of war in the future. Following the recent dealings with Callus and the Drifter, the Guardians returned to Luna, after hearing reports of renewed Hive aggression, and of a new fortress that was constructed near the Hellmouth, the Scarlet Keep. As the Guardian works with the Vanguard forces in establishing a beachhead and driving the Hive back, they soon encounter the Scarlet Keep, and strange enemies emanating dark essence. The Guardians manage to enter and proceed further beneath Luna's surface, but near the bottom, they find a massive black pyramid structure that seems to be affecting the Guardians' ghosts negatively. Before they could investigate any further, a dark figure forms, one that, to their surprise, bears the image of Crota himself. Though the Guardians put up a fight, they prove unable to actually harm the Phantom of Crota. Just when they are about to be overwhelmed, as new forms emerge taking the images of Gaul and of Fikrul, Eris Morn saves them with her strange enchantment. Regrouping, Eris guides the Guardians on the nature of the Scarlet Keep, and that the pyramid may be in fact a remnant of the darkness that brought the collapse. Further, the nightmares the Guardians faced are extensions of the pyramid meant to torment and distract the Guardian. With Eris Morn finally gaining the Vanguard's full support, the Guardian makes efforts in finding a way to combat the nightmares and their influence. Believing that the Hive of the resurgent Hidden Swarm have the means, as the Scarlet Keep being near the pyramid is no coincidence, Eris has the Guardians breach the Keep to look for any answers or Hive knowledge. At the entrance of the Keep, the Guardian encounters Hashladun, the daughter of Crota, the architect of the Keep. Originally thought dead after the fall of her father, Hashladun instead took advantage of the pyramid's power to exact her revenge against the Guardians for ravaging her lineage. Eris has the Guardians give chase as Hashladun retreats into the Keep, ascending the Scarlet Tower. The Guardian finally confronts Hashladun at the tower's peak, but it's revealed that Crota's daughter lured them there to fulfill her vengeance. Fortunately, the Guardian overcomes her power and use of the nightmares, managing to slay Hashladun. From her death, the Guardian and Eris learn that Hashladun managed to harness armor able to resist the nightmare's influence, using a forbidden piece of Hive knowledge, the cryptoglyph, found at the very bottom of the Hellmouth, the catacombs. Resolving that the cryptoglyph is essential in the task of combating the nightmares and entering the pyramid, Eris asks the Guardian to venture into the darkness of the Hellmouth once more to acquire the cryptoglyph. The Guardian enters the Hellmouth, but as they venture deeper, they lose contact with Eris. The Guardians finally reach the catacombs and acquire the cryptoglyph after slaying its keeper, Bezerith, the daughter of Crota, also Hashladun's sister. But with Eris unable to extract them, the Guardian had to race back to the surface, with the enraged Hive and nightmares in hot pursuit. Despite the danger, the Guardians managed to escape back to the surface alive, bringing the cryptoglyph to Eris. She further instructs the Guardians in extracting nightmare essence that is taken form over the system so Eris can create the armor necessary to resist and battle the nightmares guarding the pyramid. The Guardians managed to acquire and fuel the essence after slaying the nightmares of Skolas, who embodied pride, Tankus, who embodied isolation, and Fogoth, who embodied fear. With their essence, Eris is successful in creating the necessary armor. With the armor acquired and the Vanguard's approval, the Guardian ventures back through the Scarlet Keep and descends towards the pyramid. As they near, however, their ghost begins to feel something trying to pierce them, and the pyramid itself opens up and draws them in. With their ghost seemingly possessed by the darkness, it taught the Guardian on the light's failures and weaknesses, as they battle with Crota, Gaul, and Fikrul once more. Despite the darkness's taunts, the Guardian succeeds in defeating the nightmares on their greatest foes. With the darkness seemingly welcoming them, the Guardian acquires a strange unknown artifact from the pyramid's center and encounters a mirror projection of themselves that addresses itself not as their friend or their enemy, but their salvation. Though both the Vanguard and Eris regard the pyramid's message as their salvation with great suspicion and doubt, they know they must be prepared for the darkness' imminent return. In the meantime, the Guardians continue to contain the Hive in the Scarlet Keep, and the nightmares that continue to haunt the system. Despite the Luna Hive falling in the Scarlet Keep, and the nightmares being continually hunted by the Guardians, Savathun continued on with her schemes in the shadows. The Witch Queen soon discovered a massive Vex array on Io, and seeking to use it to her advantage, sends a large Taken Blight in the array to corrupt the machine and bring it under her control. Savathun's primary motive in this offense is that since she seeks knowledge to inform her plans and pawns to carry them out, the array carries the desire to fulfill both of these. However, her Taken's infestation spurred the Vex to drive them back, which inadvertently caught the notice of the Vanguard. Commander Zavala sends a strike team to investigate after scans detect large Vex surges on the Pyramidion. The Guardians make their way beneath the Pyramidion, and after battling through both Taken and Vex, they encounter large blights through the array. The Guardians notice the blights being remarkably similar to those that infest the Dreaming City, something that the Guardians and Eris Morn suspect that the Witch Queen is involved. Knowing that the blights require a source to anchor its presence, the Guardians find the anchor and confront the blight's source, Barisk, the envoy of Savathun. Despite the Taken's power and the Vex interrupting, the Guardians succeed in destroying Barisk, thereby defeating the Taken infestation. This allows the Vex to be able to drive the rest of the Taken off. Regardless of the victory, Eris Morn encourages Zavala that the last city must be prepared for the Witch Queen, and she may strike next. Though Zavala remains confident that the Guardians will be able to defeat Savathun, as they have with the Taken King before her, Eris counters that the Witch Queen is not as foolish as her brother, as she would not risk a direct confrontation. Therefore, Eris states that the Guardians must prepare and be wise enough to know when Savathun will show her hand. Later, the Vex of the Sol Diverse begin an invasion of Luna to claim the pyramid for their own plans, likely to restore the black heart of their Black Garden, under the command of the resurrected Undying Mind. Vex portals opened all across the moon, primarily near the Scarlet Keep, allowing their forces to invade en masse, causing a conflict to break out. The Hidden Swarm now battles with the Black Garden's disciples for dominance over the pyramid. The Guardians enter the conflict to prevent either from claiming the structure and its secrets, all the while maintaining the Nightmare Phantoms with their nightmare hunts under Eris Morn's supervision. Though the Guardians manage to slow the Vex's invasion after breaking into the Black Garden and disrupting the flow of Vex platforms by assaulting the Gate network, the Vex continue to appear. Sporadic battles continue to erupt between the Sol Diverse and the Hidden Swarm for control of the moon and the pyramid. The Guardians return to the Scarlet Keep to investigate reports of a strange and disturbing activity surrounding the Hidden Swarm's fortress, rituals that have been dubbed the Altars of Sorrow. The Hidden Swarm began sacrificing nightmares into an ascendant crystal to harvest their phantasmal essence. Slowly, the Guardians under Eris Morn's guidance managed to delay these Hive rituals, but notice that the center point of these rituals lies beneath the Scarlet Keep. Traversing deep into the keep, the Guardians unlock passages to new, forbidden areas, all the while encountering strange yet powerful Hive, disciples of the Broken Blade. After unlocking each gate and traveling deeper into the pit, the Guardians encounter products of Hashladun and her sister's wicked schemes. Upon further investigation, the Guardians learn that Hashladun and her sisters used the pits beneath the Scarlet Keep to further their magical experimentation and find a possible solution to use the pyramid's power to create a nightmare that assumes the form of Oryx himself. Though such a plot was in direct violation of the sword logic, the daughters of Crota believed that such a breach of Hive's sacred logic was necessary. As the Taken King's killers, the Guardians never assumed his place. However, the daughters of Crota proved unable to perform such a feat, as the nightmares could not be conjured by Hive minds. However, Keenox instead proposed to use the nightmare essence and raise a champion of their own, Zulmak, the Instrument of Torment, by creating a nightmare hybrid abomination to serve as their puppet. Following Hashladun's death, Zulmak, the product of the daughters' work and their most powerful champion, began to stir. Resolving to prevent Zulmak from gaining more power or escaping the pit, the Guardians descended deeper until they reached Zulmak's lair, the Cradle of Damnation. Though Zulmak proved a powerful foe, the Guardians used his swords and magic against him, preventing him from using his ascendant crystal to full effect. With the swords and magic in hand, the Guardians managed to destroy the crystal and slay Zulmak, preventing his rise from occurring. However, Hashladun's sisters, Voishur and Keenox, remained at large. Worse, their use of forbidden necromancy sorcery continuously revives Zulmak, forcing the Guardians to traverse the pit and slay Zulmak again. Following the Guardians' battles with the Nightmares, their struggle in the pit, and the exhausting campaign with the Vex that led to the final destruction of the Undying Mind, the Guardians were called to Mercury by Osiris to contend with the consequences. As a result of the Undying Mind's demise, the timeways over Mercury had become undone, leaving them susceptible to being controlled by other factions. One such faction, the Cabal of the Red Legion, under the command of a quartet of Scion sisters, sought to assume command over time itself to undo the Legion's defeat during the Red War, by using a device of Osiris's design, the Sundial. However, the Guardians, under the guidance of Osiris, were able to thwart the sisters in their mission to assume command over time, falling to the Guardians one by one, even when they combined into a single powerful Scion flare. Despite this victory, one last Scion flare sister, Amtek, seeks vengeance in her sister's names, and sought to achieve it by using the crippled vessel, the Almighty. Destroying its engine, couplings, and navigation systems, the Red Legion turned the crown jewel of their forces into a kamikaze weapon, directed towards the home of the Guardians, the last city itself. Unable to stop the massive vessel on their own, the Vanguard, with no other choice, are forced to cooperate with the Warmind Rasputin to find a way to halt or divert the Almighty. The Warmind directs the Guardians to activate its Seraph bunkers across the system to reactivate and weaponize its systems. One such bunker on Luna, unfortunately, was discovered to be infested by the Hive. Working alongside Anna Bray, the Guardians are able to clear the bunker of the Hive and connect it to Rasputin's mainframe. Following the fall of the Almighty, the Vanguard confirms the Darkness's arrival, with pyramids touching down on various worlds and even disabling Rasputin. On Io, Eris Morn heeds the call to the pyramid to learn what she can. Her attempts to hear the Darkness are disrupted by Savathun, who jams the pyramid's broadcasts and sends Hive and Taken to intervene. She is slowly overwhelmed, but the Guardian, who is following her on Zavala's orders, is able to save Eris from the Witch Queen's servants. Though injured, Eris manages to overcome the Witch Queen's power, as she finds a tree of silver wings, with a seed of dark power at its base. After returning to the last city, the Vanguard commander pleads with her to not go any further, but Eris leaves anyways. Determined to find out what Savathun and the Darkness want, she returns to Io, only to find it swarmed with Savathun's forces. Eris calls on the Guardians to take back the tree, and when they succeed, they use the Seed of Silver Wings to receive and interpret the pyramid's broadcasts. During their trek into the court of Savathun, the Guardian learns that Oryx's disowned son Nokris has returned and is now in service to his aunt and her goals. It is soon discovered that the former Herald of Zal was abandoned by his god after finding more worth in the Worm God's killers, and, looking for new purpose, used trickery to enter the Ascendant realm, encountering the Witch Queen doing so. Both wishing to be free from the Darkness, Nokris agreed to a bargain with his scheming aunt. In exchange for teaching his aunt the secrets of necromancy and interfering with the pyramid's attempts to communicate with the Guardians, Nokris would take part in Savathun's plans and learn the power to take from the Dreaming Mind. Ultimately, after weeks of fighting Taken and deciphering as much as they can from the Darkness's messages, the Guardians finally manage to confront Nokris himself to put an end to Savathun's interference. Upon entering into a new area of Savathun's court, near a blight the size of a sun, the Guardian faces off against Oryx's exiled spawn once more. Despite Nokris' sorcery and the use of his aunt's forces, the Guardian manages to slay Nokris, in this time presumably for good. More than a year came full circle after the Pyramid's first communications with the Guardians of the last city. The Hive across the system would find themselves fractured and broken, apart by infighting and internal power struggles. Savathun's ploy with the exiled Nokris to interfere with the Pyramid's communications would not go unanswered, as the Witch Queen found herself banished, excommunicated, and set to burn by the Black Fleet as punishment. The arrival of the Pyramids had also forced the Witch Queen into hiding, as the same broods who once served her, and her brother prior, defected and attempted to strike out on their own. Meanwhile, Guardians of New and Old Light alike would investigate the appearance of the Hive wizard Navota, Earspawn, who had taken over the old Hive nest in the Cosmodrome after Omnigul's death. After killing Guardians Castor III and Maeve, Navota would attempt to finish the remaining member Shah Han, only to be driven off by a newly risen Guardian. With her position threatened by brood rivals, suspicious of her weakness, the disgraced Navota was forced to make a final confrontation with the Guardians at the terrestrial and Jovian complexes. Despite attempting to rally a brood in a trap, she was defeated and the Hive and the Cosmodrome were left scattered and deprived of leadership. The remaining two daughters of Crota, in their hiding along with the very last of the noble dynasty of the once great God King of the Hive, Oryx, were dealt another death blow. Almost a week after the Guardians' investigations and toils on Europa, the legendary warlock Osiris came to Luna after tracking the most potent of the cryptolith's signals across the solar system. Beneath the shadow of the lunar pyramid, Osiris came across a massive gathering of Hive that featured the remaining entirety of the Scarlet Court, including the daughters, along with the High Celebrant of Zebra-Urath. Unknown to Osiris, or likely the Swarm, the High Celebrant was sent to Luna to wrest free the Swarm of the Witch Queen's plans, and instead reform Luna in Xivu's image, a world where all Tiths would tribute to her. In an audacious and suicidal move described by Sagira, Osiris descended upon the gathering as a mighty phoenix. He was and began to slaughter the gathering. In the years since the events of Shadowkeep, Vosher and Kinox, both heirs and sons and daughters of their own, more nobles to Oryx's legacy. These same offspring would be their respective mothers in their final moments. Vosher and her two daughters, Yashira and Irax, were the first to perish before they could even finish their incantation, incinerated by Osiris in daybreak. Kinox was soon to be second, who attempted fleeing into the services of Luna, and her son, Ulgun, and his cohort of knights raised shields to defend her, only to perish from a nova bomb. But despite his efforts, Kinox also perished in the blast. The remaining lesser nobles were killed in the slaughter, which actually strengthened Xivu-Arath thanks to the violence committed by the warlock. Osiris was then stripped of his supers, when the visage and will of Xivu-Arath emanating from the large cryptolith taunted him. Osiris was pinned, and around him were cleaved runes in the stone by the High Celebrant. In a stunning and tragic act, Sagira broke through the oppressive force Xivu projected that was slowly killing Osiris and sacrificed herself, destroying the cryptolith and projection, saving Osiris, but leaving him ghostless. The light in the place of Sagira's sacrifice remained for days. With Kinox and Vosher's deaths confirmed and that of their spawn, the lineage of Oryx would truly meet its end, and without them, Zulmak would be unable to resurrect again. Further, with the end of the Scarlet Court, the remnants of the Hidden Swarm would pledge themselves to Xivu-Arath and her Wrathborn. Following the Black Fleet's arrival, Nokris' fall, and various worlds of the Sol system going dark, the Guardians discover a rise of corrupted Hive activity within the tangled shore in the dreaming city of the Reef. They soon learn that the Hive god of war Xivu-Arath had begun to marshal her influence upon the Sol system, in absence of her excommunicated sister. From her cryptoliths, this was achieved. These organic hive structures burrowed into the material plane, while rooting themselves in the ascendant realm, calling out to nearby beings to be transformed into Wrathborn. These cryptoliths started corrupting Aliski, but quickly spread to Hive and Cabal. commanded and aided in their spread by the High Celebrant. They would be the Wrathborn's command and Xivo-Arath's foothold in the system. To combat this threat, the Guardians agreed to a partnership with the Spider and to work with a mysterious Lightborn called the Crow, who is really Uldren's Sov revived as a Guardian. In the ensuing weeks, Wrathborn of House Spider, House of Dusk, and the broods of the Hive would be hunted down. As for the corrupted Red Legion, none have been encountered which has concerned Crow. Roughly 8 weeks following its initial escape, the Crow was able to locate the Celebrant hiding within the Dreaming City thanks to the Guardian's numerous Wrathborn hunts. After upgrading the Cryptolith lure, the Guardian and the Crow made their way to the Cryptolith within the Harbinger's seclude to summon the High Celebrant and end it once and for all. As the Guardian was able to activate the Cryptolith, the Crow was able to tag it to make sure it would not escape from them again. The Celebrant would lead them through a wild goose chase throughout the Harbinger's seclude and the Ascendant Plane while summoning both Fallen and Wrath of the Hive and delay both Guardians. However, it would succeed in escaping back into the Ascendant Realm and closing the portal behind it, leaving Crow inside to deal with him. While the Guardians were seemingly stuck in a hard place, the Guardians used what remained of the Cryptolith to forcefully open up one of the pre-existing rifts within the Dreaming City to track down the Celebrant. During the battle, the Celebrant contains the Guardian within a Hive trap and opens up another rift to make its escape, only for the Crow to intervene by destroying the portal from the other side. While the Knight was staggered from the destruction of its only exit, kneeling on the floor, the Guardian finishes the Celebrant off and ends its reign of terror once and for all.
So, sometime before the Black Fleet's appearance in the solar system, the Hive would lay waste to the Cabal after Savathun managed to corrupt one of their high-profile leaders, Uma-Arath, into worshipping the Hive. As a gift to her sister Xivo-Arath, Savathun had Uma-Arath perform a ritual. In the event of her death, a portal would open, allowing the Hive to directly invade the Cabal homeworld of Torobatl. The plan came to fruition when Uma-Arath was killed by her former student Empress Catil, allowing the full force of Xivo-Arath's armies to invade. Despite the Cabal's best efforts, the Hive of Xivo-Arath slaughtered their people and destroyed much of their homeworld, forcing Empress Catil to order an evacuation of their homeworld and regroup in the solar system, the home of those who had slain Hive gods before, the Guardians of the Last City. Arriving in the Sol system and explaining her people's plight to Savala and Osiris, Empress Catil beseeches that humanity must unite with her empire to combat the darkness and the Hive, but on the condition that the Guardians kneel before her. Expectedly, the Guardians are quick to refuse, and instead partake in the combat rite to prove their strength to the Cabal. Months of battle wear down Catil's chosen forces, leading to the two groups to forge an armistice. Following the conflicts with the Wrathborn, the fallen House of Salvation and the Cabal, the Guardians discovered their home of the last city plagued by an endless night, which the Vanguard surmised to be the Vex's doing. Requiring aid from one being who could pierce into the Vex's domain, the Guardians locate Mithrax of the House of Light. The Light Kel agrees to aid the Guardians in combating the endless night after they helped him save his people from the Vex. To further ensure the safety of Mithrax's people, Ikor Ray offers Mithrax and his House of Light sanctuary within the last city as they work together, who gratefully accepts, but the decision to bring Elinsky into the last city sparks tension with some of the citizens and the factions. Regardless of this tension, the Guardians work well with Mithrax in combating the Vex, but after gaining enough data, the Sacred Splicer discovers the source of the Endless Night, Kira, the Dreaming Mind, and the servant of Savathun. With Savathun's role in the Endless Night revealed, the Vanguard goes through all knowledge regarding her, hoping to find a clue through her layer of lies, while the Guardian worked on pinpointing Kira's position. After many months of combating the Vex, gathering data, and handling the tense situation between the factions and the House of Light, the Guardians are successful in locating Kira, allowing them to launch a direct assault on the Dreaming Mind. Entering into the Vex domain once more, only this time they discover it plagued with Taken corruption. The Guardians confront Kira. Despite the Dreaming Mind's simulation and Taken powers, the Guardians are successful in destroying Kira, robbing the Witch Queen of one of her most powerful and useful servants. Kira's destruction slowly lifts the endless night over the last city, but the situation with the House of Light comes to a head with Lakshmi II heads a conspiracy with the other factions to oust the Vanguard leadership and to forcibly expel Illusory from the last city using a Vex portal, apparently aided by Osiris himself. However, to her shock, the Vex portal she utilizes breaks from her control, killing Lakshmi and allowing Vex to enter the last city. With the last city and House of Light threatened, the Guardians managed to undo Lakshmi's portal and destroy the Vex, saving the House of Light, but during the chaos, Osiris had vanished, leading many to suspect he was involved as Lakshmi spoke. Refusing to believe her mentor was responsible, Ikora Rey has the Guardian conduct a search for Osiris. As the Guardians search for Osiris, they find a lead that takes them to the Dreaming City within the reef. They're joined by Saint 14 and Crow, who are looking for Osiris and want answers from him as well. They manage to traverse the Ascendant realm, racking Dreaming City, and find Osiris conversing with Marasov herself. However, to the three Lightbearers' shock and horror, the Osiris they had been conversing with for the while had not been Osiris at all, but Savathun, the Witch Queen herself, but Marasov encases her within a strange violet crystal prison. The Hive goddess reveals that she had taken Osiris' form not long after Osiris had become lightless, saving him from Xivu-Arath, but also used his form to hide from her sister, who now hunts Savathun at the behest of another. From there, she struck a bargain with the Awoken Queen. In exchange for releasing Osiris and ending the Taken curse over the Dreaming City, Marasov would exercise her worm. Despite not trusting the notorious Queen of Lies, the Guardians agree with Marasov. To excise Savathun's worm, Marasov requires her Tachyon coven, who had been lost in the Ascendant plane as they traveled the realm before being cornered by Xivu-Arath. To find and liberate them from Taken corruption, Marasov sends the Guardians to complete the task, fully allying the Reef-born Awoken with humanity of the last city. Marasov reveals that she went through with her bargain with Savathun, as she knows without her worm she will be unable to return to her throne world, leaving her vulnerable, but the Guardian remains suspicious that this may be part of the Witch Queen's plan. Hive under the command of Xivu-Arath would infest the ruins of Wrath in the Shattered Realm and would seek to disrupt the Guardian from rescuing a lost Tachyon, but would be defeated. Kel'Gorath, risen from bones, would also seek to claim an Awoken relic for Xivu-Arath, but would be slain by the Guardian. The Hive, Taken, and Scorn would continue to cooperate to poison the Ley Lines, however leading the Guardians to suspect some sort of alliance. Ultimately, after many long months of locating the last of the Queen's Tachyons, restoring the Ley Lines, and holding the line against Xivu-Arath's horde, Marasov informed the Guardian that she now had what she needed to complete her preparations for the ritual. Gathering her Corsairs, anticipating that the God of War will stop at nothing to stop the ritual, and having the Guardian and Saint 14 to provide further protection, Marasov begins the ritual to excise Savathun's worm. Just as expected, Xivu-Arath's Hive and Taken forces assault the ritual, but despite their tenacity, they failed to breach the Guardian's defenses. Growing desperate, Xivu-Arath summons her champion, Kel'Gorath, once more, but despite his power and use of the Taken, the God of War failed in her attempt, allowing Marasov to finish the ritual. Now without her worm, Mara began to release the Witch Queen from her crystal prison to finally achieve justice for her part in Uldren's corruption and death. However, to the Awoken Queen's dismay, Savathun was already one step ahead. In one of her hidden contingencies, she planted a spell within her prison, as it originally formed around her, where upon its shattering, she would be able to spirit away to safety. Nonetheless, Savathun kept her end of the bargain, safely returning the real Osiris to the Guardian. Realizing that they had been outmaneuvered, the Vanguard knows they can only wait until the Witch Queen reveals herself once again and makes her next move. Mars suddenly reappeared, albeit exhibiting temporal distortions, which has the Guardians and Vanguard fire teams deploying to survey the planet. They discovered several darkness-related structures, including the Enclave, and a forge-like device called the Relic within. Research teams led by the Hidden began studying both the structures and the temporal anomalies and documenting their findings. In addition, Cabal forces began deploying across the planet, reclaiming old territory and setting up anti-air defenses. This was in response to Savathun's flagship decloaking over the Martin Cradle and began engaging with Cabal forces. A Guardian, however, managed to board the flagship and reported a terrifying finding: Hive soldiers wielding the light, and with some even having their own ghosts. These light-imbued Hive would become known as the Lucent Brood. Horrified to see the Hive, one of humanity's greatest enemies, wielding the light, the Guardians managed to re-enter Savathun's throne world to search how the Witch Queen managed to steal the light, but encounter a renegade Hive ghost named Finch, who explains that Savathun tricked several Guardianless ghosts to raise her Hive as light-bearers, claiming they were more deserving of the light than humanity. Finch, however, began to have doubts about Savathun's intentions, leading him to hide out and ultimately refuse to revive the Hive Knight he originally raised. Despite being suspicious, the Guardians listen to Finch, who directs them to the Temple of Savathun that had been made in honor of her sister Xivo Arath, the Temple of the Wrathful, and what they found inside was, to their surprise, Sa'jirah's shell, collected by Savathun after her light was taken by Xivo Arath. Traversing the Dark Temple and battling organized Scorn forces, the Guardians were able to retrieve Sa'jirah, but in doing so, they hear Savathun's voice telling them of being called the Witness. Uncertain to what the Witness is, the Guardians learn that they heard was a memory of Savathun, and to fully see the memory, they delve deeper into the throne world, passing various darkness-related illusions, before entering a portal that leads them to a strange area called the Altar of Reflection. There, placing Sa'jirah's shell at the altar, the Guardian sees Savathun's memory where she impersonated Osiris and from his friends learned secrets of the light. Believing that these secrets involved how the Witch Queen stole the light, Ikora has the Guardian continue working with Finch in discerning more from Savathun's memory. However, to fully do so, Ikora allowed the Guardian to enter the pyramid on Europa to directly commune with the darkness, heightening their deep sight abilities to see through the illusions in Savathun's throne world. Returning to Finch, the Hive Ghost informs them of another temple that Savathun had made in honor of her brother Oryx, the Temple of the Navigator, claiming there was a secret within. The Guardians enter the temple and battle with, to their surprise, Alakul, now raised as a light bearer called the Lightblade. Though the Guardian managed to slay Alakul, his ghost managed to escape before they could destroy it. Nonetheless, at the center of the temple, the Guardian found a piece of the Tablets of Ruin, the artifact that taught Oryx how to take. Bringing the tablet piece to the Altar of Reflection, they see Savathun's memory, where she refused to become the Taken Queen, but learn to their shock that Savathun intends to bring the Traveler to her throne world and seal it away, as a way to protect it from the Witness. However, such an act would cut the Guardians off from the light and leave the last city vulnerable. Admitting that she anticipated this, and needing every advantage they can get before the Witch Queen enacts her plan, Ikora has the Guardian follow another tip from Finch. Believing that there is another important artifact within Savathun's throne world, Finch informs the Guardian that deep within the tunnels of the quagmire lies a temple dedicated to Sathona, the Witch Queen's former identity before becoming a Hive god, and within lies an artifact next to the statue of Sathona. Despite heavily entrenched Scorn forces and many illusionary securities impeding them, the Guardians manage to locate the Temple of the Cunning and enter it. There, they find the statue of Sathona, and after slaying the Scorn Warden and moving past Savathun's illusionary tricks, they collect a separate piece of the statue, a calcified worm familiar, the same one Sathona had kept by her side and that whispered to her about Fundament's end. However, taking the familiar activates a powerful illusion of the Amakara and a suffocating haze that nearly kills the Guardian. Despite this, the Guardian manages to escape with the worm familiar and attempts to take the familiar into the Altar of Reflection, but the portal entrance rejects them, forcing Ikora to call upon Eris Morn for guidance. Eris tells them that from a trusted source, Marasov, a memento for Savathun before her conversion to the light is located deep in her fortress, a possible answer to how the Witch Queen gained the light. Guiding them to the apothecary wing of the fortress, Eris claims that the item is a crystal that was once a part of Savathun's prison during her time with the Awoken. Using their gift to pierce through illusions, the Guardian is able to traverse Savathun's fortress and breach the apothecary, the grounds from which the Lucent brood conducted their wretched experiments with the light. Within the apothecary, the Guardians search for the crystal, but encounter the keeper of the apothecary, Savathun's right hand, a light-bearer wizard. Chasing the wizard throughout the apothecary, the Guardian manages to corner the wizard at the crystal's location and slay her. Grabbing the crystal allows the Guardian to hear a piece of Savathun's memory, but to fully see the memory, they return to the altar of reflection, bringing the crystal to the altar. The Guardians witness that after Savathun escaped from her crystal prison in the reef, she came to Earth to a mountain range overlooking the Traveler in the Last City. There, she came to the Traveler as a supplicant, but at that point, the wounds from her escape became too much and died. However, to their shock and horror, the Traveler willingly has a ghost, Imuru, revive Savathun as a light-bearer the same way as a Guardian. At the memory's end, Savathun herself enters and thanks the Guardian for helping her remember her memories, proving that the Witch Queen never stole the light but was granted it. Before Savathun could attack the Guardian, they managed to escape and report back to the Last City, telling the Vanguard of the awful truth they just witnessed. The Vanguard is left completely shocked and rattled to the core that the Traveler would raise Savathun, one of humanity's most devious adversaries, and grant her the light. Zavala himself is left incredulous, and in near denial, but Eris Morn points out the Traveler's behavior of uplifting countless civilizations, and then abandoning them in the Book of Sorrow. Zavala attempts to denounce this as mere HIVE propaganda, but Eris further details that the Fallen themselves tell a similar story. The moment the Witness and its Black Fleet arrived, the Traveler left, leaving them to the Whirlwind, and eventually making its way to the Sol System. However, Zavala angrily reminds everyone present that when the Black Fleet arrived in the solar system, the Traveler sacrificed itself to save humanity. Yet the Vanguard commander cannot comprehend that after everything the HIVE had done, the Traveler would give Savathun the light. Ikora merely states that it doesn't matter, regardless of the Traveler's reasons, only concerned that if the Witch Queen takes the Traveler and seals it away, humanity would lose any hope of surviving the Witness. Theorizing that the calcified worm familiar found in Savathun's temple may hold the key to stopping the Witch Queen, Ikora takes the worm to the Enclave, believing that the relic within may be able to slice into its past. With Eris helping her prepare, Ikora, after a struggle, can see into a memory of the worm familiar and discovers a shocking revelation. The worm familiar whispered that a cataclysm would come and destroy their home of fundament, but in truth it was the Witness who spoke, and it lied to Sathona. There was no cataclysm coming. The HIVE were lied to. The Witness was aware that the Krill would soon encounter the Traveler, and so, to claim them first, the Witness deceived Sathona into guiding her siblings into the deep, thereby leading them to release the worm gods and forge the pact that would create the HIVE species, and rebirthing Sathona and her siblings into the HIVE gods Oryx, Zivorath, and Savathun. Armed with this knowledge, and with Savathun's ritual already beginning, Ikora has the Guardian take the familiar, so they confront the Witch Queen. The truth would destabilize the HIVE god of lies, breaking her hold over the ritual. With no time to lose, the Guardians enter Savathun's throne world, but finds that the Traveler is already within her domain, forcing the Guardian to fight through HIVE and Scorn forces to reach the portal to the ritual's location. Fortunately, Ikora herself arrives to help open the way after the Guardian held off HIVE reinforcements, allowing the Guardian to enter the Court of Thorns and fight their way up to the top of Savathun's fortress. Despite Lightbearer HIVE barring the way and the Witch Queen's taunts, the Guardian was able to reach Savathun's inner chamber and the ritual's location, the sanctum of the Brood Queen. Confronting Savathun, the Guardians battle her and her Lightbearer HIVE and manage to defeat her. But before they could destroy her ghost, she trapped them in a thread-bound spell, allowing herself the time to revive and retreat to her ritual's center point. Pursuing, the Guardian battles with Savathun once more, but proves too powerful for them. Knowing the truth likely won't stop her, but aware they need to try, the Guardian gains access to a portal that leads them to a memory altar, but also see that Savathun is casting a spell that is weaving a web around the Traveler. Heading to two of the towers, the Guardian can slay the spell's thread weavers, undoing the spell before showing Savathun the memory of the witness's lie. At first, the memory surprises and confuses Savathun. She ultimately becomes infuriated that the Guardian is using her own tricks against her, sending the Witch Queen into a fury. As they disrupt her ritual and undo her spell, with the last of the Threadweavers slain and her spell broken, the enraged Savathun forces the Guardian back to her sanctum and battles them. Despite the full force of her light and the support of her Lucent brood, the Guardian nonetheless defeats the Witch Queen. Before dying, Savathun admits that she miscalculated and gives the warning to the Guardian that the witness is coming and that the game is theirs to play now. However, before the Guardian is able to destroy her ghost, the Traveler returns to the last city in a flash of light, allowing Amaru to flee. Nonetheless, as a victory, Ikora sends her Hidden to collect Savathun's remains, with the Guardian believing that their next plan is to prepare for the witness's return and prevent another collapse. Despite the loss of their queen, the Lucent brood continued to operate under Amaru, plotting his return as the Hive and Scorn struggled for supremacy over Savathun's throne world. This forces the Vanguard to conduct operations within the throne world to prevent either faction from gaining any ground. Following Savathun's death, Ikora knows that the witness is likely to return to finish what it started, and understanding they need the support, she summons the Guardian to the Enclave on Mars to meet with Marasov, who requested them for a special task. At the relic, the Guardian finds the Witch Queen's dying worm, brought by Marasov, who believes the worm holds secrets that they could learn from, involving humanity's collapse. The Awoken Queen states that she plans to give the worm strength and a host to keep it alive, thereby allowing them to glean the secrets they require. Though the Guardian believes this to be a death sentence, Mara believes for her it will be worth the risk. Knowing where they can find the means to breathe life into the worm, Marasov guides the Guardian to a city shrouded in darkness near the caverns of Savathun's throne world. Taking the worm with them, the Guardian can locate the doorway to the Dark City, finding it to be similar to what they found inside the pyramid. Marasov explains that a disciple of the Witness created the Dark City with the purpose to grow and facilitate beings similar to the worm itself, and what they are looking for is akin to a cryptolith, a darkness incubator that will provide life for the worm. The Guardian locates the Dark City, but finds only a resonance of the cryptoglyph that the Scorn gave their lives to protect. Marasov suspects that the resonance is but a trick and advises the Guardian to clear it. Doing so opens a portal that allows the Guardians to traverse deeper into the Dark City and locate the cryptolith, claiming it from the Scorn thieves. Traversing further, the Guardian can locate the incubation chamber they need, forcing them to confront the Scorn leader, Hemix, Warden of the Harvest. Despite the Scorn's strength, the Guardian can clear them out, allowing them to access the incubator, placing Savathun's worm at the altar. The darkness energy breathes life into it, allowing it to speak for only a moment, but its vitals remain low. Marasov believes this to be a partial success, and knowing that there are more incubators hidden within the throne world, she tasks the Guardian to keep the worm safe and refill the cryptoglyph with energy, while she locates more incubators. To refill the cryptoglyph with energy, the Guardian meets with Finch, who believes to know what they need: the cryptoglyph, rune, and they are located within the Temple of the Cunning. Returning to the temple, the Guardian can find the rune, but had to slay a large number of Scorn forces to energize it. Finch then directs them to a lost sector called the Sepulchre, a hive tomb, and after slaying its keepers, they find another incubator that allows the worm to regain some of its strength and speak again. The Awoken then strikes a bargain with the worm, offering a new host in exchange for secrets regarding humanity's collapse. Savathun's worm grudgingly accepts to keep itself alive. Despite their concerns that she is offering herself as the host, Marasov has the Guardian continue onward in finding more incubators with the lost sectors of the throne world, as well as keeping a location called the Wellspring secure from the Hive and the Scorn. During this time, Savathun's worm repeatedly attempts to sow distrust between Mara and the Guardian, but despite its words, they continue with Finch aiding them in locating more runes and incubators. After finding enough incubators for Savathun's worm to regain its strength, Marasov demands the information they seek first before gaining its host. Just when it was about to speak of Savathun's part in the collapse, The worm begins to writhe in pain, as a dormant curse the Witch Queen placed on it activated in the event Savathun's worm attempted to speak her secrets. Unsure of what to do, Marasov leaves, but the Guardian quickly takes to the only other being they know who has information, the Hive worm. Finch, the renegade Hive ghost, gives them a casting that temporarily prevents the worm from dying, and now have to carry the worm through the springs of Hive energy to give it strength again. Despite Lucent Brood's forces attempting to stop them, the Guardian reaches through enough springs for the worm to stop dying. Marasov returns after this, apologizing, and directs the Guardian to fill the cryptoglyph with the Hive light for the worm's ritual. Returning to the apothecary, the Guardian manages to steal the Hive light they need to reach the Temple of the Wrathful, where Marasov lays the groundwork for the ritual. Though the Guardian and their ghost believe the Awoken Queen is about to become the worm's new host, she instead turns the worm into a weapon called Parasite. Much to the worm's shock and dismay, Mara clarifies that she fulfilled her end of the bargain by providing a vessel for the worm, thereby allowing it to continue living. But its new host is now more like a prison, to which the worm objects. The Scorn react to the worm's presence in the ritual, and to prevent the worm from escaping, Marasov has the Guardian hold them off with their new weapon as she completes the ritual. The weapon proves itself useful against the Scorn, as Marasov finishes the ritual and now demands Savathun's worm deliver its end of the deal. Though angered at being deceived, it nonetheless agrees. Savathun's worm tells them in the wake of humanity's collapse, Savathun rode along in the apocalypse, but deceived the witness when it turned a violent gaze upon the traveler, weaving tricks and lies that ultimately turned the tides and forced the witness to return to the stars. Though this information leads Mara and the Guardian to believe that Savathun tricked the witness to save humanity, Savathun's worm corrects them, stating she did so to protect the traveler. With this part of the deal complete, Savathun's worm refuses to speak anymore, but Marasov is nonetheless satisfied with the information they now have. The Awoken Queen then gives the Guardian another task, to keep the weapon so the information the worm has does not fall into the wrong hands, and hopefully it will speak more of its secrets.
Though Savathun had been defeated, the Guardian still had to deal with her Lucent Brood, and more importantly, the ramifications of killing Red Legion Cabal on Mars during their early missions against the Hive, which is a breach in the last city's armistice with the Cabal Empire. Ikora informs the Guardian that Zavala managed to set up a meeting with Empress Catul to discuss the situation and avoid making another conflict with the Cabal, giving them a synaptic spear, a weapon of Cabal origin, before they head to the meeting. At the tower hangar where the meeting was taking place, the Guardian arrives, as Empress Catul expressed her anger that the Vanguard's Guardians opened fire on her troops, who were responding to an unexpected threat towards Zavala, Lord Saladin, and Crow. After offering their condolences, Zavala suggests they put an act behind them and work together to combat the threat of the Lightbearer Hive, which pose a threat to both humanity and the Cabal. Catul, despite her anger, agrees to form an alliance against the Lucent Brood, as she is pleased that the Vanguard need them to hit the Hive hard. Thus, operations in the Vanguard helm are set up and Lord Saladin works with Catul in combating the Lucent Hive. Catul explains that the synaptic spear is a weapon made from light-suppressing technology, refined and weaponized. The Cabal Empress then instructs the Guardian to locate the Hive Lieutenant brimming with Savathun's influence. Then her scions will force it into their mindscape, connect the Guardian's light with the weakened Hives. Doing so will force the Guardian to face the embodiment of the Hive belief in their god, an aspect of Savathun. At that point, the Guardian will use the spear to destroy that aspect, rendering the Hive lightless. Without a worm or the light, the Hive will die, but Catul informs the Guardian that her scions keeping them alive. They can bring it to the Vanguard's helm and have Catul's scion shift through the Hive's mind to discover any secrets. Though Lord Saladin was reluctant to work with the Cabal, the Iron Lord finds the Lightbearer Hive sickening and agrees to oversee operations. As Ikora focuses on Savathun's throne world, Lord Saladin directs the Guardian to locate Lucent Hive that breached into the EDZ, catching Guardians unprepared, killing them and stealing their light. After heading to the EDZ, the Guardian succeeded in battling the Lightbearer Hive. using the spear to sever their connection to the light and bring it to the Helm research site. The Psiorium for the Scions to gaze into Lucent Hive strategy. The mind scans already brought results that the Hive are hunting Guardians and collecting their light, though for what purpose, they do not know yet. Despite the method in which the Scions put the Hive in a painless state of being neither alive nor dead unnerves Zavala, Saladin, and Crow, they nonetheless forge ahead in capturing more Lightbearer Hive, and stopping Lucent Hive operations in the EDZ and the Cosmodrome. The Guardians and Cabal unified efforts in capturing light-bearing Hive lieutenants would force the Lucent Brood to redouble their efforts, increasing their hostilities on all fronts, leading Lord Saladin to believe that they're getting close to whatever it is they're hiding. Ultimately, the Guardians' efforts led to the Hive falling into disarray. Lord Saladin then spoke to Empress Cattle's most trusted scion, who runs the Psiorium, telling the Iron Lord that within the minds of the Lucent Hive, he saw flashes of gray and red, leading Saladin to believe they will soon know where to strike next. Saladin's suspicions would be confirmed after the Scion was able to deduce the Hive's ritual's location, the Scarlet Keep on the moon. Further, the Lucent Brood intends to claim the keep for their own, seizing it from Xevo-Arath's forces, and using the light they stole from the Guardians, they plan on manifesting Savathun's throne world. With this, the Lucent Brood would be able to launch an invasion of Earth. Gathering her fleet, Empress Cattle supports the assault on the Scarlet Keep, sending the Brachus to support the Guardian as they thwart the ritual and capture the lead Lightbearer Wizard. Though the ritual was disrupted and the Lucent Brood in disarray, Zavala believes they will likely attempt another invasion again, furthering the need for the Vanguard to cement their alliance with the Cabal. As the Hidden continued in their investigation on Savathun's throne world and the Lucent Brood, Ikora Rey discovered that the relic the Guardian found in Savathun's fortress, the same one that allowed them to forge the glaive, was meant to lure the Guardians further into the Witch Queen's domain. Beyond that, however, Savathun didn't have any other plans for it. Her ghost Amaru, however, had further ambitions for it, planning on creating new, more powerful weapons for the Lucent Brood. Wanting to prevent the Hive from having enhanced glaive weapons and likely to have a chance to take out Amaru himself, Ikora organizes the Guardians to use osmic fragments to lure Amaru out of hiding, and take out the Hive Ghost supplier in one fell swoop. Taking the fragment they had found in their investigation, the Guardians set up their trap in the Queen's Bailey of the Throne World, where Amaru was conducting a shaping ritual. Though the plan worked in drawing Amaru out, the ghost got away, but the Guardians nonetheless prevented the Lucent Brood from receiving any advanced weapons, ending Amaru's scheme for good. Despite the loss of many of their Lightbearers and Amaru's failure, the Lucent Brood remained active, but operated under the Vanguard's radar, as they contended with the resurgence of nightmares, the return of Callus, and of his intention to become the newest disciple of the Witness. However, following the nightmare containment and preparing for when Callus would make his next move, the Guardians would have to contend with another servant of the Witness, Eramis, the ship stealer, and Kel of House Salvation. Freed from her stasis prison, the Dark Kel was given the order to find relics containing pieces of fallen disciple Nezarek, which were once used by fallen of the old crews. As the Guardian tracked one specific relic, held in the possession of Alakas, the Beast Tamer, they found her lair ransacked and most of Alakas' crew killed. The Guardian and Mithrax wondered who was also seeking the relics, but nonetheless they finished the job by slaying Alakas and claiming the relic. It wouldn't be until the mission to claim the relic held by Viseric the Coward that the Guardian discovered that the Lucent Brood attacking the old crews, revealing themselves to also be seeking the relics, but for what purpose is unknown. Regardless, the Guardian prevented the Lucent Hive and their raid leader, the Hive Lightbearer, Ir-Arat Trespasser, from claiming the relic. With the third party revealed to be the Lucent Brood, the Guardians worked in haste to search for the last relic, and they found it within an asteroid layer already besieged by the Lucent Hive. In her haste and naivety, Ido secretly went ahead to collect the relic non-violently, and though she acquired the relic, the Hive spotted her and gave chase, forcing the Guardian and Mithrax to battle through the lair with all speed to save Ido, forcing them to slay another Hive Lightbearer, Hirakar Horde Seeker. Unfortunately, Ido found herself cornered by the Lucent Hive, but to everyone's surprise, Eramis herself protected Ido as she safeguarded the relic. The Lucent Hive ultimately failed to collect the last relic, as the last of their raid party was killed by Eramis. Following both Eramis and the Lucent Brood's failure to secure the relics of Nezarec, the Hive War God would re-emerge once more to consolidate her power over the system and prepare for the Witnesses' invasion. To do so, Xivo Arath amassed her Wrathborn forces to seize control over the Warsat network in the wake of Rasputin's continued incapacitation. In addition, Xivo Arath assumed control over most of what was left of the House of Salvation, corrupting its members or resurrecting them as scorn, serving as a punishment for Eramis. Though Xivo Arath gained control over some of Rasputin's defense systems, the whole network remained out of reach, forcing the War God to target one of the Warmind's creators, Clovis Bray himself. Trapped as a stationary AI within the creation labs on Europa, the Guardians, under the direction of Anna Bray, and the newly awakened Osiris, also go searching for Clovis Bray, as he was needed to restore Rasputin's central core systems. Though the Guardians were delayed due to some of the Warmind's defenses being used against them, they were nonetheless successful in rescuing Clovis from being subjugated by Xivo Arath's forces. With his main AI being transferred to a prototype exo-frame on the helm, Clovis reluctantly agreed to aid Anna and the Guardians in restoring Rasputin. He first directs the Guardians to an underground Seraph bunker on Luna, containing the main data of the submind Malahayati. Despite the heavy Wrathborn presence, the Guardians were successful in retrieving Malahayati. Next, with further aid from Marasov, the Guardians head to Earth, into another bunker containing the data and Warsat launch location. Despite Empress Cattle's earlier efforts, the bunker's Warmind defenses forces the Guardians to infiltrate the facility and gain the data they need. However, they cannot hold the facility, as they lack all data they need to launch them to the central hub of the Warsat network, the Seraph Station, a space station hovering in orbit over the last city. In time, Clovis decrypted the next submind needed, Charlemagne, deep within the vault on Mars. However, as they need Charlemagne intact, the Guardians make use of the time wounds found on the planet, windows into the Golden Age, which allows them to access Charlemagne's data in pristine condition. However, during this mission, the exo-stranger Alice Bray arrives to aid her sister, but immensely objects to Clovis Bray's involvement on the mission. Despite the argument, Elsie nonetheless agrees to aid in the mission, but continues to hold their grandfather under a watchful and suspicious eye. The Guardians, meanwhile, infiltrate the Mars facility, heavily infested with Hive and Taken forces alike. Despite the Warmind's defenses impeding them, the Guardians manage to reach the vault with Anna and Elsie's aid, but would be forced to face an old and determined foe, Kelgorath, risen to serve Xivo Arath once more, and made into a dark blade. Yet, despite his strength and power, the Guardians slay Kelgorath again, allowing them to gain Charlemagne's data. In addition to gaining Charlemagne and Malahati's data, the Guardians were advised by Anna and Clovis to seek out a vault hidden within the Bray Patriarch's facility on Europa, beneath the exoscience labs, the Yggdrasil stack, to help them understand the submind frameworks and to merge it with their mainframe. As the Guardians infiltrated the labs, they encounter War Watcher, Eye of Xivo Arath, a powerful Hive Shrieker and commander within Xivo Arath's horde. Despite the Shrieker's power, the Guardians destroyed it, allowing them to gain access to the vault, and in the process temporarily blinding Xivo Arath on Europa. Eventually, the Guardians made preparations for when Rasputin would be ready to assume control over the network again. First, by preparing the Seraph Station to be more accessible for the Warmind, Elizabeth and Anna Bray developed a means that would make it easier for the Guardian to board the station once Rasputin is ready. By uploading a virus to the station's security mainframe, they would be able to infiltrate the station and upload the data of Malahati and Charlemagne, making it easier for when Rasputin is ready to assume control over the station. Using a system reboot, the Guardian was able to board the station without setting off any alarms or defenses, but find Salvation Fallen Splicers working under the direction of Xivo Arath's Hive, led by Harakatha, the Scourge of the Helium Drinkers. Elise surmises that the Splicers may have been tasked to hack the station's mainframe to make it easier for the Hive to corrupt and control the Warsat network. Bypassing the station's heightened security, slaying the splicers, and eventually Har-Katha himself, the Guardians reached the Nexus Control, the main hub of the station. There they battle with, to their surprise, another old foe risen again, Praxis, the Technocrat, now under the moniker The Defiled, and a scorn in service to the Witness. Despite Praxis' stasis powers, the Guardians managed to slay the former lieutenant of Aramis, allowing them to upload the virus and escape before reinforcements arrive. Ultimately, after Rasputin was repaired enough for him to speak to the Guardians directly and reveal Clovis's true intentions in aiding them, causing the brave patriarch to be cast out by his granddaughters, Morozov would suspect Zivorath's true strategy in corrupting the network. The War God was counting on the Guardians in restoring the Warmind's Warsat network, and use it against her Wrathborn in retaliation, thereby feeding her worm from all destruction and conflict. Further, the conflict would also serve as a fuel source for a ritual, one large enough to open a portal over Earth and send her endless legions on to overwhelm humanity, just as she had done to the Cabal on Tabadal. The Awoken Queen would bring those findings to the Guardian, Osiris, Rasputin, and the Vanguard, causing them to debate on their next move. Rasputin is uncertain, as being humanity's protector is his purpose, and not being a weapon is unknown to him, yet he cannot allow Aramis and her splicers to hack into the network and use it against the last city, thus having the Guardians continue in infiltrating the vaults and collecting submine data. In the meantime, with Zavala, Mithrax, and Empress Cattle informing them of Zivorath's true plan, Morozov reasons that they cannot restore the Warmind. Anna, however, interrupts and voices her objections, stating that humanity needs Rasputin, and that he is more than a weapon. Mara then suggests a compromise. Instead of having Rasputin smite the Wrathborn, they restore him as Anna wants, but he refrained from using his arsenal, creating a stalemate with the Hive God of War, denying Zivorath the requirements she needs for her ritual. Zavala and the other coalition members agree to the plan, leading the Guardian to continue in their infiltrations of the submine vaults and keeping Seraph Station secure. After many more weeks of collecting submine data and keeping the Hive at bay, Aramis would succeed in gaining access to one of Rasputin's most dangerous protocols, the Abhorrent Imperative, in order that all Warsats target the Traveler directly, in the event the Traveler ever intended to leave humanity. Desperate and with little time, Rasputin has the Guardians take his Pillory engram to upload himself into Seraph Station and activate his Aura Sacrifice protocol, which will cause the Warsats to self-destruct, but it also sacrifice himself in the process. As the Guardians battle with Aramis' House of Salvation, they made their way to the bridge, where they encountered more of Zivorath's Hive, before ultimately clashing with Irgarza, the Scourge of Earth, as Rasputin uploaded himself into the station, and as Aramis slowly gained access to the Warsats. Though the Guardians slayed Irgaza, Aramis succeeded in gaining access to the Warsats, having them target the Traveler as it began to leave the last city. However, Rasputin succeeded in getting the Warsats to self-destruct, saving the Traveler and thwarting Aramis' efforts. Yet, instead of leaving, the Traveler stays within Earth's outer orbit, with the Witness stating that it simply had no other place to run to. With the Warsat network and the Warmind itself no more, rendering her ritual useless, Zivorath began to have her Hive pull back, but would still maintain a grip on Europa, causing the Guardians to continue operations to prevent the Hive from claiming the moon and corrupt what's left of Clovis Bray. Following the Witness's arrival, and the Guardians combating Callus and his Shadow Legion forces on both Earth and Neptune, the Traveler would be claimed by the use of a paracasual entity called the Veil, to create a gateway upon it. After months of fighting the Shadow Legion and failed attempts to follow the Witness, the Vanguard received a distress call from Titan, from the Deputy Commander Sloan, who had been missing since the moon's disappearance following the Pyramid's arrival. With haste, Zavala gathers Saint 14, Lord Saladin, and the Guardian to head to Titan and bring Sloan home. Arriving at Sloan's last known position at the New Pacific Archaeology, the team finds an area that's eerily quiet, but as the Guardian headed towards the communications array to pinpoint Sloan's location, they come under assault from the Taken and Hive. During this, the Drifter makes a surprise appearance, after taking notice in Titan's return. also looking for Sloane's whereabouts. As they fight off their attackers, they hear the thundering voice of Xivu-Arath herself, taunting them. As the Guardian attempts to silence the Hive War God's battle song, they encounter another celebrant of Xivu-Arath, Azshradat, but it escapes, leaving the Guardian to finish their task in realigning the communications array. However, they discover that Sloane's location is pinpointed 1 kilometer down into the Methane Ocean, where the pressure would likely kill anyone. With Zavala's insistence, the Drifter lends the Guardians some aquatic devices that allow them to survive in the pressure for a brief period. The devices worked, as hoped, and find Sloane, though partially corrupted with taken energies, along with a massive creature the Deputy Commander claimed is named Asha, and who the distress signal was actually for. Sloane states that Asha saved her life when Titan was taken by the Witness, almost being possessed by Xivu-Arath when her taken affliction began, and claims she is an old enemy of the Witness. Further, her taken affliction not only allows her to be turned into the enemy's radio, but also communicate with Asha, albeit very briefly, and Asha has some very important information to share with the Guardians. With the Drifter's expertise, his use of Gambit tech, and of underwater coral plant that bears the same physic properties as the Erigor, the Vanguard believes they can strengthen Sloane's connection to Asha for her to interpret her messages. Their first mission involved finding more of the coral plant within the methane seas and locating a fallen servitor, J4WS, Wrath Hunter's servitor, that Xivu-Arath's Wrathborn had taken control over. Delving deep into the methane seas with a Golden Age version of the gear the Drifter gave them, the Guardians are able to locate the servitor, after using Sloane herself as bait, destroy it, and gain the Igor coral they need, allowing Sloane to intercept and interpret Asha's first message. Said message involved an oasis in the desert of travelers and wanderers, and the first of those claimed by the Deep, the first victims of the Witness. In addition to helping Sloane, the Guardians conducted salvage operations in the methane seas on both the Vanguard's and Drifter's behalf. During one such salvage operation, they encounter Azshradat once more. Despite Azshradat's power and the Hive supporting him, the Guardians slayed the latest Xivu-Arath celebrants. The Guardians would also face old foes, but Xivu-Arath had risen and made taken, such as Valkower, but were not enough to stop the Guardians' efforts. After gathering more salvage for the Drifter to tune his Gambit device, Sloane directs the Guardians back to the depths to find more coral Igor, with Saint 14 providing tactical. As the Guardians worked their way down, they were swarmed by Xivu-Arath's taken forces, but despite their efforts, the Guardians persevered, Sloane resisting the War God's taunts and managed to reach the seafloor, where they confront Khazudad, the Binder of Savathun, the former field leader of the Witch Queen, now twisted to serve Xivu-Arath. Despite the wizard's power, the Guardian managed to slay Khazudad and gather the coral they need. Using it, Sloane is able to interpret Asha's the second part of her message, speaking about a city of light, and a silent god withholding a deeper truth. However, the experience of the message takes a toll on the Deputy Commander, to the concern of both Zavala and Saint 14. In time, the Vanguard had located a new area of Titan's depths that possessed untouched Igor coral, but their movements were noticed by Xivu-Arath's forces, leading them to move in and try to claim the coral themselves. Racing towards the depths, the Guardians encountered taken under Xivu-Arath and found they were corrupting the coral before the Guardians could reach them. However, using the Drifter's tech, the Guardians were able to purify the coral as they take out the taken. During this, Sloane noticed she was being pursued by a taken knight, which she briefly fought off before it disappeared. The Guardians themselves would confront this taken knight, revealed to be Kel'Garath, who allowed himself to be taken to continue his devoted service to the Hive God of War. Yet despite Kel'Garath's persistence and taken powers, the Guardians prevailed, slaying Kel'Garath and collecting the coral. With the coral, Sloane was able to better connect with Asha, taking less of a toll on her, and interprets her next message. Said message spoke of a promise of something more, two halves of a whole, long divided. Later on, the Drifter would inform the Guardian that he's salvaged they collected from Titan's depths, had been put to good use. But to complete it, he needs a different piece of technology, pyramid tech. He directs them to travel to Savathun's throne world and secure pieces of pyramid tech that the Scorn had been acquiring from the Urukul's sunken pyramid. With it, he can modify his extraction equipment to work in the deepest trenches of the Kraken Mare. Traveling to the quagmire of the Witch Queen's realm, the Guardian succeeds in gathering amorphous alloys from the Scorn. After another deep dive mission and gathering Equator coral, Sloane interprets the next part of Asha's message, which spoke of calamity and a wordless denial, a fleeing god, betrayal and escape, the pursuit for the final shape. The Drifter would continue to tune his machine to strengthen Sloane's connection to Asha. However, to make it work better, he asked the Guardians to gain more pyramid salvage, but most importantly, he has the Guardians hunt for something of the light, which specifically components of a hive ghost. Traveling to the Witch Queen's throne world once more, pillaging the sunken pyramid, and hunting for a hive lightbearer, the Guardians return to the Drifter, who uses the new components of his device to enhance Sloane's connection. This time, Sloane and Asha's minds become one, allowing Asha to speak with Sloane's voice for only a few moments to speak of the most important segment of her message, the Witness's origins. In this very distant past, the first victims of the Witness were Asha, as she described, a people not unlike humanity, struggling on a hostile world that would ultimately find the Traveler, giving it the name the Gardener, turning their world into a paradise, and began a golden age that would last eons. However, the Traveler never spoke to them or offered guidance as the people began to crave meaning in their lives, a purpose. In time, as they studied the light, they encountered an entity that was connected to the Traveler, the Veil, and their study on it led to commune with the darkness. The power of thought and consciousness for the first time, concluding that the light was a force of chaos. However, they believed that by using the Veil and the Traveler together, they could bring order to the chaos, a perfect reality that they would call the final shape. The Traveler, however, refused to let this happen, and thus fled with the people, remained determined to enact their goal. Using the power of the darkness, the people merged their entire civilization's consciousness into a single unfathomable being, the Witness. Said being would embark on its crusade to find the Traveler and the Veil to fulfill its ambitions in enacting the final shape. And after billions of years, it is now close to reaching its goal. Sloane is left reeling at not just the strain of the message, but at the knowledge of the Witness's origins and desire for a purpose, to find meaning in a meaningless universe. Nonetheless, Asha's message gives the Guardians the knowledge of their foe few possess, and the hope that Asha may also be able to give some intel on how to follow the Witness through the portal, thus resolving to continue their mission on Titan. However, following a recent dive, Saladin took immediate notice that the Guardians did their salvage missions. Zivorath had struck, conducting a ritual against Asha, leading her to leave the safety of Kraken Mare, to disrupt their ritual and end up being captured. Gathering Zavala, Drifter, Sloane, Saint 14, and the Guardian, the group mount a rescue mission. Saladin manages to track Asha's location and organize the group to divert Zivorath's forces to create an opening for the Guardian to breach through and reach Asha. Gathering his Iron War Beasts as backup, Saladin launches the mission, but as the Guardian delves deeper and closer to Asha's position, Sloane feels Asha's pain as a result of their link. Discovering that ritual Zivorath is conducting is meant to take Asha. Racing to the ritual site, the Guardian confronts the ritual's handlers, 3 wizards, each bearing the title Scream of Zivorath, who were using corrupted coral to the catalyst of their ritual. Despite the Hive and Taken's efforts, the Guardians slay the Screams and using Drifter's machine purifies the coral, actually wounding Zivorath in the process. With the Iron Warbeast's support, the Guardian manages to disrupt the ritual and save Asha from being taken, leading the group to clear their zones before Drifter had Asha, Sloane, Zavala, and the Guardian transmit back to the base. Back at the safety of the Arcologies and Zivorath's forces in full retreat, Sloane finishes the mission by interrupting the last part of Asha's message, but is nearly possessed and taken by Xivu Arath. Fortunately, Zavala is able to reach Sloane, getting the deputy commander to regain herself and interpret the message. The way to the witness may be blocking, but one may know of a way to reach it. She who hides truth in deception. Savathun, the Witch Queen, leaving the Guardian and Zavala shaken. The finished message strained her and wounded from the ritual attempt, leads Asha to enter hibernation. However, the knowledge that the only method for the Vanguard to follow the witness through the portal is to rely on the Witch Queen, which means they have to allow her to be revived. This plan leaves both Saladin and Saint 14 incredulous, believing that bringing Savathun back is a huge mistake. Zavala, however, believes there's no other way, and he claims that Eris and Ikora have a method to ensure the Witch Queen will remain captive even when revived. But this does little to ease his fellow Titans or even the Guardian, citing that Amaru will not be fooled into a trap. Zavala, however, states that it won't be a trap but a bargain. He gets his Lightbearer back, while they get the answers they need to enter the portal to follow the witness. Still heavily wary, Saladin departs to inform Empress Cattle of this development, while Saint 14 promises that if the Witch Queen strays for even a moment, he will strike, something which Zavala understands and accepts. As the Guardians combated Xivu Arath's forces within the depths of Titan's oceans, they received word from the Hawthorn that there had been a development on Titan. A Lucent Hive ship had delved deep into the waters beneath the new Pacific arcology, though for what purpose remains a mystery. Gathering a team, the Guardians brave the depths to reach the seafloor and the Lucent ship, but lose contact with Sloane as it appears a mass ritual was being conducted at the site, disrupting communications. As they delved deeper into the methane sea to reach the Hive ship, the Guardians also collected calcified fragments that held the voice of Xivu Arath, who appeared to be journaling her tribulations since Oryx's death, towards her conquest of Tarbadal, and even Savathun's conversion to the light. After reaching the Lucent ship and locating the ritual's center point, the Guardian discovered the calcified remains of Oryx himself, and the Lucent Hive were attempting a brute force approach to resurrecting him with the light. The ritual is led by a former member of the Grasp of Nokris, Samura Nukor, now a Lightbearer necromancer from the Lucent Brood, along with other former members of Oryx's court. Despite the Lucent Hive's efforts, the Guardians slay Samura Unurkru and disrupted the ritual, preventing the attempted resurrection, but the revelation of such an attempt worried Sloane. Taking this news to Ikora, the Warlock Vanguard agreed to set up patrols and fortifications to prevent such an attempt again, but the situation rattled Ikora greatly. She took further measures by placing Oryx's corpse within a secured Vanguard vault, much like with the Witch Queen's remains. Understanding that there was no other choice if they wished to stop the witness, the Vanguard reached out to Amaru and offered him Savathun's body, if she were to agree to help them pass through the portal at the Traveler. Amaru counters with a bargain of his own, citing that Savathun anticipated that the Guardians would need her. They would need to deal with the Witch Queen's sister, Xivu Arath, before he would revive Savathun. In this task, he would provide his aid in combating the Hive God of War. Despite the terms, Ikora and Eris Morn agreed, with the latter granting the Guardian a relic she forged with Hive magic to help them, the Acolyte's staff. Amaru directed the Guardians to a special location within Savathun's throne world that held the information they needed, Savathun's Spire, found at the top of the sanctum of the Brood Queen. Fighting past legions of Lucent Hive ordered by the Witch Queen to protect the Spire, regardless of Amaru's current orders, the Guardians' use of the Acolyte's staff allowed them to uncover the Spire and traverse its labyrinthine interior, while disrupting Scorn and Hive rituals impeding them. Despite the Lucent Hive and their Scorn prisoners hampering their efforts, the Guardians managed to clear the Spire, slaying its wardens Dual Eye, Hiruk, and Zerai. Reconfiguring the light, seeing through it using crystals the Witch Queen had made, and locate a ritual site beneath it. During this, the Guardians were given recordings of the Witch Queen by Amaru, messages she left behind in the event the Guardians ever required her aid after killing her. In one message, Savathun states that they cannot defeat Xivu Arath conventionally, for her sister feeds off of all conflict and grows stronger from it. Therefore, to defeat Xivu Arath, they must use the logic that the Hive God of War believes to be absolute, their sword logic. Specifically, Eris Morn must become a Hive God, gathering power through the Tith system until she is strong enough to challenge Xivu Arath. For only a Hive of equal strength can do so. Ikora immediately objects to this, believing they cannot utilize Hive magic in such a way, or play by the sword logic's rules, without unfavorable consequences. Eris Morn states that there is no other way to challenge Xivu Arath, as simply maintaining their current stalemate with her or outright confronting her is not feasible, for they would eventually lose in either case. Despite fearing what would happen to Eris, Ikora reluctantly agrees to allow Eris to proceed with her ritual. Using Hive magic, Eris's body transforms with new Hive biology, capable of feeding off the battles the Guardians partake in, allowing her to grow in strength. With the ritual complete, Eris Morn had emerged as the new Hive God of Vengeance, and made a base for herself within the throne world she would call the PANTHEON, which the helm was connected to via a portal. To begin the quest to make Eris stronger, the Guardians located a prison called the Obelete beneath Savathun's spire, which also housed various ritual sites. The altars of summoning, and acting as her acolyte, they battled with prisoners and retainers of the Witch Queen during her earlier studies with the light, which included Vex, the Ternary Mines, and forgotten lucent hives such as Alaknar and Haruz, both retainers of Savathun. Defeating them allowed Eris to gain strength from the Tith system as planned. However, Ikora remained deeply disturbed by the circumstances, seeing Eris and the Guardian revel in the slaughtering, but admits she cannot deny the results. Eris would later clarify the nature of her transformation to the Guardian, stating that her transformation didn't empower her as she expected, but instead it refined her, making Eris herself, which concerned Ikora, but Eris remains resolute. She would further inform the Guardian on the nature of the Hive's sword logic, and of Xivu Arath's devotion to it. To the Hive, the sword logic is the only way to prove one's right to exist, while the rest die in terror. But Eris states the Hive's logic is flawed, as she had used it to acquire the power needed to claim her vengeance, just as she did with Crota. Oryx and Savathun were felled. Eris was able to see past Xivu Arath's devotion to the sword logic as a desperate childish cry to prove it right, and using it against her would deny her its vindication. Further, Eris states that while she may use the sword logic, she is using it not out of desperation as the Hive do, but out of desire. Imaru offers insight on his own, but scoffs that philosophy will defeat Xivu Arath. He offers a recording of an argument Xivu Arath had with Savathun not long after Oryx had been slain years ago, where Xivu Arath desired to avenge their brother, just as he attempted to avenge his son. But the Witch Queen mocked her desire for revenge, stating that by the Guardians killing Crota and Oryx, then both have deserved death. Further, Savathun states that Oryx's attempt to avenge his son's death only proved him a hypocrite, mocking Xivu Arath for being the same. The Hive God of War, however, refused to accept this, believing that Eris, she who orchestrated Oryx's demise, would take up his mantle, take her true shape, and eventually face her. The Witch Queen, however, remained unimpressed, citing her sister as a vain child that Oryx spoiled rotten, before stating that she will not always get her way. With the recording finished, Imaru theorizes that Xivu Arath sees Eris as Oryx's heir, and that this was part of Savathun's plan, which makes the Hive Ghost wonder what the former Lightbearer is doing. With all this new insight, the Guardian continues in their mission to gathering Tiths for Eris, whether it be in Shax's Crucible or within the altars of summoning, growing stronger with each kill. In addition, Eris provides attunements for the Guardian in strengthening her powers and their abilities in using Hive magic. The Guardian would receive one more message from Imaru, again taunting them regarding his dislike of their alliance. It goes through with the plan because the Lightbearer had ordered it, along with him to give the Guardians whatever they need, giving them another recording of Savathun's as proof. Of course, Imaru does so in his usual brutal, matter-of-fact style, encouraging the Guardian to help Eris grow stronger with Tiths, mocking them once again for being part of the Witch Queen's plan. In time, Eris calls upon the Guardian in her Hive form once more within her Pantheon. She informs them that ever since she assumed her new form. A whisper from the deep called to her, goading her to give in to her vengeance. But Eris refused, and promises to destroy her hive form along with the rest once Zivorath is dealt with. However, Eris warns the Guardian that the hive god of war will not fall to might alone, for she has fed off conflict since the first war song. Nonetheless, Eris states that each tith strengthens her as well as thrills her, but informs the Guardians that her cards speak of change. A great shadow rises from the sea of blood. As she explains, in essence, something is coming. That turned out to be Zivorath herself, as her brood managed to breach into Savathun's spire, turning to her sister's court into her battlefield. After taking out Moloch, edge of Zivorath, the Guardians worked to clear out the rest of the spire of Zivorath's forces, even as the war god taunted them and issued her challenge towards Eris Morn. As the Guardians ascended the spire, slaying any scorn before Zivorath's brood could, the war god continued to taunt Eris, goading her to accept the sword logic as truth and face her as Hive. But Eris Morn refused to give in to Zivorath's words, before threatening her that once their clash is over, she will be free, leaving the Zivorath's worm to gnaw at her before she starves. Ikora claims that they must rethink their plan, but Eris states that they can't, for Zivorath's presence only proves its efficacy, and that while they cannot directly fight the Hive God of War, they can still hold the line against her until a guardian is found. As such, Eris Morn instructs the Guardians to return to the Obsolete to claim the tiths she needs before Zivorath claims them as spoils for her eternal war. Ikora once again voices her discomfort in their plan, but Eris Morn merely states that she doesn't have to. Amaru quickly makes contact with the Guardian to make haste in reaching his Lightbearers, Obsolete, citing that Zivorath breaching into Savathun's throne world wasn't part of the plan. Returning to the Witch Queen's Obsolete, entering into the altars of summoning, the Guardians already hear the voice of Zivorath herself, taunting them on how even warriors of the light honor the sword logic, claiming that her sister's spire and the altars is proof. At the altar of devotion, the Guardians managed to slay Ir-Dolox and Ir-Kaza, talons of Zivorath, before they could claim tiths for Zivorath. Fortunately, their deaths serve as more tiths for Eris, just the same which only leaves Zivorath incensed. As the Guardians neared the next altar, Zivorath summoned her best general, Leviathan Eater, Bane of the Ammonites, to face them. However, before the battle could proceed any further, the Leviathan Eater withdraws, leading Ikora to believe he was testing the Guardians' capabilities, but he would be back with reinforcements once Zivorath has been assembled. Ikora continues to have deep conversations about the plan and how it affects Eris, especially after learning of her newly forgotten bond with Asha. From her and Sloan, Ikora and the Guardian learned that Asha helps contain the energy of the tiths they collect for Eris. But if the ritual goes on for too long, then Eris will remain trapped as a hive, while Asha will become twisted into something horrible. With this knowledge, Ikora consults with Eris once more, who, while remaining resolute, is troubled that her covenant with Asha has led her to suffer pain and Eris gains power from it. Nonetheless, Eris refuses to let the ritual change her into something she is not. Further, Eris states to Ikora that, however regrettable, when she first invoked the worm gods in her ritual, Asha was the one who answered. As such, Eris states that the risk of the ritual is theirs to make. In time, Ikora reports regarding Eris's transformation, and covenant with Asha didn't sit well with those in the tower, herself included. Nonetheless, despite the doubts, Ikora still has faith in Eris, as despite what happened to Eris in Elise's timeline, who succumbed to despair and became corrupted by darkness, Eris now remains resolute, and has friends who support her. Within the throne world, Eris discovered a hidden location above Savathun's Obsolete, where the Mbaru engine is housed, the method where Savathun attempted to reinterpret her brother's logic. Much to Amaru's protests, the Guardians enter and partake in the Mbaru engine. Yet, despite the confusion the engine attempted to inflict, the Guardians managed to clear the trials. This led to Eris to hope that more of the Witch Queen's secrets will open to them. After handling more of Ikora's unease with the plan and conquering another trial of the Witch Queen's Mbaru engine, The Guardian answers Eris Morn's summons, taking her hive form once more, proclaiming that this will be their final tith. Eris Morn states that she has Ikora prepare something for the Vanguard vaults, for Transmat when the time is right, but when she will remind Savathun and Zivorath were once born as prey. Returning to the Opalite, Imaru voices his fears that Zivorath began to summon the Leviathan Eater, proclaiming his intent to flee, but Eris Morn faces the Hive Ghost, to stay as the Guardian opens the way to the Altar of the Sword, where they challenge Zivorath's champion. Despite the Leviathan Eater's power and streams of Hive support, the Guardian manages to hold their own against him, forcing Zivorath to prepare a bombardment of the area. Using her Hive magic, Eris was able to create a barrier strong enough to withstand the bombardment, forcing the Leviathan Eater to charge, breaching the barrier. In one last clash, the Guardians managed to slay the Leviathan Eater, empowering Eris and preparing for her the last part of the plan. At the altar's center, Eris had Ikora transmit the item she requested, Savathun's body, for Imaru to resurrect. Imaru protests, citing that Zivorath is still a threat, but Eris Morn orders him to proceed, as he will not get another chance. Agreeing, Imaru raises Savathun back from death, with the Witch Queen commenting on Eris's hive form, claiming that she had come out of her shell, but the Hive God of Vengeance merely replied that she would be the Witch Queen's ruin, slicing her throat, surprising all present. In that act, Eris gained power from Savathun's death, gaining all of the power she had accumulated since the last time she had died, before being separated from her worm, which was over a millennia ago. Combining that with the tiths that the Guardian had gathered, Eris had now become the most powerful Hive God, surpassing even Zivorath. Using her power, Eris Morn cast a spell that banished the Hive God of War from her throne world, rendering her mortal and unable to draw strength from the tiths before fainting. Not long after completing her plan, Eris Morn, back in human form, informs the Guardians following the ritual. Savathun had kept her end of the bargain, by informing Ikora of the secret the Vanguard needs to pass through the temple upon the traveler. Further, as part of a peace offering, the Witch Queen was allowed to return to her throne world, but the Vanguard would not only be allowed to have the Vanguards continue to venture into her domain, but also take custody of Imaru, thereby allowing the Guardians to destroy her connection to the light, should they believe Savathun is endangering humanity. Ikora and Eris agreed to the terms, citing that while keeping both Hive Gods alive would be a risk, the Warlock Vanguard believes that the witness must be their priority. In addition, Ikora believes that, at least with Savathun, they have her connection to the light in the hands, and with Zivorath, she is now rendered vulnerable after being banished from her throne world, thereby making her more open to being confronted. Further, the Guardians continue to partake in the altars of summoning with Ikora's permission, as doing so prevents Savathun from acquiring tiths, which would further her experiments, though the Witch Queen would continue to comment and taunt them on their efforts. Later on, though the Guardians completed all the trials of the Embargo engine, they return after the Witch Queen mentions something for them in it. Entering the engine and prevailing against the various puzzles and tricks in their path, the Guardians find what Savathun had left them, a pure Amakara egg. Believing the egg may have been from Riven's clutch, and that it was the Witch Queen's possession, leaves Ikora and Eris stunned, but begin to debate on what to do with it. Eris believes they should destroy the egg, due to her past experience with the Amakara, but Ikora believes they should bring it back to the Anthenium for study, believing that the wish-granting creature may be what the Vanguard needs to pass through the Witness's gateway. After some convincing, Eris agrees, but after the Guardian brings the egg back to the Anantheum to be secured, they recall a strange pattern on Savathun's wings after she had been resurrected. Bringing their findings to Eris, she concludes that the pattern is the wish they need, the one we would cherish, as Riven spoke of, knowing of the Amakara's notorious nature to twist and subvert the intention of the wishes they grant. Ikora gathers all available knowledge on them, and consults with the Wall of Wishes within the Dreaming City, wanting to ensure that the wish they make to save all of humanity will be fully complete. The Hive are a eusocial species similar to Earth colonial insects. Several castes or morphs of Hive exist, each representing different stages of growth. Female krill would consume a substance called mother jelly, similar to earth beers, in order to reproduce, between the age of 4 and 5 fundament years. Additionally, female krill who consumed this jelly were capable of flight. Hive wizards are the only fertile females, and are capable of either self-fertilization or being with a mate, likely a holdover from their krill past. Hive originate as eggs or cocoons. Upon hatching, newborn hives swallow a worm larvae whole, becoming symbiotic with the worm inside them. These newborn hive grow into thrall, and thrall that survive into maturity become acolytes. Acolytes who have proven themselves can become knights, who in turn may become princes leading their own broods. Hive are capable of sequential hermaphroditism. Oryx, born of the female Arish, became the male Arix after assuming the unique king morph. While knights are commonly seen as male, while wizards are seen as female, they are not completely locked to a specific gender, as evidenced by Zivorath, remaining female despite being a knight, and Nokris remaining male despite being a wizard. Meanwhile, ogres appear not to be a stage of growth in the hive life cycle, but a mutation brought upon thrall by wizard rituals. Grown members of the hive are pale and vaguely humanoid, with varying levels of musculature and armor. Acolytes and knights have 3 eyes, whereas thrall appear to be eyeless, with the exception of the thralls encountered at the beginning of Crota's End raid, who all have 3 glowing eyes. Wizards would seem to be eyeless as well, but their eyes are really concealed behind the helmets they wear. The ancient armor many of them wear has fused with their skin, becoming part of it. When most hive are killed by a body shot from a typical weapon, they disintegrate into ash, while suffering a headshot causes them to burst into green flames and embers before disintegrating into nothing. In both cases, leaving parts of their armor behind. When killed by a fusion rifle, trace rifle, or similar disintegrating weapon or ability, most hive will be disintegrated completely without leaving any ash or armor fragments behind. The light is both a food source to the hive and a cause of pain. The hive life cycle is so deeply intertwined with that of their parasitic worm that not even the light can fully restore them. While trickling light can keep their worms sated without the need for bloodshed or other forms of tithing, if a light-bearing hive is deprived of their ghost, they will quickly die unless special measures are enacted. The hive may also differ in appearance and form according to the individuals that spawn them. The hive sect belonging to Savathun the Witch Queen appear to have different aspects than the broods of both Oryx the Taken King and Crota the son of Oryx, sporting a more muscular, bulkier, and organic appearance. The hive are known to consistently adapt and evolve, generating new mutations as effortless as breathing, which is considered of great interest to the Vex. They also describe to be rather like their own living component containing warships, a terrifying amalgam of predator genetics, arcane bioengineering, and what is considered as darkness incarnate. Their biology is so reactive that when exposed to overwhelming amounts of beneficial light, it causes the cysts used to contain it to become a rudimentary life form of its own. Hive fangs grow in rows, with grooves on the roots, and are continually shed, much like those of Earth's sharks. When one fang is lost, another moves forward to replace it. So the hive have a complex religious system based around profane rituals and the worship of a pantheon of ascendant hive gods, in the style of an absolute monarchy. These hive gods exist in the ascendant realm, described as a higher plane of misery, associated with the darkness, known to the hive as the deep. Locked outside of physical reality, not unlike the Vex realms locked out of time. Dwelling within are Sith universes, known as throne worlds of their own creation. Each world houses its respective god's oversoul, which protects them from permanent death should their corporeal bodies be destroyed. The Hive Prince Crota is introduced as one of the youngest hive deities. Known as the God Knight and the Hope Eater, he and his broods precede the coming of Oryx, when they invade the worlds touched by the Traveler and its light. Oryx is Crota's father, and the central figure of their religion as well as the God King of the Hive. Through his shrines, he maintains contact with his force spread across the universe. Other deities include Oryx's own sisters, Savathun and Zivorath, and the greater worm gods Ir, and Zol, and Yol. Like Crota and Oryx, They have disciples named after them. A fifth god named Akka is recorded in the Books of Sorrow, and it is from his remains that the dreadnought is built. All of Oryx's broods hold a special holiday called Aversion Day, which celebrates the creation of the Taken King's dreadnought by turning things inside out the same way Oryx merged his throne world with his ship. The Hive use a unique writing system based on runes and glyphs, which they describe as a viral language. Hive runes draw their power from a different dimension, where there's no difference between a word and its meaning. According to Ikora, the Hive runes are not letters, but rather logograms, representing a word or idea etched into them. Their patterns draw power from their meaning, and their orientation casts a spell. When the Hive erode the barrier between our dimension and theirs, the rune for death brings literal death. They also employ it for their forbidden Hive rituals, including the use of shadow rifts and the weapons of sorrow. The same glyphs are also found on ceilings used to lock doors and contain their monsters. The Hive have a great hatred for the light, and to them, the eternal struggle between light and dark is not only a war, it is a crusade. All light must be devoured so darkness can reclaim the universe. They have even attempted to attack the Traveler directly, though a ritual in which they drained its light is through a fragment they captured in the Chamber of Night. The sword logic acts as a philosophy and a metaphysical system, through which they may gain paracausal powers. It is the antithesis to the prophecy of the light, but more specifically Marasov's bomb logic, which emphasizes complexity and cooperation rather than simplicity and self-interest. The central tenet of the sword logic is that existence, the struggle to exist, and that any entity, whether a life form or a fundamental aspect of nature, which cannot protect itself against defeat, should be rightfully destroyed by a more powerful entity. In the context of intelligent beings, the logic promotes as its ultimate goal the establishment of a systematic, self-proving civilizational structure, which can survive until the end of time, and possibly beyond. An end state often referred to as the last true shape. In following the principles of the sword logic, a being not only demonstrates their ability to survive in the face of existential challenges, but also acquires paracausal power through the darkness. This is known as becoming sharp. The ultimate expression of this power is the ability to access the ascendant realm, which allows one to create a throne world and thus survive death in the real universe. All power derived from the sword logic must be taken by force, not received as a gift, else it be rendered weak and untrue. The sword logic is the foundation of the entire Hive civilization and its hierarchy. Every Hive must prove itself to become greater, or risk annihilation. This holds true for every Hive, from the tiny thrall to the ascendant Hive god kings, including Oryx and his sisters. Even the worm gods are not exempt, as evidenced by Oryx slaying Akka to gain an audience with the darkness itself. As a byproduct of the pact made with the worm gods, when a Hive grows stronger from the killing of lesser life forms, and those which follow the dictates of the light and darkness, so does its internal worm's lust for killing, meaning that unless it is fed enough, the worm will eventually consume its host. The Leviathan knew of the sword logic, and claimed that it led to ruin for all who followed its path. In contrast, the darkness and Toland claimed that it is a beautiful thing, majestic and noble, and that all life should abide by it as the self-proving reason for existing. However, it unsurprisingly has a corrosive effect on the psyche of the practitioner, eventually rendering them into an entirely different creature that would horrify themselves if they could view it objectively. For example, after untold millennia of practicing the sword logic, the emotions of love and hate gradually became indistinguishable to the Hive, and the same may have happened to joy and sorrow. Even Savathun, who convinced Oryx originally to find the worms, expresses doubt as to the validity of their crusade. It is also known that the Winover, which may or may not be the darkness itself, seems to endorse the sword logic as being very much in line with its philosophy and goals. Although the sword logic is treated by the Hive as a central commandment to the darkness, a somewhat cryptic logic is the only way to achieve the will of the darkness. So she herself specifically chose the sword logic as the Hive's guiding principle because she knew that it would ensure the Hive's future supremacy. The witness itself would also refute the sword logic as a childish game that the Hive had been distracted by. The sword logic serves as a methodology to how individual Hive grow in power. In essence, by killing their enemies, the Hive prove that they are stronger than that enemy, and through the sword logic, gain that strength in reality. When Oryx killed Xivu Arath in his throne world, he proved that he was mightier than her. When Oryx killed Savathun there, he proved that he was more cunning than her. Having proved that he was stronger than both, Oryx demonstrated logically that he was strong enough to take on the worm god Akka, and by killing Akka, Oryx proved he was strong enough to commune with the darkness directly, as the worms did. Repeated application of the sword logic causes the wielder to gradually become self-defining and sharp, both no longer bound by physical laws, incapable of outright violating them at will. It is existence asserted by violence. Both the Hive and the worm gods, for example, achieve faster than light travel by using their sharpness to cut wounds in space, which they pass through. Due to paracausal entities becoming beyond the normal laws of physics, they are impossible for the Vex's otherwise perfect simulations to model. Resurrection in general is seen as heretical by the Hive who follow the sword logic. To the Hive, death is necessary to attaining apotheosis, as one can only grow stronger after defeating an opponent. If the slain were to be resurrected, it would nullify the power obtained through vanquishing them. However, it should be noted that the rules of death are somewhat different to the Hive than what they are to humans. This is most notably exemplified by the concept of ascendants. Those Hive individuals who have grown powerful enough through the sword logic can move between the physical dimension and the ascendant plane, and carve out a throne world there. So that they are killed in the real world, they may retreat to their throne world and return after a time. Only a death that occurs in one's own throne world is a true final death in terms of the Hive. It appears that dying in another's throne world is reversible, as illustrated in the Books of Sorrow, where Oryx resurrects his sisters, having killed them both within his throne world. It is likely this was possible because the sisters had already established their own throne worlds. Furthermore, the manner in which Oryx brings his sisters back is very particular. He does it by defining their nature through acts of war and cunning. At another point, Xivu Arath calls him back to the deep, where she and Savathun have trapped him in a similar manner. And though describing him, and millennia later, Savathun summons Xivu Arath to Tabadal through an act of war and blood. Another example of Hive dying in another's throne world and then coming back is Iryet, the Death Singer, being one of the bosses of the raid Crota's End. She dies in his throne world, but can later be seen attending Crota's ritual by passing in the mission Last Rites. Crota's maid Omnigul is also notable for returning after having been killed by the Guardians, but it can be a hint towards her being an ascendant Hive. All those instances are not truly resurrection in terms of the Hive, thereby not being contradictory to the sword logic. Accepting power bestowed by more powerful beings is also a violation of the logic. To obtain power, one must take it by force. As such, Nokris, who learned the secrets of necromancy from Zol, was branded a heretic, exiled from his kind, and condemned to obscurity as his father removed nearly all traces of his name. A potentially ruinous oversight of the tithing system set up by Oryx directly disobeys the sword logic. As stated in his dialogue with Akka, the Worm of Secrets, to have something be given instead of taken by force violates the core pillars of the deep. Seeing as the desolation wrought by the lesser Hive warriors is willingly given to those who are higher in the hierarchy, the method used to prevent their worms from consuming them may actually directly oppose the philosophy on which their civilization has been founded. After the deaths of Oryx and Crota at the hands of Lightbearing Guardians, more Hive had chosen to go against the sword logic for the sake of survival. Turning to the ritualistic taboos of necromancy like Nokris, before and even forming their own tithing system like Savathun, who created the concept of Imbaru as an alternative means to gain tribute through acts of cunning and deception. Even the surviving daughters of Crota committed their own heresy by remaking Zolmak, the instrument of torment, into a Hive abomination, Infused with the essence of nightmares with the arrival of the pyramids, Eris Morn surmised the Hive committed more empowered or self-destructive sorcery out of desperation in a future arms race for the Witness and its gifts. Despite being seen as a heretical sect, the Hive of the Lucent Brood still conduct the sword logic, even if they had become blessed by the Traveler's Light. In one of these instances, a knight battled a light-bearer wizard, in which both would continually kill each other, invoking existence's worthiness. That which cannot defend itself must die. And this is the one true shape, Ayat, restating the sword logic's first tenet. The Witness viewed the sword logic as a childish game, born of a misunderstanding of its own philosophy, and its vision of the final shape being more all-encompassing than that envisioned by the Hive. Whereas the Hive believed that only one entity will ultimately become the final shape, after having destroyed everything else in the universe. The Witness sought a final shape in which all living beings would be incorporated into a perfected, eternal, calcified version of reality. It nonetheless acknowledged that the sword logic is useful in motivating and empowering the Hive as they carried out its will throughout the cosmos. As revealed by Asha, the Deputy Commander Sloan, the worm gods originated as members of the proto-worm species that lived on the planet Fundament, who became corrupted by the Witness's philosophy, and then began slaughtering one another in order to achieve ascendancy through the sword logic. The Vex first learned of the sword logic when Crota accidentally cut open a portal into one of their sealed dimensions. At first they were confused. Their models and projections clashed horribly with the physics of Oryx's throne world. In response, they manifested Kira, Blade Transform, who quickly deduced the source of the Hive's power and organized a series of test invasions in a plan to bootstrap itself to godhood according to the Hive's own rules. Cabal Emperor Callus knew of the story of Oryx and his species through a device called the Oxa machine, and of their fall to the worm gods. Though he loathes the Hive as simple pretenders and their sword logic as an excuse to escape the inevitability of death after having spoke with the Witness personally. The Martian Cabal legions have little to no experience with the sword logic, having never engaged with the Hive in protracted combat except once on the moon, and knowing that the Hive had weapons or tactics which effectively neutralized Guardian Resurrection. Once the Skyburner's legion set foot upon the Dreadnought, they became beholden to the sword logic, but showed no indication that they recognized any differences to conventional physics. The Baron of the Scorn, known as Hirax the Mindbender, has dedicated himself to understanding and harnessing the sword logic and other Hive secrets. After the death of Cade VI, he has apparently been successful in carving out his own throne world in the Ascendant Plane, and has the ability to sway lesser Hive creatures to follow his whims. In order to defeat Oryx for good, and by extension Crota, though unwittingly, the Guardians tapped into the power of the sword logic, as even Light was forced to obey it within the bounds of his throne world. However, in defiance of the sword logic's edicts, the Guardian did not claim their enemy's power. This infuriated Toland as he saw the raid team which killed Oryx and his court leave without taking his place, leaving his power open to be seized by another, and meaning that all he had worked for was for nothing. The process of creating Taken transforms a victim into more perfect form, closer to the desired end state of obeying the sword logic. As Taken are not known to obey the conventional Hive hierarchy and tribute system, it may be that their new forms have rendered these systems completely unnecessary. Resurrection in general is seen as heretical by the Hive who follow the sword logic. To the Hive, death is the principle of sword logic to attaining apotheosis, to take and grow stronger after defeating an opponent. If the slain were resurrected, it would be contradicting the logic it violated. For example, Nokris, who learned the secrets of necromancy from Zal, was branded a heretic, exiled from his kind, and condemned to obscurity as his father removed nearly all traces of his name. The rules of death are somewhat different to the Hive than they are to humans. This is mostly notable and exemplified by the concept of ascendance. Those Hive individuals who had grown powerful enough through the sword logic can move between the physical dimension and the Ascendant Plane, and carve a throne world there, so when they're killed in the real world, they retreat to their throne world and can return after a time. Only death occurring in their own throne world is a true final death in terms of the Hive. It appears that dying in another's throne world is reversible, as illustrated in the Books of Sorrow, where Oryx resurrects his sisters, having killed them both within his throne world. It is likely that this was possible because the sisters had already established their own throne worlds. Furthermore, the manner in which Oryx brings his sisters back is very particular. He does it by defining their nature through acts of war and cunning. At another point, Ziva calls him back from the deep, where she and Savathun had trapped him, in a similar manner though describing him. And millennia later, Savathun summons Ziva to Tabotl through an act of war and blood. Another example of a Hive dying in another's throne world and then coming back is Yet the Death Singer. Being one of the bosses of the raid Crota's End, she dies in his throne world, but can later be seen attending Crota's ritual of passing in the mission Last Rites. Crota's mate Omnigul is also notable for returning after having been killed by Guardians. It can be a hint towards her being an Ascendant Hive. Though most of the Hive pantheon seems to be Ascendant, it is hard to define the exact rules of achieving this status. Inquisition of the Damned notes that the daughters of Crota have not reached it, maybe due to the miserable state the Hidden Swarm had been in ever since Crota's death. Hirax the Mindbender managed to carve out a small throne world thanks to the power of murdering Cade Six providing him, but his mate, In Anan, is yet to be seen coming back from beyond the grave. Savathun's daughters, Balwer and Dul Inkaru, are noted having some protection from dying, with Balwer's death being hidden well, according to Oryx. But there is no information whether her other child, Malak, or Oryx's twin daughters, Irinuk, Halak, the inventors of death hiding technique in the first place, had some sort of throne world or an oversoul as well. There are other ways of protecting oneself from death, aside from having a throne world. The aforementioned oversoul is one of them. Irinok and Halak invented a way of hiding one's death within the construct, so that they can die only after the oversoul has been destroyed. The oversouls are often kept within throne worlds, as was in the case of both Oryx and Crota. Members of the Court of Oryx are described as having their deaths hidden in various other ways. Kagor hid hers within the skill of creating and commanding ogres. Krukur the Cursed Thrall, he would send forth into battle and the sisters Zyrok Dal, Azok Dal, and Gornak Dal in each other. Other than Nokris's necromancy, other blasphemous acts of defying death could be seen in the adventure Deathless on Titan, where Savathun's brood repeatedly killed and resurrected Takal Dar the Unbreakable, in the story of Hashladun and her sisters trying to bring back Oryx. Gods like Oryx and Crota are capable of being killed in physical reality without truly dying, even under certain circumstances. Ascendant Hive gods can be reborn even if killed in the Ascendant plane, so long as their souls are preserved. They can re-emerge in corporeal form at a later time. If they're killed in their respective throne world, however, their death will be permanent. According to the Spider, 2 other methods of permanently killing Hive gods exist, but remain currently unknown. One of them possibly is to sever their connection to the throne world with enough strength from blood tiths, rendering them mortal. Another is for their worm to fully consume their whole being if they are left starving of blood tiths. In addition, separation from the host worm also causes certain deaths due to the separation of their power with it. In descending order of importance, the current hierarchy of the Hive's religious figures are as follows: the Witness, the First Knife, original master and creator of the Taken, and the entity controlling the Hive and worm gods through the deeds of Rilut. So what did you guys think of the entire Hive pantheon? Please let me know in the comments below. If you made it all the way through to the end, thank you so much for watching. This took a really long time to make, but otherwise, I'll see you in the next video.